Welcome back to the channel. Film Fan 108 here. And by the way, welcome to my 2021 movie haul bonanza. Yes, we are finally doing it. I know you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute, Seth. It's December of 2022. You're really showing off the 2021 pickups. Okay, okay, I get it. I understand it. It's crazy. It's weird. It's odd. You got a point, okay? But I will get into all of it. Trust me. Plus the pickups as well, because there's a shitload to talk about. But let's get people in here. Let's get people talking. Who is coming in? Oh, boy, has it been a wild, wild ride for me, man. It has been crazy, wild indeed. Let's get some of y'all in here. What is going on? What is up? Happening? Let's see what is going on with y'all here, man. Okay, what is happening? Oh, let me take the shades off for a minute. Let me take the shades off indeed, man. Who we got? Oh, Salaz, hey, how you doing, buddy? What's going on? Thank you for being part of the live stream. Lord knows it's has its glitches from time to time. Thank you for being part of the live stream. Appreciate it. Who else we got in here? Hey, Chris, what is up? What is going on? Thank you for being here. Ryan, thank you for being here. Skull Crusher, how many movies you got there? I've got over 130. Yeah, oh my god, I've got a yeah, wow. Oh, holy shit. I got a lot, man. To show off and talk about. It's gonna be wild, man. So, man, you'll definitely want to be around here for that one. Silhouette Animator. Hello, buddy. Noise. Yes. Whew. It took me a long fucking time to get through this stack, man. Holy shit. Yeah, it was wild, dude. 2021 was crazy for me. I've been watching movies, and Chucky season 2 was wild, but no spoilers. No spoilers. I'm only a couple episodes into season 2 of Chucky. I will get there. Trust me. I want to watch it, so I'm taking my time. Silhouette Animator 2000 was a big year. 2022 definitely was. I will not show off the 2021 22 pickups today. That'll be for a future video sometime next year. It won't be too far away considering that it's not nearly as big of a stack as 2021 is, but it'll be shown off in another live stream at some point next year. Trust me, it will. Gary, I thought Thanos snapped you away as you've been doing with it. Well, yeah, you know, hey, man. You know what I'm saying? All right, man. Thank you for being part of this, guys. Thank you for being here. I know it's late. I know you probably got some things to do. You're in different parts of the world. I appreciate it. If you guys do like this stream, by all means, hit the thumbs up button. You know, share it with people. I really appreciate it, man. It helps with the algorithm. It helps with the YouTube overlords, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, man, I really appreciate it. Not bad for 130 titles. Yeah, you damn right, man. Oh my god. It is crazy. Oh, so glad some of you are all in here. Hope you've been having a good time. I know I've been away for a little bit. Every now and again, I'm going to take a little bit of time for myself. And it's not like I haven't been working on YouTube taking the break. I have. I've been filming. I've been doing stuff. You guys will start to see that stuff next week. So there you go. But enough of that. We got pickups to talk about, and that is the most important part of why we are here, folks. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. As I said at the beginning of the video here, wait a minute. December of 2022, and you're finally showing off the pickup. So let me explain. Let me kind of go through why I took as long as I did. So 2021 was such a wild year for me. You know, trying to get out of the pandemic and at the same time, you know, being thrown way back in there and things were kind of coming back, but not quite. And There was so many movies that were being released. There was so much physical media that was coming out. I was buying like a mofo in 2021. And it occurred to me very early on in the year that there was no way that I was going to be able to do any monthly pickups with any of this stuff. I'm so far behind. There's so much stuff to watch. So I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to wait until the following year to show off the physical media. I figured that was probably my best bet to do at that point. So if you remember, there was a community post that I did where I was like, oh yeah, over 130 movies and I'm going to show them off in January. And I was ready to do it. But oh, by the way, what happened? I got COVID. So, like the beginning of January, I got COVID and all those plans went out the window like a mofo, man. They were absolutely just crazy. So, I was out for about 2 weeks. I was just laid up in a big bad way. And then several months after that, I was having sort of like a rough cough and everything. Even though I was, obviously negative, I was still sort of feeling some of the after effects. And yes, I do have my COVID shots and boosters, and yeah, it's all good. So, what I then decided, this was like maybe February or March, I decided to myself, wait a minute, I would have shown off all of these movies, and most of them I would have never seen. I was just showing stuff off for the sake of showing it off. So that wouldn't do a service to you guys. All I would be doing is showing off the movies and being like, "Oh, this movie, yeah, I haven't seen it, but I think it's okay." Yeah, and I'm like, that's not right. So I decided what I was going to do in 2022, I was going to slowly but surely watch everything in this goddamn stack, man. And at the same time, I'm watching movies for the out and about. I'm editing, I'm filming, I'm planning on top of all the life stuff that I do and try to get this stack as gone through as humanly possible. So it took me a long, 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 long time. And, finally I've been able to sort of get through the rest of it, and it's been just a wild experience of going through this stuff. And you know it's kind of weird because everybody else has sort of shown off their stuff and I'm sort of way late to the party, but there's a reason why I'm way late to it. So by all means, guys, don't fault me. I wanted to watch all of this stuff before actually showing it to you, because I hate when people show off their pickups and they're like, "Oh yeah, this seems like a really great movie, but I've never seen it before. I don't know. It could be okay. It could be bad." And I'm like, "Why don't you just watch the fucking movie, man, and actually talk about it?" And that's what gets me in these pickup videos with all of these YouTubers, man. So I didn't want to be that guy. So I decided, you know what? Let me take my time. Let me watch this stack and let me go with it. And so here I am, man. I'm gonna finally show this stuff off to you way late. I realize that it is way fucking late, but better late than never. At least that's one of my mottos. So we're gonna do it, man. Oh man, indeed. So are you guys ready? Are you guys finally ready for me to show off this huge goddamn stack, man? Are you guys ready? I hope you are, because it is gonna be a wild, wild, wild night. Some of these ones I'm gonna have a lot to talk about, and others I'm gonna be really quick about. But you'll get to see them all. Finally, they've literally been sitting over on the side of my apartment for like a year now. So they've literally been like collecting dust as I'm like trying to do shit. So finally they're getting out of the way. They're finally going to be cataloged into the collection. You have no idea how many videos I've done where I've literally just been staring at the stack and I've been like, yeah, I can show off all this, but I can't show off this. Finally, that is done. I finally get to show all this off, catalog it in the collection. And by the way, not everything here in this stack I'm going to keep in the collection. There are things where I'm going to talk to you guys about that I'm not going to keep in the collection. I didn't like the movie. I'm not going to keep it. I'm going to sell it off. If you guys, oh, by the way, are interested in any of the titles that I'm going to get rid of, let me know and I can potentially sell it to you guys. First come, first serve basis. Get in touch with me through Instagram or Facebook and we can make a deal, something like that. I'm gonna sell it for retail price, for what it's worth. But yeah, so we'll go through it all. We'll deal with it. So there we go. Ready? All right, here we go with the first one that I'm showing off for 2021. All those months ago. And that, oh my goodness. And that is none other than, oh yes, In Search of Darkness, Part 2. Oh yes, baby. And the little Slippy Love. And inside of that, look at that. Very nice, man. Now, I own the first In Search of Darkness. I love the first In Search of Darkness, man. And when they had announced part 2, I was like, dude, this is an instant buy for me. There ain't no doubt about it in my mind. This is an instant motherfucking buy, dude. And the thing about it is that I love these type of documentaries, man, about movies and about the celebration of movies, especially horror movies. I am a horror movie lover. I don't always look like I'm a horror movie lover, but I am. And so this was an instant buy, and I remember watching it and just falling in love with it. It's an even more deep dive into 80s horror. And if you've never heard of In Search of Darkness, please, by all means, check this out if you can. I know a lot of these copies are probably out of print. Maybe you can find them on eBay for a ridiculous price, I can imagine. But these are some of the best documentaries you will ever see, man. Just the celebration of 80s horror in general. And part 2 is just as good as part 1, maybe even better. And I love it so much. And on top of that, oh, by the way, they're actually doing a part 3, which, yes, I did pre-order. So that is coming to me in January of next year, which I'm looking incredibly forward to. But I love part 1. I love part 2. And as I said, for me, what's really great is that it's a celebration of everything 80s as far as horror movies. And there's a lot of things that I know, and there's a lot of things that I didn't know. There's a lot of movies that I was like, oh man, this is kind of cool. And there are certain titles that I found through In Search of Darkness Part 2 that I bought that is, oh, by the way, in the stack. So this documentary really opened my eyes to a lot of really great movies that I didn't know yet. And so it's fucking awesome and I loved it. And so, yeah, man, this is great. I love this series so much. They did In Search of Tomorrow. They're going to do a deep dive into 90s horror coming up as well. So this is a fantastic group of people that are doing these documentaries, and man, they are doing God's work, okay? They are really doing it, and I love this so much, man. So again, great Slippy Love. Oh, yeah. Not bad, man. In Search of Darkness, Part 2. Oh, yes, indeed. The first one, not half bad, man. Oh, to complete the set and look nice. Oh, it's going to look nice on the shelf, man. When I get part 3, it's going to be nice. And these are not short documentaries, by the way. They are long as shit, okay? They are really long, dude. They really do such a deep dive. And I mean a deep motherfucking dive. As far as I know, I haven't watched part 3 yet, even though they gave me the digital code. But I hear it's like over 6 hours long. I'm like, damn, man. But again, I don't mind it because I have a great Friday the 13th documentary that's like 8 hours long. And I love that shit. I could literally sit down and watch all the 8 hours because it's just that goddamn entertaining. And this is the same way, man. So for me, it's great. But Oh no, oh no, only a little bit, but yes. So yes, I got a lot of good stuff, man. But yes, I do indeed. But is this the Oliver Harper documentary? It's he's yes he is in it. Yes, it's not the actual. I mean, it's not a documentary that I don't think he did, but it's definitely he's a part of it. Yes. Oh, I was like, oh no, you saw something? I was like, yes. Okay. Let's go into the next pickup. Oh my God, one down, shit lows to go. When we talk about a little bit of Scream Factory double feature goodness with The Terror Within and The Terror Within 2. Oh, yes. Oh, man. Okay, so I had never seen either of these movies, okay? And you know how Scream Factory does it, man. Scream Factory will absolutely just come out and say, oh, by the way, we're releasing this as a limited amount of copies, and hey, have at it. And this was one of them. And it kind of piqued my curiosity because I had heard about these movies, but I had never seen them. And so I finally got a chance to watch this. And I gotta admit, man, did I like these movies. These are some cheesy ass shit movies, man. Cheap as hell, but they're really fun, man. And you could tell that they're trying to ape off of like Alien with Sigourney Weaver and shit. You could tell they're really trying to do it, man. But they don't got the budget for it, all right? And so, like, the monster effects are cheesy as shit. The acting is cheesy, but goddamn, dude, it was just fun. It was ridiculous fun, man. It's really great. You know, I like part one better than part two. Part two was okay. It wasn't the favorite, but I still had fun with it. But part one was definitely great, man. But I love both of these, and it's just cheesy, good sci-fi fun, man, that I really, really like. So for me, The Terror Within and The Terror Within Part 2 was definitely worth the blind buy. You know, sometimes you buy these ones, the blind buy, and you're like, shit, man, it was fucking terrible. You know, but have at it. But this double feature is actually really, really great. Really enjoyed the hell out of it, and so yeah, it's definitely staying in the collection. That is for damn sure. The Terror Within and The Terror Within 2. I don't buy many double features. I will say that much. I'm not a double feature guy, and the reason why I say that is because a lot of these double features that I get, it's hard to put them on the shelf as far as like where do you put them? Like one is called this and one is called that, and so you kind of just have to try to compromise in some way. I hate fucking doing that, but this was a good one because they're both called The Terror Within, so a little bit easier. I'm putting it on the shelf, just saying. So you got that, not bad. Might check The Terror Within out. Yes, check it out. Again, going with checked expectations, man. Go in with checked expectations indeed, because in some ways, I'm not gonna lie. Look, man, it's not perfect, but it is fun. So I will say that, man. Yeah, the Blackula double feature. Yeah, that man, that got pricey real fast, man. It did. Oh boy. Okay, so on to the next. Oh, where are we going now? Okay, well we'll go with a little bit of Kino Lorber love. And this one I picked up during one of the sales, but it was it looked kind of weird, and I like old school sort of B movie, black and white flicks. So I figured why not give it a chance when I watched The Ape with Boris Karloff, man. Holy shit. Okay, so I actually watched this with my girlfriend and her father. Yeah, we watched this together, man. And because I kind of appealed to her father because I said, "Oh, it's black and white and it's got Boris Karloff in it." And he's like, "Okay, yeah, so we watched it. Man, this movie is all kinds of weird and it's ridiculous. And sometimes it doesn't make a lick of fucking sense, dude. There's this ape that's going around killing people, and it's an experiment that Boris Karloff, that's the scientist, is conducting, and there's like a twist at the end of the movie where it's like the ape is Karloff, and it's like, wait, what? Holy shit! It's like, wait a minute, how, what, how? You're like, wait a minute, how's that doesn't make any sense. I mean, watch the movie, but it is fun and entertaining though, and I like Boris Karloff, and I'll give Boris Karloff credit for this because even in the most cheesiest, ridiculous movies, Boris Karloff really gives it his all, man. He was a consummate professional. He was somebody who literally was just doing the best with what he was given. And sometimes he was given great material like Frankenstein, and other times he's given stuff like this. And I still got to appreciate it, man. I enjoyed it for what it's worth. It's not perfect, but I happen to like it. So, not half bad, man. Hey, Boris Karloff, man. Not for everybody, but I kind of dug it. Not bad, dude. So the MVD weird. No, I don't. It's not a weird version of King Kong necessarily. It's more of like this small town where Boris Karloff is like treating people for their ailments, but yeah, he's working on his own weird experiments. That's odd, man. It's an odd movie. I can see why most people didn't never really know about it, but it kind of piqued my interest, so I went with it. Mark, nice to have you back. Hope you are enjoying your holiday season. I hope you are well as too. Mark, hope you're well also. Not bad. Silhouetted animator. The gorilla is so. Yes, the gorilla is really silly as shit. I'm like, whatever. But I do love that movie, though. I really did. And my girlfriend and her father, by the way, enjoyed it as well. So, not bad. So now we will dive into a little bit of Mondo Macabro. Oh my god, I'm going all over the place here, man. So bear with me. With The Frenchman's Garden. Oh well, actually, I gotta, I gotta end up, putting my hand over that because there's boobs. So, The Frenchman's Garden with Paul Naschy. Now, Paul Naschy has always kind of interested me. Okay, Scream Factory put out a couple of collection sets of his work, and I never picked them up. But it always kind of intrigued me to want to pick them up. But I never really did. And so when Mondo Macabro announced The Frenchman's Garden, I was like, okay, never seen any of Naschy's stuff, but I'm going to give this one a go, man. And so basically, this is from 1978 from Spain, and Naschy is kind of like playing this guy. He's a pillar of the community, but yeah, at the same time, he owns this brothel. And the thing about with this brothel is that he owns it, and he ends up ends up basically like killing these people for their money is what he does. So what he ends up doing necessarily is like he'll invite these big wealthy people to his brothel, or whatever. It's kind of a brothel, an inn where people stay and sleep and whatever. But you can sleep with the chicks if you want. So I mean, it's not a whorehouse exactly, but it's not exactly the Holiday Inn either. So I mean, take your pick, man. So he kills these people for their money. So he ends up killing them and then burying them. And then when people are looking for them, basically he's like, I don't know where they went. They were here, but then they left. I don't know. And so it's this whole weird complication of these people dying, this chick who ends up coming back into Paul Naschy's life, who, by the way, is pregnant with his kid. And so it's like complications of this woman who was like, just, like, hey, this, random sleepover chick that I just had and dealt with, and of the complications of the cops that are trying to find out what's happening with the missing people, and all the complications with the brothel. It's a weird movie. It's kind of weird, but I'm not gonna lie though, it is fun and it is entertaining, and there's a shitload of nudity in this movie. Oh my god. And um it's good nudity, ain't gonna lie, man. So it's it's a fun little flick. I love Paul Naschy here, man. Paul Naschy is really rough and tumble and a badass guy, where like you're just not gonna fuck with this dude. He's big and imposing, and I just love how he sort of manipulates people. I love that. How he sort of manipulates people into doing what he wants them to do, whether it's the chicks, whether it's these big wealthy guys that are like, well, you have these gorgeous women, and oh, I want to get with them. And Paul Nash is like, well, if you want to get with them, well, here you go. But you know what? Let's play poker first. Let's have a few drinks. Oh yes, yes, yes. And then suddenly he gets him drunk and then he fucking kills him. So it's not bad, man. It's fun for what it is. I enjoyed it, actually. I really did. It was a blind buy. Didn't know exactly what to expect. One of the first Paul Naschy movies that I've ever watched, but I had fun with it, man. Not half bad. The Frenchman's Garden. I can't show you the rest, but it's not bad, man. Another one of those limited edition Mondo Macabros, man. Pretty goddamn sweet. Ain't gonna lie, dude. It's a weird slasher. It's not technically considered a slasher, but in some ways, I guess you could kind of call it. It's a little slow, but I was engaged with the movie and with Paul Naschy and the chick, so I kind of went with it. Wasn't bad, actually. It was pretty fun, for what it is. So, hey, man, I enjoyed it. Okay, so on to more movie goodness. I'm trying to roll with the punches, man. Yeah, it is weird. Uh, you're like just checking out the shelf there, Silhouette Animator. My God, man. Okay, so from one boutique label over to the next, back to Kino Lorber. Another one that I definitely picked up because I wanted to in a big bad way. I've already seen the movie, but I never had it in the collection. And that is none other than The Hard Way with Michael J. Fox and James Woods. Oh man, when they had announced they were putting this thing out, I was like, oh my god, man, Hard Way. I love these type of movies, man. These sort of buddy cop flicks. Not all of them are good, to be fair, but I really love Michael J. Fox, man. And when we look at Michael J. Fox, we're always going to say Back to the Future. That's just a given, man. We're always going to do Back to the Future. And I get it because it's that fucking popular of a movie. It's that fucking good. It's practically a perfect movie. But Michael J. Fox has done other shit. And The Hard Way is a really great, buddy cop action flick. And I really love James Woods in this. James Woods plays a cop. Michael J. Fox plays an actor that's preparing for a role, and they get caught up in this whole action thing with these criminals, and it's really great. It's really funny. It's incredibly entertaining. I've loved this movie for a long time. Glad to finally own it in the collection, man. Dig it. Sort of like this sort of comedic yin and yang, which I kind of dig, man. Not bad. Glad to finally have it. The Hard Way. Very nice indeed. Looks like 2021, almost over. Okay, well, goodbye, sir. Hey, have at it. Get out of here, man. If you don't like it, hey, other people will. Anyways, down to more physical media goodness with none other than, we'll go back to Vinegar Syndrome, or actually we'll go down to actually a sub-label of Vinegar Syndrome. And that is none other than Walking the Edge, baby. Walking the Edge indeed. Look at this. They drove him to the edge, and on the edge, there are no rules. Oh, there are no rules indeed, man. Walking the edge, man. And so, you know what? That is fine with me. But look, I was a little bit kind of, how do you say it? I was a little bit kind of unsure about picking this thing up. So, but here's the thing about it. As you guys know, with a lot of these sub-label movies, what ends up happening is that they start to go down in the count, right? They start to go down in the list of like, well, okay, there's 200 copies left. Okay, there's 100 copies left. Oh shit, there's 50 copies left. And then what ends up happening is that, oh shit, I've really got to either shit or get off the pot, which is really what I had to do. And so that's what I did with this, man. I was like, okay, man, I've got to get this thing because it's going to go out of print. Well, it's not really going out of print necessarily, but you won't be able to get the slipcover. So I had to make a choice. And I said, fuck it. It was one of the sales. I had to go and fucking get it. So I did. And here's the cover right here as well, man. Not bad, actually. Pretty cool. Look at that. Not bad, actually. So what really intrigued me was Robert Forster being in this. I like Robert Forster, you know, obviously from Jackie Brown, but a lot of other really great flicks that he's done in the past. And so the thing about it is I took a gamble. Now, this is from Fun City Editions, and I gotta admit, I really love Fun City Editions. I love a lot of the stuff that they've done. I think they have some great titles that they've put out, and I wanted to give this one a go. Basically, it's about this woman and her husband and her kid ends up getting killed by this mob that wants revenge on the husband. She ends up escaping. And what ends up happening is that she meets up with Robert Forster. Robert Forster is this taxi driver. He's kind of, yeah, a little bit of a scumbag. But he's just trying to do his fucking job, man. He's trying to get laid, and he's trying to make money. And that's all the fucking guy's trying to do, man. And I can't quite blame him. And so he ends up picking this chick up, the one that had her family killed. She's like, okay, go to this location. He goes to this location. She shoots a fucking guy, gets into a shootout with everybody else, and Robert Forster's like, what the hell's going on here, man? I literally just was trying to pick you up and just take you to one location, and suddenly there's a fucking shootout. And so he's literally just trying to deal with all the fucking craziness. She's on a revenge trip. And now both of them are on the run from the mob that's trying to kill them both. And I really enjoyed this one. I thought it was fun. I thought it was brutal. I thought it was entertaining. I love Robert Forster here, man. It's a really solid flick. Really love it. Think it's really brilliant. Very well done, man. I had a ball with this one, man. It's not perfect, mind you, but I love the soundtrack. And I thought the action scenes were pretty cool for what they were. Cheesy for back in the day, but it was kind of fun, man. I dig this one. Again, not great, but it was alright. I definitely like this one. Pretty cool, actually. Walking the Edge, not bad. Definitely enjoyed that one. Chris, badass cover. Yeah, the cover is actually really cool, man. I really did enjoy it. Thought it was really, really cool. Enjoy that one a lot. Silhouette animator, always gotta have the slip. Yeah, you know, sometimes I gotta admit, I'm kind of a sucker for slip cut covers, obviously. So, yeah, but it's a good one, man. I really enjoyed that one a lot, so not half bad, man. So, on to the next, where we will go with, yeah, we'll go with a little bit of Blue Underground, man. Why not? we'll go with a little bit of Blue Underground love, 4K Blue Underground love, when we're talking about Maniac Cop 2. Oh, yes. Oh, man. Oh, man. Quite truly the greatest 80s horror action movie ever made. Well, one of them. Oh, dude. I love Maniac Cop. The first Maniac Cop is great. I already own it. I own the Arrow Video Edition. And when Blue Underground announced Maniac Cop 2 on 4K, I was like, oh man, I gotta get this. And I love this movie. It is cheesy, it is ridiculous, but I love this series of films. I love Bill Lustig as a director. He's fucking awesome. He does great action in a big bad way, man. And I love Robert Zadar as the Maniac Cop. He's so fucking good, man. I love this guy. And it's interesting because me and Bob, we met him at a convention uh, shortly before he passed away. He was in really poor health and he wasn't really doing very well. You could tell that it wasn't long for him to be on this earth. And it was just fun meeting the guy. He was really sweet, really warm, and just the nicest guy to talk to. He was really great, man. And Maniac Cop is just one of those signature roles that he has that will never be forgotten, man. I love this movie. It's so great. He's really good in here. I love Charles Napier is great here as well. Written by Larry Cohen. Bruce Campbell is in here as well. Robert Davi. In fact, it was kind of a thing because I love Bruce Campbell in here, but Bruce Campbell dies really early on in the film, man, which kind of sucks because I wish they would have had him last longer in the movie. But I love Robert Davi, and Robert Davi is so great here as well. So it is a fun little movie, man. Little sort of trash 80s cinema. Not bad with Maniac Cop 2, man. Very cool indeed. And oh, by the way, if I get Maniac Cop 2, well, I have to get Maniac Cop 3 as well. Badge of Silence. Now, okay. If we're going by quality, Maniac Cop 3 ain't the greatest, okay? I mean seriously. And it is the lesser of the three films. But I do still like Maniac Cop 3, man. For what it's worth, it's sort of a hodgepodge of ideas, and it's interesting because I think, see, Bill Lustig had a lot of problems making Maniac Cop 3. And it's one of those movies where I think it's more known for its problems than more known for the actual movie itself. But I still enjoy it for what it's worth. You can tell that, Bill Lustig wants to tell one story and the producers want to tell another, and they're sort of fighting with each other. But I still like it. I still like Robert Davi here. I still think Robert Zadar is great. It's not a great movie by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, honestly, if you just end after Maniac Cop 2, I don't blame you. But Maniac Cop 3 is still really great, though, as far as I'm concerned. Again, not the best, but I find it entertaining, so I kind of go with it. So, yeah. The Wrong Arm of the Law is back, and I'm damn glad for it, man. I kind of wish that, Robert Zadar was still around to have him sign these. That would be great, man. But unfortunately, he's passed away to greater realms. But it is still really great that these movies exist, man. Cheesy, yes. Ridiculous, sure. But I still enjoy it, man, for what it's worth. Not bad. Maniac Cop 3. Very cool. So both in 4K getting, not bad. How are the Maniac Cop films? The Maniac Cop films are good. The first one is really great. The second one is really solid, and the third one is not so hot. But, I still enjoy it for what it's worth. I sort of take it as it is, man. I sort of realize that these movies are not exactly high art, put it that way, man. But they're fun. I would definitely watch the first one. And if you like the first one, give the second one a chance. Put it that way, man. So now we're rolling. We've got a few done. hell of a lot more to go. So let's dive in with more goodness with, oh, yes, with AGFA. Oh, man. This one I had to pick up simply because of one man, and that is Ed Wood, when I'm talking about the violent years. Oh, yes. Oh, man. Okay, Ed Wood, I am such a fan of Ed Wood, man. I love Ed Wood so much. He is great. I've always loved Ed Wood with a passion. Always have. And, is he the worst filmmaker of all time? No, he's not the worst filmmaker of all time. He's not. But, to be fair, he ain't that great either. All right. And so, I own a lot of his movies on DVD, but I'm also a fan of a lot of the stuff that he wrote. And, even the stuff that he didn't direct. He wrote it, and then other people directed it, but you could still tell that it's got the Ed Wood flavor to it. And The Violent Years is yet another one of those, where basically it's one of these sort of cautionary tales of girls gone bad, right? And, the idea of these chicks that, are smoking weed and doing crime stuff. And oh my God, what is happening to teens in our society? And that type of movie, dude. And I just love it. It's cheesy, ridiculous. The acting is crap, but I still dig it for its entertaining quality, man. It is what it is, man. I mean, you're not coming to this movie for high art, okay? But I really did dig it. I really did love it for what it's worth, man. And another one to add to my Ed Wood collection, which Lord knows, man, I've got a lot in the Ed Wood collection at this point. Oh, I really do, dude. I shot a cop. So what? Oh my God, man. Yes, silhouette animator, like Reefer Madness, right? Like, oh my God, the perils of what's happening to our teens today, like stuff like that, man. Oh Lord, it is what it is, man. But I needed it for my Ed Wood collection, and oh, by the way, it ain't half bad either. So, it is what it is, dude. With the violent years. Oh man. Some of his later works, you know what I mean, think are lost. So, he did a lot of stuff. A lot of his later work ish is kind of lost. I do have certain ones where I'm really glad that I own them. Other things from AGFA that I've gotten that I'm so glad that I thought was lost that wasn't. So, what I've learned is that just because you think something is lost doesn't mean that it's entirely lost. It just hasn't been found yet. So put that into kind of perspective for what it's worth, man. So, yes, weird titles, but then again, you know how I roll. So on to the next. Oh, where are we going? Oh, sure. We'll go back to a little bit of Kino Lorber love. I definitely had to pick this one up because I love this movie. Finally worth having, and that is none other than Running Scared with Billy Crystal and Gregory Hines. Man, I love this movie. This is a great flick, man. I definitely dig Running Scared. Think it's absolutely fun and entertaining, action packed. And when you think of Billy Crystal, you don't think of this movie. You think of City Slickers. Or when Harry Met Sally. But you don't think of him as sort of an action guy. And I can't quite blame you because when you look at Billy Crystal, he don't scream action, okay? And I get it. But it's a really fun buddy cop movie. And I love the chemistry between Gregory Hines and Billy Crystal. I think they're great together. And this is one of the ones that I watched way back in the day on VHS that my parents ended up like taping. So it's always been one that I've really liked. And finally, I have a chance to own it in the collection. So why not, man? Love it. Great. If you've never seen this and do like buddy cop movies, man, give this one a chance because Running Scared is great, man. Truly, truly great. Fantastic flick. Not half bad on that. Oh, pretty goddamn sweet indeed. So, on to the next, where we'll go with 88 films. Oh, man. 88 films. And, oh, by the way, Jean-Claude Van Damme love. Van Damme in prison. I surely wouldn't fuck with the dude. In hell. Oh, in hell. Oh, man. Oh, this movie, dude. You know, Jean-Claude Van Damme, it's interesting because I don't love Jean-Claude Van Damme the way other people do. Man, there are people out there that really fucking love Van Damme, man. And I'm not that guy. Like, I appreciate Van Damme, and there are certain movies where absolutely, man, I love Van Damme like a motherfucker. But I'm gonna be honest with you, not every Van Damme movie really clicks for me. And I had never heard of In Hell. Like, I have heard of a lot of Van Damme flicks, but I had never heard of this one. And I really gave it a chance where he's in prison and he's sort of fighting for his life. It's not a bad movie, actually, man. I love Van Damme in here, and look, at points, he does get his ass kicked. I ain't gonna lie, man. He does. But you know Van Damme, man. He may get his ass kicked, but he ain't down. Alright, that's for damn sure, dude. But it's a good little Van Damme action flick. Don't expect a lot out of it, but if you're just expecting a good, like, you know, prison action badass Van Damme flick, you're gonna get it, dude. It's not bad, actually. And the limited edition here is out of 3,000, and I have number 762. Not bad, actually. Not bad. It's a good little flick for what it's worth, man. Pretty solid overall. Van Damme. Not bad indeed, man. So we go from Van Damme love, which we gotta appreciate, to now. Ooh, well, we'll go back to more 88 films. Why not? When we go from one badass motherfucker in Van Damme to another badass motherfucker in Bronson, Murphy's Law. Look at that, baby. Murphy's Law, yes. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. He's a cop. She's a thief. Together, they're running for their lives. Oh, you bet your ass they are, man. Oh, yeah. Look at this, man. Bronson, goodness. Okay, dude. I love me some Bronson. Ain't gonna lie. I love me some motherfucking Bronson. And everybody says, well, oh, by the way, Death Wish. Love Death Wish. Love Death Wish 2. Love Death Wish 3. Love Death Wish 4. And I kind of, you know, accept Death Wish 5. But, you know, Bronson is more than just the Death Wish movies, okay? He is. And there's a lot of great flicks that he's done. Hell, Scream Factory just ended up doing like a limited run of another one of Bronson's flicks. And he made a name out of himself doing all of these action films. And, you know, being one badass motherfucker in them. And he was successful at it. And Murphy's Law is yet another one. And it's really, really great. I love this movie. I think it's really, really amazing. I think he's action-packed in here. And I love his chemistry with the chick that he's trying to protect. I dig it. I like it, man. It's not the best Bronson movie ever, but it's fucking badass. I dig it. It's cool, man. Not bad, dude. And again, you know, you have to remember back in the day when Canon was making these movies, dude, they were literally like a fucking warehouse, man. They're fucking making this shit so fast and so cheap, and you know, they were out like literally sometimes the same fucking year that they were made, dude. They were just so fucking quick and fast, man. And Bronson was one of the people that was working with them like a mofo. And not every Bronson action movie is good, but this one is actually pretty solid. I definitely dig Murphy's Law. Very solid, man. Not bad for a little bit of Bronson love. That is for damn sure, man. Silhouette Animator Canon Films had sub distributors too, like New World. Yes, they did. They did have New World as well, which so many great movies came from that. There is no doubt about it. Um, you know what? I'm gonna slightly disagree with you on the Death Wish remake. I actually did like the Death Wish remake. You know, for it is what it is. It ain't half bad, man. So I kind of go with it. And you know, Roger Corman actually still is making movies. Not the greatest, but he still is making stuff though. But not bad, man. Movie, TV show, and video game fan. Hi, sad you didn't get the awesome Reservoir Dogs Steelbook. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting that Steelbook. It's good, but it's not, something that I wanted. Look, not every one I'm gonna get. Hey, it's just yeah, it's just the truth. But yeah, I did get a lot here. So let's go and dive actually into Severin. We'll go into Severin with none other than Endgame. Italian sci-fi goodness with Endgame. So, directed by Joe D'Amato. Now, I had never seen the movie. Severin ended up doing a sale. Hey, by the way, we're putting out Italian sci-fi weirdness. Okay, I'll give it a go. And it was an absolute 100% blind buy. And I went with it, man. I absolutely did. Now, this is actually an interesting one. Basically, it is it's almost kind of like The Running Man, actually. I don't know what came first, whether it was this one or Running Man, but either one. I mean, they one copied the other. Put it that way. And it's in the future, and there are these games where these criminals are fighting each other, and the winner goes on and the other people get killed, and it's just for like live entertainment purposes. This corporation really taking advantage of people, and there's this underground group of people that are trying to fight the system and trying to get this guy who has been a longtime winner to go on their side and take down this evil corporation. And that's basically what it is. Well, like I said, man, it is really similar to The Running Man in a big bad way, just more Italian. And I dug it, man. I thought it was really great. I thought it was fun. I love George Eastman in here. He's a badass motherfucker. I love the soundtrack. It is cheesy and ridiculous, but it's kind of kitschy and fun. I enjoyed it for what it was, man. It's not perfect, but I kind of dug it, actually, man. Italian sci-fi isn't always the greatest, but this one kind of made the grade. I kind of like this one. Definitely staying in the collection. Put it that way, man. Movie show video game fan. How you feel about Freeway? Love Freeway. Love it. Highly recommend Freeway. Dig that flick. Not bad. If you picked it up, damn glad you did. Or if you're waiting, still, regardless, pick it up at some point, man. You won't regret it. So now that we've gotten through that, we'll end up going back to Mondo Macabro. Why not? We'll be bouncing around here like a mofo, but hey, it's kind of how I roll. With none other than another limited edition from Mondo, and that is Scylla, Daughters of Eve. Okay, this was another blind buy. Not gonna lie, this one I did not know a lick about. Not a damn thing, man. But again, I trust mostly in Mondo Macabro, and so I was willing to give it a go. And this is actually a limited edition. Out of 1,000, I got number 972. And this is an interesting one because I'm not gonna lie, this thing could be categorized as a flat out porno. Okay, holy shit. Basically, the movie is about this woman who is in this sort of society, this sort of Indian style society where basically women are treated like absolute trash, and basically they're just pieces of meat, and she's trying to sort of be better than that, get out of her circumstances, but at every single turn she's just getting caught up in all of the craziness and all of the drama that is happening around her. And these sex crazed men that are just going after people, and women that are like lusting after these men, and she's just not, she's trying to like be better than that. And at every single turn is like literally just like it's not happening, man. um this is interesting, and this is actually, man, it's actually a really good movie. It's very dramatic, but man, is it sexual as a motherfucker. Like, I didn't check my watch, but at like a certain point, like I'm almost positive like every 10, maybe 15 minutes there's a sex scene in this movie, man. Every fucking 10 or 15 minutes. And I'm not even fucking kidding you, man. like like I was literally like, oh, well, here's the next sex scene. I'm like, whoa. It's a good movie though. It really is. And actually it gets really dark. Like, it's a sexual movie, but it gets really perverse and really bizarre. And at a certain point, what ends up happening is like the two chicks end up getting together. They're really close. They've been friends for a really long time. They have a really great bond. And they end up, becoming more than that. But because that happened, this community, this society does not accept that. And so now they're being hunted down by the community because now they're unclean. And it's so fucking crazy, man. I had no idea where this thing was going, dude. And it takes a wild turn. But I really appreciated it, man. And I was like, wow, this thing is just fucking bizarre. But I loved it for what it was worth, man. I mean, it's a sex crazed romp that ends up turning to this dramatic story about this woman trying to get out of her situation, to like a horror movie. Like, jeez, man, it's fucking crazy. But I dug it. I did, crazy enough, man. I really did. It's one of those movies where only Mondo Macabro, man. Seriously, only Mondo Macabro will put this shit out, dude. But at a certain point, man, I appreciate it. It was actually really good, man. Really solid. Really dug Philip. It's not for everybody, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. A lot of people are probably gonna be turned off by this movie, but man, I've seen my fair share of weird shit. So I was down for it, but man, it's not perfect, but yeah, I kind of dug it. Ain't gonna lie, man. It's definitely staying in the collection. Put it that way. It definitely is one of those weird ones where, people will look at the collection and they're like, Philip. I'm like, hey, it's what it is, man. Oh, so on to more love, more physical media love. Actually, we'll head back to Severin with none other than Santa Sangre. Yes. Oh man, this movie, man. Jodorowsky's Santa Sangre. Wow. Okay, this is another one. Severin is selling it, and here we go, man. And I'm like, I've heard really great things about this movie, and I love the trailer, and I'm like, this is a blind buy, but I'm going with it. And I actually really like this movie, man. This is a really great fucking flick. It's a wild movie. Make no mistake about it, man. It is weird and it is fucked up. but geez, man, it is interesting. It's like this sort of like circus carnival, and all the drama that goes on with it, man. It's wild. And I love the performances. It's incredibly dramatic and incredibly dark, really twisted at times, but man, I love the characters. I love the acting. I love the setting. I love just the production value with the costumes and the look of the film. It's so fantastic, man. If you've never seen it, if you've never heard of it, give it a look. It's not something that I think everyone will embrace, but it's very art house, but also very bizarre as well, man. It goes into some wild territory, but it's really good, man. I really like Santa Sangre, man. It is really good, man. For what it's worth, I really dug it. Not bad. That is definitely staying in the collection, no doubt about that, man. So from Severin, we go back to Scream Factory with none other than the Big Bust Out. Yes! Now, this is another one of those, oh, hey, by the way, we're putting out a limited stock of this. Have at it. And that's what Scream Factory does from time to time. And the Big Bust Out is yet another one of those. And if you have kept up with my pickups over the years, even the stuff that I show off at the end of the Out and About, you'll know that I do really like women in prison movies. Man, that's a genre that I've slowly been getting into more and more. And this is yet another one of these movies. And man, did I dig the hell out of this. I thought it was really great. And it's one of those movies where the women escape the prison. And then that's when the movie really gets going. Because suddenly it's like they get out of the prison, they escape, but what do? They meet up with this guy that's supposedly supposed to help them. But then he ends up screwing them over. And he sells them to like this Mata Hari dude. And suddenly, like they're now slaves to this guy, but they're trying to get out of their circumstance, and then there's this kind of nun that's protecting them. It's weird movie, but I really enjoyed the Big Bust Out, man. I thought the Big Bust Out was absolutely fantastic, man. I thought it was really well done. Ridiculous, yeah, but I tended to dig it, man. I like the Big Bust Out. Again, if you like cheesy women in prison flicks, I think you'll like this. I mean, yes, with any women in prison flick, there's a fair amount of nudity to it as well, and wild circumstances, people getting gunned down like a mofo. Yeah, there's all that stuff. But it is really fun. It is really entertaining, and it's really not even all that long, man. I mean, it's less than 90 minutes, so it is a short flick. But I liked it though. I thought it was actually good, man. Definitely a keeper. Another one to add to the women in prison, stack that I'm slowly amassing. Why not, dude? The Big Bust Out. So anime, Blu-ray of it. Glass House. I have not. I'll have to check that one out. Silhouette Animator. I will have to check that one out indeed. So, from going to Scream Factory, we'll head back into Vinegar Syndrome love, actual Vinegar Syndrome love, not sub-label stuff, actual Vinegar Syndrome releases, when we talk about Resurrection. Oh, yes. Christopher Lambert, Highlander himself, Christopher motherfucking Lambert, Resurrection. He's coming. Oh, yeah, look at this, man. Ah, look at that shit. That's good, man. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's talk this. Now, here's the truth about Resurrection, okay? This is basically a copycat of Seven. Okay, there's no doubt about it, man. And no one is disputing that. And I love Seven. And this movie will never reach the height of Seven. Ever. Okay? Fair enough. But that being said, I think it's a really good movie, man. I really dig Christopher Lambert in this. Basically, he plays this cop that's hunting down this killer. And he's very much like doing biblical references and very religious in his killings. and he's trying to figure out the pattern of this guy and trying to catch him, and it's sort of like, you know, getting into the mentality of the killer himself and all the twists and turns that go there. I really like this movie, man. I really dig it. I love the killer here, and I love the twists and turns that you don't see coming. It's not perfect. It is a bit predictable. But that being said, man, I really dug this one. I thought it was really great, and I think it's a really solid film with some really solid acting to it that I really liked. I thought it was well done, man, especially with the killings and how they're related to sort of religious scripture. I thought it was actually really solid, man. And I think this is one that not many people, it's really on their radar with Vinegar Syndrome, but I would implore you guys to check it out, man. Especially if you like Seven. This is one that you gotta give a chance to, man. Resurrection is really, really solid. I really dig this in a big bad way, man. Not half bad. Resurrection. And the slipcover is really fucking great, man. I mean, just saying, dude. Oh, dude. Okay, from Vinegar Syndrome. Actually, why not stick with the Vinegar Syndrome train? When we talk about none other than, well, more murder with All American Murder. Oh, man. Christopher motherfucking Walken, man. Oh, goddamn. Look at this. Christopher Walken, man. This is a great dude. Look at that. And look at the back, man. The back is great. Holy shit, man. That's cool. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Uh, he's about to enter a jungle of sex, sleaze, and murder. He's going to college. Shit. Oh, man. What the fuck, man? Okay, dude. This movie I had never heard of. And goddamn did I love this fucking flick, dude. Jesus. This is great, man. Because it's like part murder mystery, part comedy, and part action flick. And it's kind of like a huge hodgepodge of different genres sort of coming together, man. But it's so good. And I love Christopher Walken here, man. He plays the cop, and he comes off as this sarcastic prick, which I really love, man. Walken's so good. And I love the murder mystery where this kid in college, like, everybody thinks this guy is a loser, and he's gone from one failed attempt at going to college to another, and you know his daddy is paying shit off, and he really likes this girl, and this girl gets murdered, and now they think he did it, and so now they're on the run of trying to basically prove that he did it, basically almost like he's being framed, and he's just trying to find who actually killed her, who's after him, and, you know, having to deal with Walken a time or two. I mean, it's really great. It really seriously is a great flick, man. I really love this, the humor in it, and I love the interactions with Walken. I think it's great, dude. I had no idea about this movie. It was an absolute blind buy, and man, did I love the shit out of this. This is so good. Definitely enjoyed a little bit of All American Murder. Oh, so great, man. So good. So great. Love it. Love it with all my heart. So fantastic. Well, we'll go from Vinegar Syndrome to a little bit of Shout Select Love. Oh, and by the way, when they announced this title, like, there are certain movies on my bucket list that I love. There are certain movies where I'm like, dude, I am so thankful I live in a world where this gets a Blu-ray release. Seriously. And that is none other than Nothing But Trouble. Oh, yes. Nothing But Trouble. Look at this. Look at this. God damn, man. This thing got a Blu-ray release. Holy shit. Oh, man. Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd, John Candy, Demi Moore. Oh, man. God damn, dude. Okay. You have to remember, I watched this on VHS back in the day when I was a kid, okay? This movie has stuck with me for years. And you want to know what? Dude, man, everybody fucking trashes on this movie, and I'm like, fuck you, man. This movie is so fucking good, dude. God damn, I love this flick. And it's just weird. It's just really fucking weird. And you just ask yourself, like, how could a major studio fucking like make this, man? because it is because apparently from watching the special features, I guess Dan Aykroyd and his buddy watched Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And they thought, what if we made a Texas Chainsaw Massacre style movie, but a comedy? And so, hence, Nothing But Trouble. And, you know, I'm just shocked that they got some of the people in here, man. Like Demi Moore, dude. Like, I'm like, I just wonder, like, Demi Moore read the script and is like, I want to make this. Like, I guess maybe she thought, look, Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd, Candy, doing a comedy. I mean, whatever. But I love Dan Aykroyd here, man. I mean, as the judge, he's fucking insane. He's batshit crazy, and I love it. And I love the weird twins that are grown up but wearing diapers. And I love Chevy Chase here being a sarcastic asshole, which basically he is in real life, so it's not much of a stretch anyways. And I love John Candy here playing Chevy Chase's love interest. My God, man. Jeez. It's just weird. And it would be hard to describe this movie. It's not a horror flick. I mean, it's a horror comedy, but it's just, I mean, it's one of those movies where you watch and you're like, what? Just weird. But I've always enjoyed it, and I've always loved it, and it's always been one of those movies that stuck with me when I was a kid, and I just had to buy it. I had to, man. There's no doubt about this, because there's certain movies where you're like, this probably is never getting a release, and Nothing But Trouble is one of those. But damn, man, I'm so happy this got a release. It's so fucking great. Oh my God. I mean the production design of the house and the rooms and the bone stripper, like, I love that shit. It's so great, and it's so fucking creative. Like, you can just tell that Dan Aykroyd had so many ideas in his head to just make this, and how ridiculous it must have been on set. Like, yeah, we're gonna make this whole like bone stripper thing where it's like a maze, and you go in and it just devours your flesh and shit. Like, it's like, what the fuck? So weird, but I love it. I appreciate it. And it's so good, man. Oh, so great, man. Dude, just when you think that, movies like this aren't going to get releases, that proves it, man. Jeez, so good. God damn, man. I love that flick. So fucking awesome, dude. Wow. From one weird film to the next, suppose we'll go back to Mondo Macabro. Why not? With a limited edition, yet again, of Queens of Evil. Oh, yeah, look at that, man. That right here. Nice. Look at this. And look at this as well. Very nice indeed, man. Now, this is another one. Like I'm telling you, with Mondo Macabro, these are blind buys. These are huge blind buys. And I just go with it because it's Mondo Macabro. I figure, why not? And Queens of Evil is interesting. I actually really like Queens of Evil, man. This is probably one of my favorites that that Mondo Macabro has ever put out. I really love this flick, man. Basically, it like takes place in like the 60s, 70s flower child type of moment in history, where this guy is sort of like this, peace, free love dude, and he ends up encountering these three women, and they're gorgeous, they're beautiful. He is lost, and he's like, well, I'll just stay with these chicks in this cabin. And at every turn, like, he's being tempted by them, and he is being courted by them. and it's just too good to be true because it is. And these chicks, oh by the way, are actually witches, and there's so much stuff that goes along with them being witches, and the idea that the idea that he's sort of caught up in this game with these three chicks, and all of the sex and the complications and the confusion and the horror that goes with it. I really love this flick, man. I really do. It's one of those ones that, I give Mondo Macabro so much fucking credit because these movies, man, dude, they find some really out there stuff, man. They find things that I'm like, I've never heard of this stuff whatsoever. And this was one of those ones where I'm like, you know what? I wasn't really expecting it to be as good as it was, but it was really fucking awesome, and I really loved it. And I thought Queens of Evil was really great. I love the look of the film. It's very dreamlike, and you're going from one crazy scenario to the next, and with this guy that's just kind of going along with it. I mean, nowadays you think about that, you're like, dude, like, obviously this is a trap, but you think about it being set in the 60s, 70s, love child times, and, it was much more free flowing back in the day, dude. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, you have three chicks that are just like giving themselves to you, and you're like, okay, let's go with it. And nowadays you're like, oh man, that's really suspicious, man. But back in the day, dude. But it's really great. It's really fun. It's incredibly entertaining. I really dug it, and man, it's a really great release from Mondo Macabro with a slipcover. Which, by the way, Mondo Macabro doesn't always do slips. Just saying, they don't always do them, man. So this is definitely a special release, and it is like jam packed, dude. Absolutely jammed. It is actually limited edition. Out of 1,200, I got 180, which is not bad. And again, it comes with like the two discs. It comes with a booklet. It comes with all these type of cards in it. Huge release that they did with this thing, man. But I really loved it. And like I said, man, Mondo Macabro was one of those ones that really just go out of their way to do some really great releases. And this is yet another one of them. Really solid. Not half bad, man. So you got that. So from one scenario, great release, to one that I gotta admit I didn't love. This is the first one out of a bunch that I'm gonna admit to you guys I didn't like, okay? And I'm not keeping in the collection. And that is none other than The Crimes of the Black Cat from Cauldron. Okay, so, Cauldron technically is a newer label compared to some of the other ones, and I've gotten some that I've really liked from Cauldron, and I figured I'm going to give this one a chance. Yeah, I didn't like this one, guys. I'm not going to lie. This one is not staying. I'm definitely going to be selling this one off. It's not a bad film necessarily, and if you like these type of movies, it is definitely a giallo, but basically it's about these people who end up like they're just really despicable human beings, man. And they're just like killing people along the way, and they're not good people, and you don't feel sympathy for them. You don't feel sympathy for the people that they kidnap, and it's just not a good movie, dude. I didn't like this one. It's not really all that great, dude. I mean, killings are kind of okay, but yeah, it's kind of shit, dude. But I tried to watch it, and I wasn't engaged with it. It wasn't entertaining to me. I didn't really like the kills. I was bored, pretty much, by the movie. So yeah, Crime of the Black Cat, not that great. But again, blind buys, where a blind buy really works, another one doesn't, and that just happens. So yeah, it's okay. It's not great. I didn't really dig it. So that definitely is one that's not staying in the collection. That is for sure. But one that is staying in the collection, one that definitely is, and that is one that is now out of print. This slipcover is completely out of print, and It's staying with me, motherfucker. And that is Evil Dead 5. What? Wait a minute. No, it's not Evil Dead 5. It's, oh, by the way, Beyond Darkness. Oh, yes. Okay. So, this one, if you remember when Severin was putting these alternate slipcovers out, and they were doing it with the alternate titles, man. And I had seen this movie before. I hadn't owned it, but if there was any opportunity to do it, it was gonna be this, man. And I got it. And now they're not selling this, and it's out of print. Slipcover goes for big money. Those eBay bastards can go fuck themselves because I got it now, bitch. So, look, the truth is that Severin got in way over their heads. I think everybody can agree with that. The Severin got in way over their heads, and they were trying to do something interesting and unique, and it really just blew up in their face, man. Whether it was this one or the Terminator 2 slip for Shocking Dark, or the Jaws one, dude, they were basically just tempting companies to like sue them. That's what they were doing, dude. And eventually it was just gonna blow up in their face, and it did. I'm glad that I got this for what it is, because it is pretty unique if you think about it. But it's a good little movie. It's sort of like being in this sort of haunted house scenario with this evil entity. It's a good little flick. It's not perfect, but I absolutely enjoy it though for what it is. And I'm glad that I own it in the collection. I like the movie. I'm glad to have it. But honestly, having the slipcover is that alone is just worth the price of this release. There's just no doubt about it, man. So I have Evil Dead 5 now. Hey, why the hell not, dude? So hey, man, I'm not getting rid of that anytime soon. You can guarantee that. But wow. Silhouette Animator, you gotta have Jaws 5 too. Well, okay, I did. I used to have it. And I watched the movie, and I fucking hated the movie. So I actually sold my copy on eBay. But I have it at one point, man. So, hey, I did, but yeah, I didn't want to keep it. So hopefully it went to a home where somebody can enjoy it, man. But it is what it is, dude. So from one scenario, Evil Dead 5, to comedic, in this one, oh, from Shout Select, this is one that I watched so many years ago, and I thought I remembered it, but then rewatching it, I'm like, oh yeah, maybe I didn't remember it quite so well, actually. And that is Going Berserk. Way, with John Candy, Joe Flaherty, and Eugene Levy. Oh my god, this movie, dude. So, back in the day, whether you're going to Blockbuster or whether you're going to all these other movies, dude, and there's a hodgepodge of stuff. And John Candy is one of those actors where a lot of people remember Candy for a lot of his later flicks. The early stuff, like Volunteers or this movie, is stuff that kind of goes under the radar a bit. This movie, basically, he's about to marry this girl, which, by the way, I didn't realize this until I was watching the movie more. I'm like, God, this chick looks so familiar. And it wasn't until later that I realized, oh my God, it's the mother from the fucking Wonder Years. I'm like, what? Yeah, it's the mom from the Wonder Years. And she's about to marry John Candy. Her father is this big politician that's running for president. And John Candy owns this limo service with Joe Flaherty, and they have this friend played by Eugene Levy, who's this independent, sleazy director dude who is a complete and utter weirdo, and he's just a completely like skeevy dude. And like he's like, well, I want to film the wedding, etc., etc. And Candy's like, no, dude, no, dude, man, I'm not letting you film this. Come on, man. And so he bribes the politician to film the wedding. But then, oh, by the way, there's a cult that is trying to get rid of the politician for their own evil doings. So they end up they end up kidnapping John Candy and hypnotizing him in order to kill the politician. And this is a fucking comedy, man. this is some wild shit. And so I'm just watching this movie. I'm like, man, this movie is going in all sorts of fucking directions, man. And it's a weird one. I don't think it 100% works because it's trying to be a wacky comedy, but yet it's about this weird cult that's trying to kill the politician and using Candy to kill him, and it's like, wow. Like, Jesus, man. And I think it just goes into some really weird slapstick territory, and I don't think it 100% works. Like, John Candy is trying his hardest, man. He really is. But I think the movie just doesn't know what it wants to be. And it's just one weird scenario after another. And I still liked it. I still really enjoyed it. And I'm definitely gonna keep it in the collection. It's not one that I'm gonna revisit like all the time, but it's just an odd one, man. It's just one of those ones where I can see why it didn't get any kind of like really great love back in the day, because I think people were probably like watching this movie like, where is this thing going, dude? Like, this is crazy, dude. And it's less than 90 minutes. Like, dude, this thing breezes. So it's not bad. I like Eugene Levy here. I think Eugene Levy is funny for what he's given. Joe Flaherty is really great here as well. I love John Candy as always. It's just one weird scenario after another, man. It's fucking weird, dude. But I enjoyed it for what it was. It ain't that bad, man. So, from weird limousine drivers that are trying to kill their fiance's father to why not go some more crazy weirdness? Why not, man? Yeah, that's just weird. With none other than a little bit of MVD love with Jack Frost 2. Oh, yes, Jack Frost 2, Revenge of the Mutant Killer Snowman. Look at that, baby. Yes. Ah, nice. Nice. Now, okay. You know, this is one of those movies that is just is just, oh Jesus, man, it's so weird sequel. And yes, by the way, Silhouette Animator, I do have number one. I have the Vinegar Syndrome release of Jack Frost with the, oh, by the way, out of print slipcover, which goes for big money, and that my friend John wants like a motherfucker, and I will never give that up. Ever. You hear me, John? I ain't giving that shit up, man. So, I needed part two. I love part two. And, you know, part two is not as good as part one. The effects are not as good. The CGI is terrible. You know, the acting's pretty weak. You know, being set on a beach setting with a killer snowman doesn't really make a lot of sense if you think about it. But I've always enjoyed it, man. It's cheesy and it's ridiculous, and I love it. I can't explain it. I just love the fucking thing. And the Killer Snowballs with it. Yes, yes, the Killer Snowballs is in this. Yes, yeah. Yes, the Killer Snowballs are in this one. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, it's so great. Yeah, it's so great, man. No, I love this one. It's great. It's weird. It's bizarre. It just doubles down on just the ridiculousness, and I love it. I really do, man. And I give MVD a lot of credit for putting this out, man. And I'm sure it's not one that everybody was like, "Oh my god, I'll just buy Jack Frost too." But I really wanted it, man, and I'm so happy that movies like this get released on Blu-ray. As ridiculous as crazy as some of this straight to DVD stuff is, it's nice that they finally get some love on a really great edition, and this is one of them, dude. Not bad. Oh, so great. Love it, man. Now my Jack Frost series is complete. Not bad. And what a great cover, dude. Awesome indeed. Love me Jack Frost too. There's no doubt about that, man. Yeah, they get the Blu-ray before the Michael Keaton one. Oh, indeed does, man. So good indeed, dude. Okay, so from Killer Mutant Snowmen, hey, it is what it is, folks, to Tremors. Yes, oh, Tremors, man. Oh, the Blu-ray love for Tremors. Not bad, man. Now, Arrow. Good old Arrow love, man. So, any of you keen watchers of the channel will remember that, last year, I ended up showing this off in the Halloween horror movie playlist part 3. And at the time, I was a little worried about putting it in there because I'm like, oh my god, I haven't shown this off in a pickup video or anything yet. But I'm like, dude, I wanted to put it in the playlist. I really wanted to check this thing out, and just felt like it really fit into where I was going with the list. So I was like, fine, I'm gonna go with it. And dude, I love Tremors. I love Tremors with all my heart, man. This is one of the greatest horror flicks of the 90s. It really is. And I love the comedy here. I love the effects. I love the kills, the sci-fi premise. I love it all, man. And it just doesn't get much better when you're talking about like monster movies, creature features, than Tremors. It just feels like an old school creature feature from back in the day, just updated to modern times. And it's so well done, and it's so brilliant. And I love the twists and turns here, and I love the Tremors themselves, the graboids. I love them. And I think it's just a really great horror sci-fi comedy. It's just really fun, man. And the sequels, I'll just be honest, and I've talked about it in previous out and abouts, but, the second one I really love. The third one has its moments. Everything after that is just not really great to me. I love certain things about some of the sequels, but they're just not that great, man. Nothing will ever really top the first Tremors movie. As much as I love the second one, and I definitely do, and I own the second one, even that, still not as good, man. But still, really, really great. Really love it. Tremors, fantastic, man. Glad I own the Arrow edition. So great. I know it's out in 4K, but I got the Blu-ray. But I'm still happy with it regardless. Not bad, man. Yeah, with the TV pilot, which the TV pilot was interesting. It's kind of sad that it didn't actually go and actually, be a thing. I wish it was, man. Not bad, but absolute classic, no doubt about that, man. So from one classic to one that I didn't really like, another Blind Buy, which it's another one that Scream Factory put out. Scream Factory said, hey, by the way, we're doing this. Limited amount of copies, have at it. And that is none other than Twice Dead. Okay, so I gave this one a chance because, again, Roger Corman, I love the cover, and I wanted to check it out, man. And basically, it's about this house that this family goes in, and it's basically kind of haunted by this spirit that killed a lot of people back in the day, and they just kind of are trying to fight off this evil. And I gotta admit, I was watching this movie and I was bored out of my fucking mind watching this. And I'm gonna tell you something. Most of the ones here that I don't like are because I was bored as hell. And this is another. It was just so agonizingly slow. It was so slow, man. And I was just waiting for shit to happen. And it just never quite did it. I was waiting and I was waiting and I was waiting and I was waiting and I was like, oh my fucking god, dude. And it's just not really all that great. I like sort of haunted house style movies, but this one just didn't do it for me at all, man. I don't know. It's not really one that I would categorize as bad necessarily, but man, I just was like falling asleep like a motherfucker, man. Yeah, it wasn't good, dude. So, I tried. It didn't quite work, but twice that it is what it is, man. For 4K Media Guy, what is up? How are you, sir? What's happening? So animator, running Corbin movies are like rolling a 10-sided dice with a 7 or 8 of them being snake. Well, this is true. You are right, man. Aaron, the Tremors films are fun. It seems to get love as a comedy because there was a SpongeBob episode that parodies Tremors, which SpongeBob and Sandy stop and asking Bo, really? Holy shit. That's fun, man. Oh, man. That's cool, dude. Okay. So we'll go from one that I didn't like to another one that I didn't quite like either. This is one that I wasn't a big fan of either, and it comes from Dark Force. And Dark Force is sort of hit and miss at times. And this is an exorcism flick, and I thought I was gonna like this, but I wasn't a big fan of it. It was not as good as I was hoping for, and that is Magdalena, possessed by the devil. Now, interesting indeed with this one, also called The Devil's Female as well. Now, if you'll notice here on this slipcover, guys, you'll notice it's kind of peeling. You see that? It's peeling. See it? Right there? Yeah. The slipcover is literally peeling. I'm not even lying to you. So what Dark Force does, if you guys don't know, is Dark Force, they make these glow-in-the-dark slipcovers, right? They did one for a lot of different releases. They did one for The Dead Pit and a lot of stuff. And they were going to do one for Magdalena. And what ended up happening is that I guess whatever they do with the slipcover in order to make it glow in the dark, I guess the solution was starting to peel off of the slipcover. So it came in perfect condition at Dark Force, but once they shipped it to people, it was every copy is peeling. Every copy peels, okay? And mine does too. And they offered replacements, but the replacement slipcover was never really as good as this slipcover. So you're like, fine, fuck it, man. I'll just take this thing. And Magdalena, it's an interesting movie because basically it's like an exorcism movie. And Magdalena is this good Christian girl who, is tempted by this dark entity that takes over her body and, ends up doing very crazy and naughty things. Okay? I mean, if you were to call this a porno, you ain't wrong, okay? I'm just saying, man. This movie is fucking crazy. I have never seen an exorcism movie like this ever. And there's moments where I liked it, but there's a lot of moments where I'm like, you know, outside of the more sexual stuff, it's kind of dull. I mean, it's got great moments to it, but it's kind of just like, eh. It's not that good, man. And so I will tell you something though. I mean, here's the thing about this movie though. It's got probably the most over the top sex scene that I have ever seen in any horror movie ever. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, all I'll say is that Magdalena's uncle is ill and is staying with the family. And while she's possessed by the entity, she decides to go into the uncle's room. Okay, go into the uncle's room, pull the sheets down, and decides to give her uncle a blowjob, and literally is jerking the uncle off, and literally riding the uncle. Okay, I'm not even fucking. And by the way, if you think that if you think for a single second that they shy away from showing it off, you'd be fucking wrong, because they show everything. They even show the uncle's wang. Okay? Okay? They show it all. All right, man. They show everything. I'm not even lying to you. Oh my god, they show it all. Oh, it is fucking crazy. Holy shit. God damn, dude. And I'm like, and I'm just sitting there, I'm like, oh no. 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 No, God. God, why am I watching this? It's so bad. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. It is crazy. Oh my God, man. You know, I've seen some shit in my day. Man, I ain't never seen so holy hell, man. Yeah, I'm not keeping this in the collection, man. You know, there's moments where it's kind of fun, but there's other moments where you're like, fuck, man, this is crazy. And outside of, again, the shocking parts, it's just dull. Like, there's a few shocking parts where you're like, oh my god. But then after that, you're like, dude, it's completely fucking mundane. So you're like, what the fuck? So, yeah, Magdalena, oh man. Oh man, I've seen some shit. I have, dude. Wow. Okay. Oh man, I really have, man. Holy hell. How about we get off of the Magdalena train? Will we? and get into some good shit. And that is none other than a little bit of imprint love, overseas love, when we deal with something far better than Magdalena, and that is none other than Fire in the Sky. Oh, based on the true story. Alien abduction, November 5th, 1975, 5:49 p.m., White Mountains, northeastern Arizona. Oh, yeah, look at this. And a slip of love right there. Nice, look at that. Not bad, very cool. Look at that. Sweet. Oh, man. So this one came out before the Scream Factory version of Fire in the Sky, the one that they did, and wow, Ezra, serious? I used to bag Travis Walton's groceries at the bashes and are you serious? Whoa. Yo, that's crazy, man. Holy shit. Wow, man. Damn, dude. They were very dramatic from them. They were wow, that's crazy, dude. That's wild. Look, I have always loved this movie. And any chance that I get, whenever I talk about alien abduction movies, I always talk about Fire in the Sky. I always do. And the one reason why I always talk about Fire in the Sky because it's just that damn good. Okay, this is one of the best top tier alien abduction movies of all time. And that will never change. Okay? It is that good. I've always loved this movie. And, you know, whether you believe in aliens or not, it doesn't matter. The idea that, you know, whatever this guy was going through, whatever really happened, man, it just fucked him up for life. And it fucked everybody up, to be fair. You know, everybody who dealt with the abduction and dealt with him missing, it was absolutely crazy and ridiculous. And yeah, it's absolutely nuts. And so, yeah, so for me, it's just fucking crazy. But I've always loved the acting here. I've always loved the mystery. I've really loved, I think the best thing about this movie, or at least one of the best things that I loved about this movie, is the sequence on the alien spacecraft. That's what I think really got me, was the thing on the alien spacecraft, man. When he's getting tortured and when they're putting all of these instruments on him and you see the spaceship and the aliens, and it's just creepy. Man, it's just fucking creepy, dude. And, you know, you can say somebody's crazy all you want, but when they end up really vividly explaining something to you like this, and really, you know, going into detail, it's hard not to believe them. Put it that way. It's really hard not to believe them, and his story is really believable. And I think like he's never once wavered on it. I don't think he has. I don't think he's ever once wavered and said, "Oh, I was making this up" or something. I don't think he ever did. I think he's still stuck to his guns, very much believing. And I can't quite say I blame him, dude. I mean, look, for me, alien abduction flicks, they kind of vary. It depends on how they go about it. But this one is very much realistic in the way of its approach. And it's not trying to be crazy fantastical. It's just trying to tell a very interesting, you know, person goes missing mystery and, you know, the unexplained and how it can be twisted into somebody's psyche. It's very interesting. It's very fascinating. I love the shit out of this movie, and I've always wanted to own it. And the imprint one is absolutely fantastic, dude. It's got great special features. I've loved it. Fucking phenomenal, dude. Absolutely, I dig the shit out of this movie, man. And Ryan, I'm literally going, hey, don't worry, dude. I'm still going like a mofo. Don't worry, Ryan. Ezra, they still have the payphone up there that he used in Holbrook, Arizona as ways to take. Really? Wow. I might have to see. I gotta visit these fucking places, dude. Wow, that's crazy. Jeez. Ezra, my sister and every girl I ever dated is traumatized from that alien stuff. No, you know what, Ezra? I'm not gonna lie, man. You know, call me a whack job all you want, but I do kind of believe in the alien stuff. I kind of do, man, because there's gotta be a higher life form out there, so to speak. I mean, it just has to, dude. It's hard not to believe in it, man. You know, I mean, is there commentary on that? Is there commentary on the Fire in the Sky one? Yes, there is, actually, by the director. Yes, there is, actually. There is by the director. Aaron, Fire in the Sky looks Elements of suspense, similar to, yes, it definitely does have elements of X-Files. There's no doubt about it, man. See. I love it just the way it was shot. Is absolutely, yeah. It's terrifying. It's terrifying because they're not making it like a big budget, fantastical, like Independence Day style fucking movie, right? They're making it very realistic, and I think that's what got me about it. And that's what's, I think, why it's still effective to this day. It's so fucking good, man. So fucking good indeed. So great. No doubt about it, man. Me show and TV video game fan. Do you know how long I waited for Roadhouse? Well, hey, I think we all did. Oh yeah, yes, American Horror Story season 2 did as well, which I do like that season. It's not bad. Okay, so on to the next. We'll keep on rolling because I got a shitload load of stuff. So we'll go back to Kino Lorber. We go from crazy, weird alien hijinks to comedy hijinks, more with John Candy actually, with Once Upon a Crime. Oh, yes. My God, look at this cast, dude. John Candy, James Belushi, Sybil Shepherd, Sean Young, Richard Lewis, Giancarlo Giannini, George Hamilton. Dude, Once Upon a Crime, man, damn. Dude, I love this movie. I watched it on VHS years and years and years ago. Such a great movie. It's so good. I really dig this flick, man. Once Upon a Crime is fun. It's just fun, man. And I love it about this dog that they're trying to bring back to somebody. Somebody gets killed, and suddenly it's like hilarious of like, well, who killed this person? Everybody is connected, and there's complications, and you know the dog is really cute. and so I watched this one with my girlfriend. She had never seen it before, and she loved it. She thought it was great. I thought it was funny. And of course, the cute dog didn't hurt either, but it's really great, man. I love it. I love the relationship between some of these people, like John Candy and his wife cheating on her like a motherfucker. Why would he cheat on her? My God, she's a gorgeous woman. Why the hell would he ever do that? But yeah, he's doing that, but got his gambling addiction. Speaking of gambling addiction, James Belushi has a huge fucking gambling addiction where he's pissing away all of the money, and Sybil Shepherd is pissed as shit at him. Of course, Richard Lewis and Sean Young, they have this complicated sort of, they're strangers, but they're connected because of the dog, and George Hamilton, man. George Hamilton is just coming in and out of stories and just being like, I'm George Hamilton, and I'm suave like a motherfucker. He's just doing that shit. It's just great. And I love the comedy here, and it's awesome, and I dig it, and it's a great flick, and I'm glad to finally own it, man. It's so good, dude. It's always great. Oh, so good. Not bad. We go from murder mysteries, hilarious murder mysteries, to perhaps more murder mysteries, but not exactly comedic. And that, from MVD, is none other than Snapdragon with Pamela Anderson. Ah, yes, good old Pamela Anderson. Look at that, man. Man, that's when Pam Anderson was one hot motherfucker, man. Jesus. Okay, so, Pam Anderson. Think about it. Pam Anderson back in the day, man. I mean, we're talking, I think this is pre-Baywatch. This is pre-Baywatch. This is pre-Barbed Wire. And I really dig this movie, man. Basically, Pam Anderson is this chick. It's kind of like a mystery where she has this sort of very rough childhood. And with gangs and sex trade stuff, and there's killings that are going on with these men, and the cop is kind of connecting Pam Anderson to this. But Pam Anderson is so fucking hot and so fucking sexy that he's kind of caught in her web of deceit and lies. And, you know, will it be the end of him, or will he finally get out from under, you know, Pamela Anderson's vajayjay, pretty much? But I mean, my God, man, this is really great. I really like this. I think Pam Anderson is fucking hot shit. There's literally scenes in this movie where you see it, man. You see it, and you're like, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, if she was in my bed, you know, I'd hope my girlfriend would give me a hall pass. I mean, just saying. But I'm like, geez, it's really very mysterious. I like the idea. I don't want to give away the twist because I mean, if you've seen it, you know it, but I don't want to give away it. But it's really great. And Pamela Anderson is not exactly the best actress, though. See that's the thing, because the movie's good, but Pam Anderson is sort of getting off more by her looks than her acting ability. But she does just enough of a good job where I'm kind of okay with it. It's still fun and entertaining. It's definitely not one that she's going to be remembered for. She's obviously going to be remembered more for Baywatch or stuff like that, but it's still a decent little flick that I do really love. So it's not bad, man. I dig it for what it's worth. Put it that way. Pre-Strepperella, yes, very very true. Um, I've been eyeing that one, like those cheesy 90s erotic thrillers. Yes, this is definitely one of those erotic thrillers that, you know, it's like, hey, it was what it was, man. But it's actually pretty solid. I do really like it. Okay, wow, man, we got a hell of a lot of stacks still here. So much stuff to talk about, guys. I hope you've liked this so far. If you do, please give the stream a thumbs up. Share it with people. The better off it is for the algorithm, you know, all that jazz. Thank you. Really appreciate you guys still being here. So much stuff to show off. Let's keep this rolling with some Scream Factory goodness. We're back to Scream Factory yet again. Collector's edition love for one that a lot of people really dug, and so did I. And that is none other than Alone in the Dark. Oh, yes. Look at this, baby. Scream Factory love. Oh, man. Oh, look at that. So good, man. Jack Palance, Martin Landau, Donald Pleasance. Oh, yeah. So good, man. No, not the U-Bowl one. Wait. No. Oh, this is the classic, man. Dude, I think this was on a lot of people's bucket list, especially if you're a horror movie lover. And it's just basically about these three guys that escape this mental institution and just fucking go on a killing spree. And it's a really great horror comedy, and I really love the hijinks in this. I love the acting, and it's just really fun, and it's incredibly entertaining, and I dig this one so much, man. I'm so happy Scream Factory released this. It's got some great special features in it as well. I love it. If you guys have not checked this out, and just for the actors alone, it's really great. But there's some really great kills in here. So fantastic, dude. Great. Like mental patients escaping. So great. Love it. Great. Awesome flick. So we go from killer, crazy mental patients, because why not? Oh, what year was that? The year was 1982, I think. 82 or so, around there, I think. Yeah, around there. So we're going to one that, again, I didn't really love. I didn't really enjoy. Man, I know a lot of people like this flick, and I wanted to give it a chance. MVD put it out. I was really hoping I was going to like this one, but I didn't really, because, not gonna lie, it kind of bored me. And Morbius? No, I know, I definitely didn't buy Morbius. And that is none other than Mortuary. Ah, yes, Mortuary. Before your funeral, before you are buried, before you are covered within the last shovel full of dirt, Be sure you are really dead. Ah, that's for sure, man. Look, I don't hate this movie. I watched it. I thought it was fine. I was okay. I was just kind of bored with it, honestly. I was bored with the movie. It's got some good actors in it. Bill Paxton is in this. He's good in it, but I don't know. I wanted more out of it. I was just bored, and I thought it was going to be better than it was, and I just kept sitting there being like, "Yeah, it's okay," but I'm not really digging this flick. I know a lot of people who are really hardcore horror lovers really like Mortuary, but I just didn't really dig it, man. It wasn't really my jam. I wish I would have liked it, but man, not really, man. Could have been way better. It had its moments, but it wasn't really my thing. Yes, actually, what I will say this though, what's really great about MVD and what I really think is cool about them is that they, on their slipcovers, they do this kind of cool stuff where they put in like old sort of VHS looking stickers, which is really awesome actually. I love those old stickers so much. I just wish the movie was better. It is what it is. It's not great, but I thought it was all right. Yeah, it's not staying in the collection though. But what is staying in the collection, and this is a weird one, man. This is weird as shit. But I got to admit, I did not know where this was going. And this is some crazy shit, man. And that is none other than Meatball Machine. Oh, my lord, Meatball Machine. What? Oh, wow. This movie, dude. So, if you had kept up with the Blu-ray pickup videos over the years, I ended up getting something from Mondo Macabro a long while ago. And I think it was none other than, oh yeah, it was Gemini. And if you remember me talking about Gemini, I was talking about it and I was like, you know what? I really like this movie. Really interesting Asian cinema. And I was like, you know what? I really got to get more into Asian cinema. I really do. And so I decided in 2021 I was going to get into more Asian cinema. And Meatball Machine is one of those ones where that I decided to get into. And man, is this movie just wild. This is a weird fucking movie, dude. Holy shit, man. It goes into some crazy places, man. I don't even know. I mean, yeah, so I'll just read the back here because trying to explain this thing is crazy. Japan is being invaded by a parasitic alien life form, finding human hosts to insert themselves into and transforming the host into slave cyborgs. When factory worker Sachiko is infected and transformed, her half-infected colleague Yoji steps up to save her with the deadly weapons growing out from his body. Okay? Part tragic love story and part body horror, man. This thing is like a David Cronenberg film on acid. Damn, man, this is some wild shit. I love this movie. I love this fucking movie, dude. This movie is batshit insane. It is just nuts. And I love because this parasitic alien attaches to you and you're almost turning into like a fucking like, you know, like a fucking weird human version of the fucking Terminator or some shit. It's crazy. And you know, all kinds of different mechanics and stuff is coming out of your body and it's sort of like transforming you into this emotionless machine. Man, is it wicked. I love the horror in here. I love the blood and gore. My God, man, they do not skimp on that, man. When they kill motherfuckers in this, Jesus, do they kill them? My God, man, they turn them into puddles of goo. Yo, this thing is just nuts, and I love it, man. You know, we talk about some wild films here in the States. Man, fuck that, dude. Watch shit overseas, man. Watch Meatball Machine because, man, you ain't seen nothing yet until you see this flick. My God, man, this is crazy, but it's so fucking good, dude. Man, it is wild. Man, I'm looking into more Asian cinema because if they're anything like Meatball Machine, dude, I'm a very happy camper. In fact, I bought stuff in 2022 that I haven't even shown you guys yet that is wild. So, yeah, trust me, man. I'm doing my best, but this is going in the collection. There's no doubt about that. I love that movie so much, man. Silhouette Animator. Ass Zombie Toilet of the Dead is by the same guy, I think. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Okay. Sure, why the hell not, man? Okay, wild shit, man. Jeez, okay. It's on Tubi. Oh yes, Azra. Give it a chance, man. It's wild, dude. You will be like, yo, what the fuck did I just watch? But you'll be so happy you did. Seriously, you will, man. So from one sci-fi scenario to the other, I picked up the Arrow edition of Dune. Oh, yes, did I, man. Look at this baby. Look at this bad boy. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Nice. Oh, yes. Oh, man. The 4K love of Dune. Now, man, let me tell you something. Okay. I liked the new Dune movie. Not many people did. I get it. A lot of people were like, God, that shit's boring. Even my girlfriend, man. My girlfriend tried watching the new Dune movie, and she was fucking bored. And I was like, you just gotta have a certain sensibility in watching this stuff. But I remember a time when people were 100% shitting on Dune. This movie, Dune. They were absolutely doing it. And now, I think a lot of people look back on this movie and they're like, actually, you know what? It's actually pretty good. And I'm like, yeah, it actually really is, man. And I really love this flick, man. And, it's weird because you take the book and you have the David Lynch sensibilities and you put them together and you get one wild fucking ride, man. You get some nutty wild ass rides, man. You really honestly do. It is some nuts, crazy wild shit, man. It truly is. And you know, I love what they did with this though. It isn't exactly the book. They stray far from it at times. But I love Kyle MacLachlan here. I love Sting. I love the look of the film. I love the effects. I think David Lynch really was trying to do something crazy and weird and unique. Sort of this weird mind meld between the source material and his own way of thinking. And I think overall it kind of worked. I do think it's more entertaining than the new one. I do think it is, man. And, I'm glad that I bought it. Even a sort of maligned sci-fi epic like this is still pretty goddamn interesting at the end of the day. It really is. And you know, you can go this way of adaptation or you can go more of the straightforward route like they did with the new Dune, but I think both work, but I think this one is more entertaining in its approach. I am curious to see where they go with Dune Part 2. I'll be there in the movie theater watching it, no doubt about that. But I would have always loved to see where they would have went more with this if David Lynch would have continued it. But it's still great, man. It's still great, and this is a great set, and I love it. It comes with the booklet and the poster, and it's great. And I definitely wanted to own this bad boy in a big bad way, man. More Arrow love in the collection. Not bad indeed, man. Not bad at all. Let's see. Yes. I have Patrick Stewart. Yeah, I love that too. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that he was doing that as I mean, I'll be watching the Fablemans probably with my mother, but I'll definitely have to check that out though. That's interesting. Okay, cool. Huh. Okay, so we get Dune out of the way. We can get all the Dune love out of the way. And might as well go back to a little bit of Scream Factory goodness. Might as well. More horror love. With a movie that was kind of interesting to me, and I wanted to check it out, and I'm glad I got a chance to because it's actually really solid, actually. And that is The Hand. Yes, The Hand. Look at this, man. Yo. Ah, nice. Nothing will prepare you for The Hand. No. Okay, so this movie I had never heard of. But I'm damn glad that I now have a chance to have watched it and like it. And dude, it's really great. Basically, it's about Michael Caine. He plays this animator, father, and husband to this woman where they have kind of a rough relationship. And what ends up happening is that they get into this argument on the road. There's an accident. He loses his hand, literally like chopped off, loses his hand in the accident. And now he's like depressed and everything's happening around him and things are like just going haywire and he ends up kind of getting this job at a college to kind of get away. But the weird thing is, like, killings are going on around him. Like, all of these people that he's interacting with are getting killed. Is it the hand? Or is it actually him? Well, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say. Like, that's up to you guys to actually like watch the movie. But I loved it. I dug this movie. I thought it was fucking great. And I didn't even know that this movie was directed by Oliver Stone until I was like, oh my god, Oliver Stone directed this movie? It's wild, dude. I love the sequences with the hand. I love how he directs the kills. I love Michael Caine here, man. Michael Caine, this theater classically trained actor, man, is just slowly going out of his mind. And he's like losing it. Oh, he's just going. It's like his hair. His hair is just like he's just like wild and shit. He's like, oh, like fucking going out of his mind, man. I love this fucking flick, dude. It's so great. God, it was so entertaining, dude. And I give them credit because look, this movie I think came out in 1981. So this is before Evil Dead 2. Okay, so a lot of people sort of credit Evil Dead 2 as, oh, well, that's really the flick that really gave us, like killer hand horror. I'm like, no, actually the hand beats it by several years. And so like I got to give the hand a lot of credit because this one came first. It really did. Doesn't get nearly as much love. I can understand why, but it's still fantastic. Really fucking good, man. Just saying. Really great. Glad I have that in the collection, man. No doubt about that. Oh, wow. So that is one right there. That's great. But now we go to more killer love. Why not? When we talk about a movie that I ended up contributing to on Indiegogo, I ended up contributing to their campaign, and I'm so glad I did because these guys are fantastic, and I will support anything that they do because I love them to death. And that is none other than Slash Lorette Party. Oh, yes. Look at this. Scream now or forever rest in peace. So, look at this, man. Slash Lorette Party. All of the signatures, the directors, the actors, right there, baby. Right there indeed, man. So, I really love these directors. They've done some really great work before that I really dig. And, you know, they love sort of old school cheesy style horror. and they love making these type of movies. And basically, Slash the Rep Party is about, obviously, these girls that are going to this cabin for this bachelorette party that they're gonna have before the big wedding, and slowly but surely people are dying around them. Who's the killers, what's happening, all the crazy horrific complications that go there. It's a fun little movie. It really is. It reminds me of old school VHS 80s horror from back in the day. It really does, man. It's funny. I love the kills. I love the gore. I was sitting here watching the movie with John and Bob, and we had a really great fun time watching this flick, man. It was really great. We had a wild time watching it. It's not perfect. There is moments where, the end is not as great as I was hoping it was going to be. But that being said, though, I still really love this flick. And I love how they really treat it like this old school 80s slasher, which is really fun, man. It's a really good little flick that I really do dig, and I think it's phenomenal, man. So I had fun with it. I really did. And I contributed to their next campaign that they're currently filming and editing. So down the line, I will get to show off their next work that they are doing. And I continue to support them to this day. No doubt about that. I absolutely do. So there you go. And not half bad, man. Not half bad at all. If you love good 80s slasher love, give it a chance. Think you might like it. Slash the Red Party. Not bad indeed. And now, might as well get into some more Kino Lorber love. More comedic team-up goodness? Perhaps. With none other than Bird on a Wire. Oh, yes. He's every woman's dream and one woman's nightmare. Oh, indeed, man. Bird on a Wire. Oh, my God. Mel and Goldie together. Dude, I watched this back in the day on VHS. I love this movie. I love the comedic action between the two. I think it's fun. I think it's, it's not the most memorable movie of all time, but I like the chemistry between the two, and I like the acting, and it's entertaining, and it's one that I've always kind of been a fan of. And when Kino Lorber ended up actually, releasing it, I'm like, dude, I gotta get this thing because I really love it, and I haven't seen it in so long, and it's still fun. It's still really great to this day. A great, cool little sort of comedic action adventure flick, but between these two that can't stand one another, which is so great. It is cool, and I love these actors. So easy buy indeed. Bird on a Wire, not bad. And, oh, by the way, speaking of Goldie Hawn, because, why not? This one was an easy buy for me when I pick up none other than Overboard. Oh, yes, by the way, from Severin Films. I can't believe Severin released this. Severin released this motherfucker. Seriously, man. That's some wild shit, dude. Man, releasing this shit, man. I'm like, when they announced it, I was thinking to myself, like, Severin and Overboard, like, that makes no fucking sense to me whatsoever. But hey, whatever. They released the flick, man. Dude, I love this movie, dude. It's one that I watched again in the VHS era. I loved it, and I love Kurt Russell and Goldie here, man. I absolutely do. And it's always been one of these movies that I've loved where basically she's this rich, pompous bitch. He's this sort of plumber fixer guy, screws him out of money, and oh, by the way, she ends up getting amnesia falling off the boat, goes to the hospital, and he's thinking, you know what? Actually, I'm going to take advantage of the situation. Fuck it. She doesn't remember shit. So, you know what? I'm going to say that I'm her husband. Hey, I'll just fake all the paperwork. I'll do all this stuff. She's mine. She'll cook. She'll clean. Ah, shit, man. Maybe I'll sleep with her a time or two, and get revenge on her, and all of the hilarious complications that go with that. And I've loved this flick. I think it's funny as hell, hilarious. I love the chemistry between Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell. And this was one of the movies where basically they became an item. They really loved each other, and the chemistry was there, and they just ran with it, man. And I've always loved it. I thought it's incredibly entertaining, and it still holds value to this day. I still really love the movie, and it's just great. And I'm glad to really have a great edition of the movie out there. I just never thought that Severin was ever going to release something like this. That's the biggest thing, dude. I mean, if you're gonna watch any Overboard movie, you're gonna watch this one. Don't watch the remake, okay? I watched the remake. I went through that shit. That's a terrible movie. Watch this one. You'll thank me later, okay? Seriously. Really, you will, man. Oh, man. You seriously will. Movie fan, glad you're back. I just pre-ordered the Frighteners 4K from the UK Turbine. The US won't get the release till 2000. What is it? Hey, Frighteners is a great movie. So, hey, if you want it, have at it, man. Glad to see you on the live stream, sir. Appreciate the love. Indeed. Thank you. Thank you, all of you, by the way, for sticking here and staying with me. So, God, where do we go next, man? I've got still a huge fucking stack, dude. My God, man, this stack is fucking nuts, dude. So, where do we go next? Well, I suppose we'll go with another one that I wasn't really a huge fan of. Why not? We'll show more love to the not so great movies when. Man, I really wanted to like this movie too. God damn it. And that is none other than Elvira's Haunted Hills. Ah, man. Okay. Hey, wonderful Elvira. Look, I'm not going to lie. I like Elvira. In fact, what am I saying? I love Elvira. I think Elvira's great. And, I mean, look at this cover, dude. Look at it. Come on. You know where you're staring. Okay? And the thing about this movie is that they tried to make this movie into sort of like this sort of gothic old school horror flick where Elvira is playing this sort of ditzy, stupid chick. And I didn't really like it, man. I don't know. I didn't really like the setting. I'll always love Elvira, and Elvira is great in the movie, but everything around her isn't really all that great. It's kind of dull and boring, and I wish it was just more wild and crazy and fun. It's just sort of stupid hijinks for stupid hijinks' sake. I love Mistress of the Dark. I love Mistress of the Dark. I think it's such a really great movie, but this one I just didn't think really hit me in the right way, man. I wanted to. Huge Elvira fan, but it just didn't really do much for me, unfortunately, because I love Elvira to death, but this movie is just, outside of Elvira herself, it's just kind of dull and stupid, and didn't really care for it all that much. Shame. Wish I would have liked it, but not so much, man. Oh, but one that I did like, one that I really loved, one from MVD, which is not bad at all, one that I really dig, a really great horror flick, and that is The Taking of Deborah Logan. Oh, yes. Oh, man, look at this, baby. Now, this is one of the newer horror flicks to come out in the last, I don't know, like, 10 years or something like that. And it's a really great movie about this old chick that is kind of, you think she's kind of going through dementia or something like that, and it's something way more than that, man. It's really wild, and it's some sort of like demonic entity that's inside her. It's really great. I love the slow way that she's sort of losing her mind and sort of rotting away from the entity. And I love how towards the end of the movie, she just becomes like this just absolute like sort of demonic, weird looking chick. And her mouth is like opening crazy to like put people's heads inside her mouth. Like it's just fucking nuts. But I really love it, and it's just a slow build to some really great horror elements, which I really loved, man. I thought it was a really solid, actually. I really liked this one. Actually, not bad. A really good little flick that I absolutely dug. Not bad. So not bad at all. It is eerie. Yeah, the mouse scene is very eerie indeed. I really like that one a lot. So, from one horror extravaganza to another, I suppose. Well, not really extravaganza, but unknown gem? Perhaps. In He Knows You're Alone. No, he does, because every girl is frightened the night before her wedding. Oh, indeed it is. And this chick ought to be very goddamn terrified. Oh, it is indeed, man. Oh, wow. This is known for none other than it being Tom Hanks's one of his first films and one of his only horror films. Let's be real, man. Um, you know, this is a fun little flick. I actually really enjoyed this film, man. I thought it had some really good creepy elements. I love the killer in this movie. Before or after Mazes and Monsters? I think this is before. This is before Mazes and Monsters. This is a really good little flick, which I really enjoy. I think it's really fun. It's incredibly entertaining. It's got a really good creepy killer to it as well. The idea that this killer is out here stalking women and killing them, but not just any women, by the way. He's killing sort of brides to be. And I really love that, man. This is definitely one worth checking out. It really is, man. It's really entertaining. It's got some good kills in it. It's got some really great stalking sequences. Really love this film a lot, man. It's one that I didn't know about, and I just blind bought it from Scream Factory, and it really is well worth it, man. Not bad. He knows you're alone. He does indeed, baby. But from one horror extravaganza to another, one that I'm not gonna lie. Back in the day, we probably hated on this movie, but now we kind of look back on it and are kind of like, you know what? It's got some charm to it, and I definitely do like it now, probably more than I did back in the day. And that is none other than House of Wax. A House of Wax remake, by the way. Yes, with Paris Hilton. Yes, with Paris Hilton, indeed. Oh, man. The collector's edition. Alicia Cuthbert, Chad Michael Murray, Jared Padalecki, and yes, as I said, Paris Hilton. Okay, so, you know what, man? Let me be real here. Let me be real. Horror remakes, man. Horror remakes are, man, most of them are fucking shit. Okay, let's be real, man. Yeah, God, most of them are shit. And every so often, there comes along a remake that you're like, you know what? Actually, it's not half bad. And this is one of those movies, man. And I feel like it's actually really good. It's really smart. It's clever. And I love what they do with the idea of the House of Wax, because the old school Vincent Price classic is what it is, right? It's a really great movie, but you can't do that same premise yet again, updated to modern times. You need to change it up a bit. And I like the way they did it here. I really did, man. I thought the kills were really cool. I love the creativity with the wax itself. I thought it was really well done, man. I really did. And I love the Paris Hilton kill. Come on, man. I love the Paris Hilton kill. And I think they actually, I believe they promoted, when the movie came out, they promoted Paris Hilton dying for the movie. I think they did, like, watch the movie to see Paris Hilton die. I think they did, man. And I can't quite blame them because, back in the day, you kind of wanted Paris Hilton to die. So, yeah, and it is satisfying. It really is, man. And I really dig it. I really do, dude. You know, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but as far as horror remakes go, and look, man, I've seen a lot of bad shit when it comes to horror remakes. This, pretty solid. Just saying. Just saying, indeed, man. Not bad for the horror remake love. Yeah. It's actually Paris Hilton's finest movie by far. And I mean by far. Oh, yeah. Oh, my lord. Do I? Oh, my god. Well, from one movie that I really liked to another that I wasn't really a big fan of, man. I wanted to be, because it came from Severin. Want to like it. Fuck it, man. Sometimes you don't win with Invaders of Lost Gold. Let me just end up not showing the boobs. So, you know what, man? I really wanted to like Invaders of the Lost Gold. I really honestly did, because it's one of those movies where, as far as I'm concerned, it's got a great idea behind it. The idea of going into the jungle and everything like that. It's got an idea behind it, which is interesting. The whole idea of sex and treasure and crazy kills. But the problem is the movie's boring. The movie is absolutely boring as shit, and I didn't really like it. I didn't really care for it, man. It's not really all that great, and even the sex scenes are kind of boring. And man, when the sex scenes are boring, that's when you just are like, fuck, dude. Yeah, it just shit, man. It wasn't that great, dude. I mean, it's got its moments, but it's not that great. And the problem that I was really wanting, and really what kind of sort of pissed me off a little bit, is because it's got Laura Gemser in it. That's the one thing that's really so disappointing about this, because if you guys have kept up with the pickups over the years, you notice that I've picked up a lot of Laura Gemser titles over the years, and I've picked up a lot of stuff that she's done, and I've really loved Laura Gemser movies. And this was another one where I'm like, oh man, Laura Gemser is in it, I gotta get this. And I watched it and I'm like, dude, even if Laura Gemser is in it, and I love looking at Laura Gemser, I'm still like, dude, this is boring as shit. So yeah, I'm not keeping it, man. As much as I love her and love the movie she's in, this is not a keeper, man. It's just boring. And it's just not really all that entertaining. I tried, didn't quite work, man. But hey, it's worth it to at least try, man. But one that I did like, yeah, another one from good old Mondo Macabro, even. And, oh, by the way, another Paul Naschy flick. Yes, we're back to Paul Naschy love in The Howl of the Devil. Yeah. Oh, look at that. In his isolated mansion, he conjured up a world of horror. Look at this. Oh, man. Cool little reinvention of the Universal monsters. Very interesting indeed, dude. Now, I like that. That looks like a graveyard smash. So now this is an interesting movie where Paul Naschy plays this reclusive, sort of wealthy dude in this mansion, where he ends up dressing up in these various different costumes and kills people. And I actually really like this movie, man. It's actually really fun and really entertaining, and Paul Naschy really has fun playing Frankenstein and Dracula and the Hunchback from Notre Dame and so on and so forth. And he's really just having a ball playing these characters and being overly theatrical and killing women. Like it's just one of those things, man. It's actually really fun, and I love Paul Naschy here. He's got such a great personality, especially when he's in his makeup and he gets to be overly theatrical with this stuff. He's so great, man. It really is phenomenal. I really dig it. From 1988, Spain, 1988, man. Not bad, dude. Really great little flick, man, which I really enjoy. And it comes with little like art cards and everything, so it's really cool, dude. I really enjoy this one. Another Mondo Macabro special that I absolutely dug. Not bad. Very cool. If you like Paul Naschy, you like Universal Monsters, it's a way to get it in and still make a cool little Paul Naschy flick. Definitely enjoy that one, man. Not bad at all. So, from Paul Naschy in his horror love to a little bit more horror goodness, more of a, modern day take on Alfred Hitchcock, dare we say, with none other than a little bit of Vinegar Syndrome sub-label love with Summer of '84. Oh, look at that, man. You're peeping on the wrong people, bud, because they're about to come after your ass. Oh, indeed they are, man. Summer of '84. Now, this was one that I absolutely wanted to get. There is no doubt about that, man, because this is great. This movie is fucking amazing. As you can see right there, comes out like this. There you go with that. I said right there. Right there, too. Look at that. Very nice. And then, yeah, look at that. Very cool, man. This is a really great movie. The reason I found this movie, the reason that I did, was actually because of John. John ended up getting one of the Blu-ray copies a long time ago from Amazon. He ended up getting it. It was kind of like a burned copy. And he told me to watch it. He's like, dude, you got to watch this. And I did. And I'm like, dude, this is great. It takes elements. It feels very Stranger Things, 80s, but it feels very much like Hitchcock Rear Window, where this kid sees something he's not supposed to see, and basically he's trying to tell everybody, oh my god, this is happening, and nobody believes him, and him and his friends have to try to take this person down. Great flick, man. I love this flick. It's fun, incredibly entertaining, some great horror elements to this. Love it, love it, love it. So great, man. If you have not seen Summer of '84, please, by all means, see it. And what I really love about this release, other than the great addition that they did, is that, oh, by the way, this is even cooler, is that it actually comes with a milk carton. I'm not even kidding you, dude. It comes with a milk carton. Look. It's a mini milk carton of one of the people that is missing in the movie. It's so cool. Look at that. It's so awesome, man. That is really great. Great, dude. I really love that, man. That is some clever shit, man. That is great, dude. And I really love this one. I thought it's really great, and it's really clever. It's a clever film, which just got some clever moments, some great performances by the kids. It's so good, man. It's way better than it has any right to be. It's so effing fantastic, man. Love this movie. I'm so glad this got a great addition. It's so good. Really love that one, indeed. But I suppose from one horrific situation to the next, because we're diving into a little bit more of sub-label love, Ezra, I remember when they had to take the kids off the milk cartons that were missing because it was traumatizing kids at home. Oh, okay, really? I wonder why they had gotten rid of that. But that's so cool with the milk carton, though, isn't it? So great. Is none other than the next one being the WNUF Halloween special. Oh, yes. Look at this, baby. Nice. Yes. Oh, look at that. So cool. So great indeed, man. I love, 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 and I'll continue to say love the WNUF Halloween special. Now, I originally had the DVD of this, and I loved this movie. It's basically it's trying to be this sort of like broadcast local television event where it all goes to hell in a handbasket. And I won't really say much about it, but it's so fun. They shoot it like it's almost like a TV special, and there's like the weird commercials in it and everything, and it's a really great fun little homage to old school, yes, like 80s horror, but like almost like local television horror, right? Like back in the day. And they shoot it very much like it's a TV episode, but it's so great to it, and it's got some really clever moments. And I just want to say, I really love Chris LaMartina as a director, and you'll see him again in this lot. But I'm actually friends with him on Facebook. The director of this movie, I'm friends with him. I've actually met him once. Me and Bob, when we went to one of the horror conventions years and years ago, we met him, and at the time it was his fiance, who's now his wife, and she's really nice as well. They both were great, and we watched Call Girl of Cthulhu, which is a great flick. And afterwards, he had a Q&A, and we met him after the Q&A, and we were just me and Bob had talked to him for like 5 minutes, and he was really gracious, really humble, really great guy, and I've kept in touch with him ever since. And so he's friends with me on Facebook, and he's a great dude. I love his filmmaking style. He's probably one of my favorite indie directors working right now. I love his sensibilities. I love the horror that he does. And the WNUF Halloween special is absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. It's one of those movies that is an absolute Halloween must-watch. No doubt about it. And in fact, he also has a sequel to the WNUF Halloween special as well. So if you really like this movie, he does have a sequel that's out as well. It's on DVD, but it is out there. So just so you guys know, I contributed to the campaign to get that thing made, and I've got my DVD copy of that, so I'm so happy to have that, man. But this is a great flick. Even without the sequel, this is just a fun film, man. Well worth diving into. Love this flick, man. Not bad. Love it. Glad to finally have that in Blu-ray form over the DVD. I just looked it up. It says the budget was $1,500. That's insane. Never heard of it. I'm definitely checking it out. Thank you. Yes, you're welcome. So fun. So fun, Ezra. You gotta check it out, man. So good. So now on to more love. Yes. Well, I guess we'll go back to Van Damme. Why not? Why not get back to Van Damme, dude? When we go back to 88 films with a one hell of a Van Damme classic, man, and that is Cyborg. Look at that. Cyborg, baby. Look at that, man. So fucking good, dude. Wow. So fantastic. And in fact, the director, Albert Pune, ended up like recently passing away. And it's like, it's a goddamn shame, man. It is such a really great movie. It's great sci-fi action gold. I love this movie. It is so great, so incredibly entertaining. Van Damme is absolute kick ass here. I love this. He's great in here so much, man. Deborah Richter's really good here as well. So good. If you guys have never seen Cyborg, you gotta do it. It is just so fucking entertaining. And I love the sci-fi premise, and I love him going up against this bad guy. Look at that. So cool, man. This was one of those like peak Van Damme films. So fucking awesome in this flick, dude. I can't say I love Van Damme and everything. Clearly not, but this is so good. And this is a limited edition. Out of 3,000, I got 2,998. Yeah, man. Damn, man. I was like this close. But yeah, it's really great, man. I love this movie. Jean Claude is fucking awesome. Yeah, it's great. It's just a great, really action classic. Another really great, I think, Canon film. It's another one from Canon, dude. Canon made some really great shit, and Cyborg is one of them, dude. Awesome. Love that. Definitely going in the collection. No doubt about that. Yeah, Rip Albert definitely died. The sets for the canceled Canon film, the Spider-Man film, were used. Oh shit, really? Yes, Red Ladder Media just reviewed it as well, so perfect time to show it off, I suppose. Not bad. So, where do we go next? I guess we'll go with another one that I wasn't really a big fan of. I wanted to like it, but I didn't. It's another one from Severin. Taking a stab at some of the Severin stuff, and it just didn't quite work with A Scream in the Streets. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And so this is a crazy, wild movie. A city ripped apart by sin and lust. A Scream in the Streets is basically about just all the crazy shit. Yes, it is. It is X-rated, rated, no doubt about that, man. Um, Yeah, it is. It is one of these movies where it's basically like crime in the streets, right? Like all the crazy crime that's going on these city streets, and all of the depravity that's going on. That's pretty much what it is, man. And I don't know. It was kind of boring, and it was just like, okay, this crime stuff is going on. Oh my god. Oh, it's so horrible. Gee, just go to downtown, dude. You see that shit every day. I'm like, what the fuck? So I don't know. I thought it was okay for what it was, but it wasn't perfect, and I was just kind of like, whatever, dude. Like they basically hyped this film up to be like, oh my god, like this is the most depraved thing you're ever gonna see ever, and I'm like, I've seen worse. So I'm like, yeah, whatever. It is okay for what it is. Not my cup of tea, though. Just saying. Not my cup of tea. So, from one crazy situation, I suppose, to one that's really nuts, and one that I really loved, man. And this is one from Severin that I absolutely dig. Man, I had never heard about it, but I'm so glad that I watched this. This is a wild movie. And that is none other than Perdida Durango. Oh, man. Rosie Perez, Javier Bardem. Oh, my God, man. This movie, holy shit. This fucking wild-ass thing, dude. Yo. Yeah, like I said, I had never seen Perdita Durango before, and when Severin put out the trailer, I literally was like, what the hell is this, dude? Like, this is some crazy like Mexicano fucking bloodbath movie, man. I mean, basically Rosie Perez is like this psychotic chick, and she meets up with Javier Bardem, and Javier Bardem is an even more psychotic motherfucker. And basically, they sleep together, and suddenly she's on the road with him, and they have this whirlwind romance, and they kidnap these two white teenagers. These two completely like innocent teenage kids that were going on their first date, and they literally like kidnap them, and they are just like in a whirlwind of shit with these two psychopaths, man. And it's just one crazy wild scenario after another, man. I mean, whether it's like snorting shitloads of cocaine or doing sacrificial sacrifices, skinning people, crazy wild rape sex. Jeez, I'm like, what in the fuck is going on in this thing, man? God damn, it's nuts. And every time that you think it doesn't get any crazier, it gets even more crazier. Jeez, it's this movie's wild. It's nuts, and I loved every second of it. And I think I did because, man, you cannot take your eyes off of Javier Bardem. You cannot take your eyes off of Rosie Perez. They just have such charm and such chemistry together that you're like, man, I just want to like really dive into this more and more and more. And you're like, oh, dude, this is fucking crazy and nuts, and it's just so insane, the depravity of that. And yeah, it just, to me, is just one wild ride after another. It just really is, dude. And oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you guys that James Gandolfini is in this movie. James Gandolfini is in this, and he plays the cop that is going after Javier Bardem in the flick. And he's great in this film as well, dude. He's fucking awesome in this thing. And so it is fucking nuts, man. It's weird, and it is blood-soaked madness. But goddamn, I love this, man. This was one that I really dug. So Perdita Durango, nuts as it may be, man, does it have charm to it. Definitely love the shit out of that. That was really, really good. Then, why not we get off of the horror train for a little bit, just a wee bit, when we end up going back to Imprint, because I love my Imprint. I love them. When they did one of my favorite movies of all time. I know you're thinking to yourself, oh my god, this must be a goddamn classic. Well, not really, but it's a classic to me, and that is none other than Let It Ride. Oh, let it ride. Let it ride. Oh man, this movie, dude. I love this movie so much. This is incredibly entertaining. One of my favorite movies ever. Dead serious about that, man. One of my favorite. Richard Dreyfuss, Jennifer Tilly. This is like an early Jennifer Tilly role, man. This is early Jennifer Tilly, dude. It's got some really great fucking people in this movie. So let me explain why it's one of my favorite movies. Because I'm sure some of you are kind of scratching your head. You're like, wait a minute, why is this one of Seth's favorite movies necessarily? What the fuck here? There's a reason why. The biggest reason is the fact that this was one of my father's favorite films. So my father was a heavy gambler. Huge heavy gambler. And, out of all the faults that he had, gambling was probably the biggest of them all. And he just couldn't quit it. Whether it was the horses or whatnot, he just couldn't. And he was somebody that never really was successful at gambling. Never really ever was, man. And, he tried his heart out. He would go to OTB. He would bet, you name it. And he was just never really a winner. And the thing with this movie is that Richard Dreyfuss plays this loser guy who is working this dead-end cab job, rough time with his wife, and he's just pissing away his money gambling. And what ends up happening is that he's in this cab with these two guys. And these two guys, because what Richard Dreyfuss does in this movie while he's driving the cab and his other friend is that they end up taping the conversations of everybody that is in the cab. I know it's sleazy, but they do just out of entertainment purposes. And his friend is driving the cab, and these two people are in the cab, and they're talking about these horses that are going to be in this race in the next day or two. And he's like, bet on this horse, you won't regret it, it's going to win, right? And so Richard Dreyfuss hears this conversation, and Richard Dreyfuss is like, oh my God, like, what are the odds? What are the odds that these two people are in this fucking cab, in our fucking cab, and they're literally giving us information about a winning horse? How? Like, this is great. And so he decides he's going to take the gamble. He's going to go to the horses, and he's going to fucking bet on it. And it is great. It is a hilarious fucking romp, dude, of crazy, wild, ridiculous characters, ridiculous scenarios, and it just goes crazier and crazier and more wild and ridiculous every single fucking time he wins, right? Because the first time he wins, they're like, well, it's kind of luck, right? You got the information, right? And then it goes even more crazier because he ends up going to the same guy. He's got the tape. He goes to the guy and he says, hey, I just want to thank you. And the two guys are like, well, do you have any more tapes? Is this blackmail? And he's like, no, look, thank you. I took your advice. I betted on the horse. I won big. Thank you. And the guy comes back to him and he says, hey, by the way, there's another horse. If you're thinking about staying, there's another horse that I really think is really fantastic. I think you should bet on that horse. And Richard Dreyfuss is kind of like, well, if he's offering, you know. and so he bets again. And he wins again. And then he just takes more of a gamble and continues to win and win. And everybody is sort of like now considering him this biggest fucking celebrity in the world because he's just winning so much. He's like, this guy's got luck on his side, man. And like everybody is treating him differently. Everybody's buying him beer. Chicks are trying to get laid with him. And you know, everybody's like, is like, I won your luck. And he's like coming up, he's like, hey, what you got? And he's like, I'm not telling. All right. it's just like the craziest shit. Like, people just treat him completely differently because he's winning and all the crazy hijinks that is going on. And I fucking love this movie. And my father loved this movie. And my father loved this movie because of the idea that this down on his luck guy got the chance to win big. And I think my father always really appreciated that. And I really appreciated this movie because he really appreciated it. And I really loved Richard Dreyfuss here. I love Jennifer Tilly. Robbie Coltrane is in this movie. Rest in peace, Robbie Coltrane, who played Hagrid in the Harry Potter movies. He's here. Terry Garr is in this flick as well. So many really great personalities are in this film. It's hilarious. I love this film so incredibly much, man. I really honestly do. It is a really great movie about, you know, taking a shot, a long shot at best, and it paying off. And it's just hilarious. If you have never seen Let It Ride, and I'm assuming a lot of you have not. I'm assuming a lot of you probably have never watched this movie. Give it a chance. It's really good. Imprint put out a release here, but I know there was a release here in the States as well. So it is out there in the ether. Definitely give this one a chance. You know, there's certain gambling movies that I like. This is one of them. Really, really solid, man. Really love it. So good. So impossibly good, man. Have I ever seen Long Shot with Tim Conway? I don't think I have. So I might have to check that one out. I will definitely give that one a go, man. I wrote on HBO twice, and they went, ha ha ha. But yes, it was actually. Let It Ride was on HBO a long time ago, but now a lot of people probably wouldn't have watched it, but just saying though. So, from one interesting movie to an interesting documentary. Now, I've been talking about Canon Films, some of their stuff, and they've had some really great stuff, and this one is really solid when I'm talking about an MVD release, The Go-Go Boys, the inside story of Canon Films. Look at this, man. Oh, look at that. So cool, man. So impossibly great. This is amazing. This is awesome. I love this so much, dude. Now, Canon Films is wild. Canon Films is, if you don't know the story of Canon Films, you know the stuff that they released, whether it was Masters of the Universe, whether it was some of the Death Wish films. I showed off, obviously, Cyborg and so many other really great ones that they did. And this is a really great documentary about the rise of Canon Films and the fall of Canon Films, and the two men who really changed the entertainment industry for good and bad. It is a wild, wild story that I absolutely love, and I think is absolutely phenomenal, and I dig the living shit out of this. So goddamn fun and entertaining and interesting. It's probably it's like a little over 90 minutes. So it breezes, man. It breezes by. They don't get too in depth with the films themselves, because it's not really about technically the movies necessarily. It's about the gentleman who ran Canon. But it's a wild experience of the fact that what they would do, what these guys would literally do, is they would pitch like 20 films, right? So they would go to Cannes and they would pitch like 20 films, and they would have the poster, and they would have a synopsis, and that's it. That's all they'd have. And they would go to these distributors and these money people, and they say, well, okay, this, and this here, and see what they could get made. And it was wild. They wouldn't even have a product yet. And then once they sold the product to the overseas markets, that's when they're like, okay, now we actually have to make the fucking movie. Maybe you should have made the movie first before actually selling it. And so it's just wild because they made so many things just based off of a title and a poster. That's all they did, man. And it's the same way in some ways, if you really think about it, for Roger Corman. They just did it in a more bigger Hollywood way. But it's so fantastic, so incredibly fun and entertaining, and just such a wild, true story. So good, man. I love this one so much. So entertaining, man. Wow, it is phenomenal. Phenomenal, man. Love, love, love the Go-Go Boys. So good, man. Electric Boogaloo is another one. This is different, but still very entertaining, man. Not bad at all. And then we'll go with a little bit of Vestron love. Oh, this one I would have never really been interested in if it wasn't for John. And John really turned me on to this, and I'm so glad he did, because it's a great flick, man. Oh, so good. When we're talking about The Wraith. Oh, look at that, man. Charlie Sheen, Nick Cassavetes, Randy Quaid. He's Heaven Sent and Hell on Wheels. Oh, indeed he is, man. Oh, The Wraith. I love this one. I love it. I think Wraith is great. I think it's really solid. I dig this one a lot, man. It's so good, and it's got some really great music in here. Billy Idol, Robert Palmer, Ozzy Osbourne, Motley Crue. So great, man. I gotta admit, I'm not always gonna get every Vestron title, but I gotta give Vestron a lot of credit, man, because they put out some really great stuff, which is absolutely amazing. it's so great that they're putting out some of these really great forgotten gems or underrated gems, and The Wraith is one of them, dude. I remember John really telling me about this and really saying, "Hey, man, you got to watch this because I love this movie." And I finally picked it up just based on his recommendation alone, and I loved it so much, so great. The Wraith, amazing, and great special features. I love it. So good. Love The Wraith, man. Great flick, man. Shot in Arizona, nice. Trying to get all the restaurant release. Can't say I'll get all of them, but I'll get most of them. Not bad. Let's get back to a little bit of Kino Lorber love with some Melanie Griffith sci-fi goodness. Cherry 2000. Oh, Cherry 2000. Not bad. I actually really like this movie, man. I had never heard about it before, but I wanted to give it a go. And basically, it's like this sci-fi world. And that there's like these female bots, these robots, almost like sex bots or something, but like, you can have a relationship with them and be with them. And this one guy has an issue with his, and now he's going on the hunt to sort of find it again. And all the crazy complications that sort of go with that. And he hires Melanie Griffith's character to sort of help him in his search. And it's really great. I love this movie. And there's some wild cameos in this flick, man. I mean, there's one moment where you'll see like Robert Zadar, like right in like the corner of someplace, and you're like, what the fuck is Robert Zadar doing there, man? It's like there's like cameos galore in this thing, dude. Like there's the one guy from like Tango and Cash. I'm like, he's just a random cowboy that's having a like what the fuck, there's random cameos in this thing, man. But it's so great, and I love it, and I love the sci-fi premise, and I love the action here. And Melanie Griffith is so electrifying to watch, and so immensely entertaining, and it's so much charm. It's so good. I love this flick. It's so really great, man. So for me, uh, yeah, it is what it is, man. But it's fun though. It's really great. He accidentally, because really, bro, really, Jesus Christ, oh man, goddamn, man, oh jeez. All right, well, let's get back to more sci-fi goodness, more of it with more Severin love, Italian sci-fi with Raiders of Atlantis, with, well, directed by Ruggero Deodato. Oh man, another one of these cheesy Italian sci-fi flicks yet again, man. Oh lord. Oh man. Now this one is kind of interesting because it's very much sort of taking off of more like US stuff back in the day actually. But it's actually about this sort of like um this sort of like futuristic punk society, and sort of run amok, and this group of people has to try to take them out, and it's actually really fun and really entertaining and really cheesy, but I did kind of really enjoy it actually. Not every Italian horror thing, sci-fi is not really gonna get me, but this one was kind of fun. I liked it. You could tell that it's cheap. You could tell that it's aping off of better stuff from the United States, but it's not bad. I did kind of enjoy it. So Raiders of Atlantis, not bad. I'll kind of go with that. That's one I liked. But another really sci-fi cheese fest that I really enjoyed, and that some more Vincent love at that, is none other than Creature. Oh, look at Creature, man. It's been sleeping peacefully on a moon of Saturn for 2,000 centuries. Until now. Oh, until now indeed, baby. Oh my god, creature. Yes. Oh man, look at this. So cool. Now, I had never watched Creature before picking this up. I had heard about Creature. I had heard that it's basically trying to be, aping off of Alien and, another one of those, Corman specials. And, for me personally, this is fun. This is entertaining, man. I love the shit out of this. This is so good. And I thought this was really well done. I love the actual design of the creature. I love the slow build of the creature attacking people and how the paranoia is setting in. I love it. I I thought it was just a really great little flick that I really enjoyed, man. I thought it was really great. I loved it, man. I thought it was really solid. I really dig this movie, dude. It's not perfect, but I kind of enjoyed it for what it was, man. It's actually really solid to me. And I think people kind of think maybe it's a little boring. I never thought it was boring, actually. I thought it was actually really fun. So for me, it's actually really well worth the pickup. I liked it, actually. I thought it was really solid, man. Not bad. I really like Creature for what it was. Actually, we're really good. Except Saturn is a gas planet, so it has no surface for that thing to roam. Dude, just go with it, bro. What the fuck, man? Dude, what the fuck, man? There's a fucking oh man, from one from one scenario that I really loved, cheesy as it was, to one that's it's a really great horrific movie that I really dig, and that is none other than Dead and Buried. Oh, Blue Underground love, Dead and Buried. The 4K goodness, man. The creators of Alien bring a new terror to Earth. Yeah. Oh, indeed they do, man. Oh, yeah. So, man, this is great. I love Dead and Buried, man. And I hadn't really seen it until I had gotten this edition. And this edition, there was like multiple editions that had this sort of lenticular cover to it. And I picked this one. There was a few other different editions out there, but I definitely picked this one. And I really like this movie, man, about this hospital and these patients and what's happening to them. And oh man, it's so wicked. And there's some really great cool horror scenes, especially with like the one with the nurse, and she's like stabbing him with a needle in the eyeball. I'm like, oh my fucking god, dude. Like really great horrific stuff where you're just like, oh holy hell, man. So great. It really is. I love this movie, man. I had a ball with this. Great horror. Solid. Love it. Dead and Buried. Great. Can't complain. So good. Glad I took the gamble on that, no doubt. Then I decided to, if I was gonna go with some more crazy horror love, I figure why not do some more Vincent love when I get infested with ticks. Oh yes, infested. So some of you might have seen this title when I showed it off in the horror movie playlist part 4 when I showed it off. And again, it was one of those ones where I'm like, should I show it off before I really do a pickup? And I'm like, well, technically, why not show it off anyways, man? I mean, why the hell? But, it's such a really great movie. And it's one of those ones that I watched on VHS back in the day, in the 90s, and I loved it. I thought it was so good, but I never thought it would ever get this edition, right? I mean, this is so great. Look at this. So cool. Oh, that's so awesome, man. And basically, it's about these teenagers that are on this retreat in the woods, and suddenly like there's like crazy ticks that are growing gigantic and attacking them. It's so great. Dude, I love this movie, man. It's early Seth Green in here. The guy who played Carlton from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is in this flick. Of course, you have, Ron Howard's brother, Clint Howard, in here. He's so good. It's really fun. It's entertaining, and yeah, it kind of gets under your skin a little bit with like the ticks that are coming down and shit. But man, it's just so fun and entertaining, and I love this film, man. And I just love the ticks themselves, and it's just like the size of like a ball, and they're like just icky and gooey, and they're like. Big thing like that. I'm like, oh, I get shit, man. But it's so good, and then they sort of bite you and everything. God, I love it, dude. It's a really great, sort of cool little creature feature that I love, man. So great, man. So absolutely, instantly fun. So fantastic. Great. Oh, so good, man. So good. Hope you guys are enjoying the live stream pickup so far. Drinking my water in my zombie cup. Let me go. Not bad. My girlfriend got me this. I don't know where she got it. She got it. I don't know where you got it. What's up, Film Fan 108 and everyone? Happy Saturday from Bakersfield, California. Wow, Tony. Thank you for watching, man. You are a rock star, sir. Wow. Okay, man, we still got the stack. Let's get down to more. One that I didn't really like, but it's not that it's a bad movie necessarily, but it's just one that I wasn't as big of a fan of as I was hoping I was going to be, and that is Benny Loves You. Yeah, don't throw him out. Don't throw him out, indeed. It's basically about a killer stuffed animal. I'm not even lying to you, man. Basically, this guy's stuffed animal got kind of pissed off, and he goes on a killing spree. That's what happens with this thing. Not even gonna lie to you, man. But I gotta admit, the movie is kind of fun. It's kind of fun, and it's ridiculous, and it's weird, but the problem is like outside of the crazy killers, stuffed animal, there's not much more to the movie outside of that. Like, he's really entertaining. Like this is great. Like, him with a knife stabbing people is fucking cool. But it's just that's all the movie has, and it has nothing else, and that kind of sucks. And it has its moments, but yeah, it could have been better. Just saying, man. Yeah, it had its moments though. Then on to the next really great one that I really wanted and really liked. And speaking of sci-fi gold, as far as I'm concerned, and that is none other than Legend from Arrow. Yes, look at this. This is great, man. Oh, look at that. So fucking cool, dude. Love Legend. Legend is amazing. Dig Legend so much. Legend is really phenomenal. Now, I used to own the DVD, and I think the DVD was great. And I was okay with selling for the DVD until like Arrow came out with this edition, and I'm like, oh my god, man! Like I've got to get this shit. Like, it's so good, man. This is a great movie. It's a great little like dark fairy tale flick. And I love Tom Cruise here. Tom Cruise is really fantastic. But what makes this movie is Tim Curry. Tim Curry makes this movie like a motherfucker, man, because he's basically playing a version of Satan. He's basically playing the devil in a lot of ways. Or in this movie, he's called, Darkness. But he's so good. God damn, man. Tim Curry is so charismatic and charming and terrifying and eerie and imposing. And you're just like literally like with the horns and the rat is like really it really stands up. You're like, Jesus Christ, man. Like you wouldn't want to see this motherfucker in a dark alley. Jeez. It is so great. And I love this because it really is sort of a really great spin on a really unique fairy tale, which I've always really loved. I really dig it, man. I think it's great. And, you know, it reminds me of movies like Neverending Story and stuff like that, which I've always loved as I was a kid. And this is just the same, man. It's a great dark gothic tale, which has phenomenal performances. It looks gorgeous. The score by Tangerine Dream is hypnotic. It's so great. I've loved this movie so much, man. It's really amazing. So for me, easily one that I cherish so goddamn much, man. So great, man. So amazing. I had to pick this up. It's a no brainer. I love this movie, man. Absolutely 100%. Love this movie with all my heart. Take care, movie, TV show, and video game fan. Thank you for being part of the live stream. It might have inspired Neil Gaiman. It might have, possibly. One of the best. Yeah, the score is amazing in this flick, no doubt about it, man. Love that so much. Well, on to the next. Where do we go next? Well, how about we stick with Arrow? How about we stick with Arrow, because when you're dealing with horror love, zombies are a big part of it. And this is definitely a classic in the making with Rick. Oh yeah. Look at that, man. Rick indeed. Oh, so fucking good, man, Rick. Now, here's the deal with this, okay? I love this movie. And Scream Factory had put out an edition where they had done the complete set of 4. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I love this movie. I love Rec 2. Rec 3... Rec 4 I hate. Okay? And so I'm like, buying that box set to me never made any sense, because I don't really care enough for all the films in order for me to want to buy it. So I was like, well, maybe down the line somebody's going to release them individually. Thank you, Arrow. Okay? I really dig this movie. I love the zombies. I love the kills. I love the gore. I love being inside this apartment building and just how literally around every corner something could be at you. I mean, this is what I wished Resident Evil would have been. Right? Because Resident Evil, when you're playing the video game, you open up a door and a zombie is literally right there, right in your fucking face. Like, I wish that Resident Evil would have been more like Rec, because it's so good. And it never was, but Rec is so amazing. And I love the surprises and the twists and the turns, and it's always been a great one for me. I've always loved it. So for me, this is a no-brainer to buy. Yeah, foreign language, but who cares, man? If it's still entertaining, it's still entertaining regardless, dude. And they had made an American version, Quarantine, which really wasn't as good, man. I mean, again, a horror remake, not nearly as good as the original. What a shocker! But I mean, still, this is really great. And now all I'm hoping for is eventually Arrow, if they will release Rec 2. I only want Rec and Rec 2, because if I can get Rec 2, that would be amazing. But for the meantime, I'm happy with Rec. I finally have it. Damn glad for it, man. One of the better zombie movies in recent years. So, so great. Definitely dig it. No doubt about that, man. Definitely do. Indeed. On to more goodness, I suppose. Well, we'll get to actually that in a moment. But more stuff that I was not a fan of. And that is Beyond Terror. More from Cauldron Films. And this movie, I didn't like. The problem with this movie is the fact that every single character in this movie is an absolute scumbag. Every single movie, well, I should say, every single one of these characters, they they murder, they rape, they pillage, they steal, and yes, there's a charm to that at times, like when I talk about Perdita Durango, but then there's moments like this where you're like, these people have no charm to them. You know what I'm saying? When you watch a movie like The Devil's Rejects, right? Like, those characters are doing really despicable, terrible things, right? They're doing really evil things that are like not good, right? But there's a certain charm to Captain Spaulding. There's a certain charm to Otis and Baby and all these people that you're like, you know what? I'm willing to enjoy the ride with this. These people I'm not willing to enjoy the ride. They're just completely just simple, evil, stupid folk who are doing evil shit, and there's not nearly any charm or charisma to any of these people. And it's just a bore fest. And then on top of that, they go into this crypt where suddenly they're dealing with all this sort of weird demonic shit, and I'm like, all I want is all these people to fucking die. That's all I want. Just fucking die, man, please. Just fucking die off. And so, yeah, that's all I wanted from this. And man, even the kills weren't even really all that impressive. So I gave it a look. I mean, the cover art's fucking cool, but yeah, that can be shit for the movie. So fucking hell, dude. So that is what it is. Ain't gonna lie. Now another one that I really didn't like, but it's not actually a lack of the movie being bad. It's just that it's not really something that I'll ever really revisit. And that is actually from Imprint, crazy enough, and that is Drugstore Cowboy with Matt Dillon and Kelly Lynch here, and actually some really great actors in this thing as well. Man, you got a lot of people. You got James LaGrosse in here. You've got Heather Graham in here as well. Now, I'm gonna be honest here. I actually, all things considered, didn't mind the movie. I actually think it's kind of a decent flick. The problem is that it's not really one I'll ever kind of go back to. Like, I watched it and I was like, I'm fine with watching it and I liked what I saw, but it didn't really feel like to me it had any entertainment value to want to go back to watch it again. It's basically about Matt Dillon, who has these crew of people and they're all druggies and they're all basically stealing from pharmacies and all this jazz just to keep on going with their fix. And eventually they're end up, being hounded by the cops and paranoia with each other, and eventually it all kind of unravels from there. It's not a bad movie, all things considered. When you think about like a bad movie, it's not bad. I mean, the performances are good, it's dramatic. I like what they do with the film, but I sort of watched it. I was like, I enjoyed it, but yeah, it's not really something I'll ever really want to revisit. And if I do, it'll be years and years and years and years from now, man. Again, well acted, good dramatic little piece, but not something I ever really want to feel like I need to go back to. Put it that way, man. But Drugstore Cowboy is a good flick for what it is. Just not something I'll go back to necessarily. Not bad for that, I suppose, but to more stuff that is good. And oh, actually, speaking of, some really great actors like Matt Dillon, this one is one that I really love, and that, I mean, well, if you're gonna upgrade, you gotta upgrade to 4K. When you have Francis Ford Coppola's classic, The Outsiders. Oh yes, look at this, man. Matt Dillon, Ralph Macchio, C. Thomas Howell, Rob Lowe, Patrick Swayze, Emilio Estevez, Tom Cruise, Eve Garrett. Look at this, man. Jesus. This is great, dude. Holy shit, man. I love this movie. Love this movie, man. The cast is absolutely fantastic and amazing. And it's a really great sort of, you know, tough guy coming of age tale that I really dig, man. I've always really loved this movie. I had the Blu-ray. I had to upgrade to the 4K because it's just too damn good not to. I love Francis Ford Coppola as a director. He is one of my favorite directors of all time. He truly is, and The Outsiders is proof positive of that. It's so good, man. Just the cast alone is worth watching this, but the drama between them and everything is amazing. Love it. Love it so much, man. I had to upgrade to The Outsiders 4K. Had to do it. Had to do it indeed, man. Then, well, how about we dive into more Scream Factory goodness? Because, well, yeah, there's coming of age tales, that's fine. But, I can't stay away from Christopher Walken forever when I'm dealing with the Dead Zone. Oh, yes. Look at this, the collector's edition of the Dead Zone, man. So great. Look at this. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, the Dead Zone, man. God, the Dead Zone is so cool. I love the Dead Zone so much. I love this. Just the idea of this guy getting these premonitions from touching somebody, and the idea of the potential of what can happen, the possibilities of what can happen, and he goes out of his way to try to stop it. So great. I love walking in here. He's amazing. Brooke Adams is great. Tom Skerritt is awesome. Martin Sheen, amazing. It's so great. It's definitely a great Stephen King adaptation, but oh, by the way, it's a really great David Cronenberg movie too. So fantastic. Love this movie with all my heart. They did the TV show stuff, which the TV show wasn't bad. All things considered, the TV show was okay, but the movie is really phenomenal. Cronenberg's style for body horror, like that one scene where that guy kills himself and he literally like puts down scissors and literally like takes his head and just like literally like goes down onto the scissors, and just the idea of sacrificial deaths. It's so amazing, so fantastic. Love it. Great. Dead Zone, fantastic. Definitely had to pick up Dead Zone. No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it, indeed. As well, going back to a little bit of Asian cinema yet again, because I want to. Why not? Need to. And that is none other from a new company, Error 4444. Their first release is one that I really digged, and that is Anatomia Extinction. Oh, yes. To all the engineers operating for a better tomorrow, to improve our lives, we must reduce the population. Oh, we must reduce it indeed. Now, here's the truth about this. I looked into this company and I'm like, you know what? Their first release, I'm gonna give this a go, man. Asian cinema again, crazy, whatever, wild. Had to give it a go, and this is basically about they're trying to control the population, and this one guy is basically doing his job, and he encounters someone, and it's just a crazy wild ride of his experiences of dealing with all the madness that's going on around him. I won't really give too much away about this one, but it's really entertaining. It's really wild. I love some of the effects in here. I love sort of the crazy, wild sci-fi premise. So good, man. And again, as I sort of said earlier, that Asian cinema, man, you are going down a rabbit hole like a motherfucker with some of this shit. You really are. And this is yet another one of those, like, okay, rabbit hole situations, man. So good, so amazing. Definitely had to pick this up, man. And it was a blind buy, but it was actually worth it. Really loved it. Antonio and Anatomio Extinction is really great, man. And Error 444 is a really great company. So there you go. Not I have to look it up, man. I think that's out of print actually now, but hey, check it out if you get a chance to. Not bad. Yes, they did put out the Funky Forest as well, and they've done a few other things. So yeah, it's been kind of fun actually. Not bad. Wow, we have got a lot of stuff still to check out, folks. A lot of stuff, man. Wow. Okay. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Hope you guys are. If you are, definitely let me know. So, okay. We keep going. Keep going. You sure? Okay. I guess we'll keep on going. Because Lord knows I gotta show this wild stack off. And the next one that I'm gonna show off. Where do I go next? Jeez. Well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna go here. Why not? And that is none other than a movie that, I thought I would never own this. To be fair, I thought I would never own this title whatsoever. Because the first time I ever watched it, I was so disturbed by it. And I thought, man, I'm never going to revisit this motherfucker again. And never say never when you're dealing with Irreversible. Yeah, Irreversible, man. Oh, Lord. From Indicator. There you go. Right there, baby. Irreversible. Now, so, this movie, I had watched it long time ago. And, man, it is, yeah, it is an ugly film, man. This movie is dark. And, I had watched it, and I'm like, ooh, wow, man, this movie's rough. And but it's so captivating and so engaging, and you can't look away even if you want to. You're like, God, it just, you just lean in. You're like, well, what's gonna happen next? And man, it is brutal, but it's so well done and so well executed. And when Indicator had announced that they were going to do it, I was like, I gotta do it, man. I gotta do it. And so I did. I picked it up, man. And look, I don't regret it, because it is such an amazing movie for what it is, that I just had to sort of give it a go. And so that's what I did, man. Like I said, Monica Bellucci is great here. She is absolutely amazing, and the stuff that she goes through in the film is, jeez, man, I mean, give her a lot of credit, dude. I love her in this. I love Vincent Cassel. He's really great in this as well. It's a hard hitting movie, man. It's a hard hitting flick, and it's not for everybody. I mean, there's certain films out there that, like, I put Irreversible with movies like Martyrs, right? Like you watch Martyrs or this movie, and you're like, dude, I'm fucking done with life. Like, you're fucking done, dude. But it is so fantastic and amazing. And it's so well done and well executed that you can't help but respect it for what it is. I don't know how many times I'm gonna revisit this thing to be fair, but I had to have it in the collection. I did. So irreversible. It is what it is. Dark, disturbing, but amazing at the same time, and you have to respect it. There's no doubt about it. And yes, cautionary tale. That is very, very true as well. Cautionary tales are not meant to be nice, put it that way. And this one, yeah, it definitely ain't nice. But I'm glad I finally own it. There is no doubt about that. So, where else should I go? Well, I was talking about Chris LaMartina earlier. I was talking about the WNUF Halloween special. And, you know, I love him as a director. And yet at the same time, I don't have all of his movies. And, by the way, oh, Brian Goes Blues, or hey, buddy, long time no see. Wow, you're coming in here and like one something. Then again, I'm like, like literally going for a long time on this. This stream is a long time, man. So just roll with it, bro. so so Chris LaMartina, and at the same time, with his films, I don't own all of his films, as I said, and there has been ones that he did that have gone to Horror Pack. Okay? Horror Pack is a whole thing, as you guys know. Horror Pack is, you get the subscription service and you get the stuff in the mail, Blu-ray or DVD every single month. And I don't subscribe to Horror Pack. I don't subscribe to it. And I don't subscribe to Horror Pack for a certain reason, because a lot of those movies I already own. And I'm not paying for a subscription service that, I get something in the mail that I already have. It kind of doesn't make any sense to me. So I reached out to Chris LaMartina and I said, hey, Chris, do you have any copies of your films that have gone to Horror Pack? Oh, by the way, I do. Great. Can I purchase some off of you? Okay. And so I did. So I didn't have to subscribe to Horror Pack to get the ones that Chris LaMartina directed, because I got it directly from the director himself. When I end up getting President's Day. Oh, yes. Hail to the Chief, or he'll hack you to pieces. Oh, indeed he will, man. A Horror Pack limited edition Blu-ray that I did not have to end up subscribing to Horror Pack for. And, oh, by the way, Chris LaMartina signed it. You asked for it. Oh, yes, indeed I did, man. Oh, baby. This is great. It's basically about the students at a high school, and it's about campaign season, and some psychopath is dressing up as Abraham Lincoln and killing people, man. That's what it is, dude. It's really great, and it's really fun and entertaining, and I give Chris LaMartina a lot of credit, man, because he is great here. And something that's even better here. Chris, what he always does sometimes is he always puts little goodies in it for me. I think he does it for everybody, because he's really great at that stuff. Oh, well, you're damn right, Brian. He always puts little goodies in, like stickers and everything else. But this is even better. You know what he ended up doing for me? He ended up putting in the release, he put in a toe tag. He put in a toe tag for a dead corpse. I'm not even kidding you. He put in a toe tag for a dead. This is great. This is great. This is fucking amazing. So he says, he writes on there, he writes on the toe tag for the dead person. He says, Seth, thanks again for all the support. I appreciate it very much. Cheers. There you go. See, he gave me a toe tag, that goes on a corpse. Like that's fucking great, man. Oh my god, dude. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'm like, I was not expecting that, but all right, cool. I'm like, the the things you didn't think you needed in life, but you're damn glad to have. Oh, indeed, you are, man. Oh, a horror pack that I didn't need to subscribe for. Yeah, I kind of like it. Not bad, man. Some Chris Martina love, indeed, man. Pretty goddamn solid, dare I say. So, from one crazy weird situation over to the next. Oh, Brian Goldblum, the toe tag may come in handy one day. Indeed, it might, sir. Well, if my girlfriend doesn't kill me first. Indeed, if she doesn't. With none other than going back to 88 films. We're going back to 88 films because this one I am so glad that they came out with. I seriously am. And I had to buy it because I think Screen Factory had put out an edition of it, but this edition is so much better. And that is Humanoids from the Deep. Oh, look at that Slippy. Look at that Slippy love. That is great. Oh, nice. Look at that goodness. Oh, cool. Legorama is more like it. And on the inside, look at this. That's cool. That's fucking awesome. Look at that cover, man. That's great. She's like, oh my god, don't let the alien fuck me. Okay, Jesus Christ. Oh man, dude. Oh, that's so great. Oh, dude, I love this movie, man. More Corman craziness. You know, as far as I'm concerned, Humanoids from the Deep is really kind of cool and clever and weird and odd. I love the design of the creatures, and I just love the idea that they're just going and having sex with women and trying to, breed for other species. I'm just like, I'm like, oh, only Corman, only Roger Corman. Like, okay. So it's just fun and entertaining, and it is kind of morbid for what it is, man, with these chicks. And I feel so bad, man. But I've always wanted the movie. I always did, and I'm glad I kind of held out on this one because the 88 Films edition is really great. So really love that one. That one's great, dude. No doubt about that. But then we're heading back because since it's December and the holidays are here and everybody really loves the holidays, I guess. Kind of a Grinch, but whatever. But this edition, this movie from Scream Factory, it makes being naughty even more sweet when you're dealing with Krampus. Oh, indeed it is, man, yes. The naughty good. Now, I was kind of on the fence about buying this, to be fair. I was really on the fence about buying Krampus because I had the Blu-ray edition. And I was really happy with the Blu-ray edition. And then they sort of came out and they said, oh, hey, well, we're doing this 4K edition and there's extra footage. And I'm like, oh, shit. And I bought into it. I'm not going to lie. And, well, the footage is like only a few extra minutes. Like, that's it. There ain't much footage, man. But regardless of that, because I'm sure that pissed off a lot of people, and I can understand why, I still like the movie. The movie is incredibly fun. It's wicked. It's got a great sense of humor to it. Awesome kills. I love the look of Krampus. I'm still glad I upgraded it to 4K. I don't need every 4K in the world, but this one is really great, and the cover of it is really cool, and then the same great Krampus theatrical look as well. It's awesome for what it is, man. I really love it, and it's a really great horror Christmas classic, and I think it will be in years to come. I truly do believe that, man. Yeah, they kind of fucked us over with not as much footage as we would like, but it's still good. Come on. Not bad. For Krampus Love. And then, well, actually, you know what? We're going to go back to some that we didn't really care for all that much, or at least I didn't care for. And that is none other than one from SRS Cinema. I tried. I really did, man. But this duo just didn't do it for me with the Stardust Brothers. Oh, man, this movie. Okay, so basically this movie is trying to be sort of like a Japanese rock musical, okay? And basically it's the cover is fantastic. Don't get me wrong, the cover is fucking amazing. And the movie, to be fair, is not terrible. And I like some of the songs in it. I can't understand a lick of what they're saying, but hey, have at it, man. But it's basically about these brothers and the origin of how they became this big rock sensation. And I remember seeing the trailer. I was spending time with my girlfriend, and I'm like, "Oh, that trailer's really cool!" I'm like, "Oh, I gotta buy that shit." And my girlfriend, like every single time, is like, "Oh my god, what are they gonna be buying now?" And and it's tough because what they put in the trailer is all the best shit. Is really what they did, because for the most part, the musical stuff is kind of cool, but everything else around it is just kind of like, it ain't that great, man, which really kind of sucks. So that's kind of it's a bummer, dude. It's a just real big fucking bummer, man. It kind of sucks. So, man, I kind of liked it, but I kind of didn't, and half and half. I'm just not gonna really keep it, man. And I do agree with you, Brian, because SRS is a company that there are decent ones that they do have, but they have a lot of shit. And look, actually, the guy who runs SRS Cinema, oh, by the way, I'm friends with him on Facebook. He actually lives in the same area that I do. I'm not even gonna lie to you, Brian. He actually does, and I've met up with him a time or two. And he's a good guy. He's a really great guy, man. But man, the shit he picks up for his company. I mean, I'm just being real. I mean, jeez. So it's it's tough, dude. I want to like it more, but some of his stuff, man, it's just tough. No, I tried. I tried. Failed, but I tried. Another one that I tried and failed epically because again, it's just fucking boring, man. Another one from Severin Films. Man, yeah, with Severin. And that is none other than Nosferatu in Venice. So, okay, Klaus Kinski, baby. All right, so first of all, can I just say something for a moment? This is hard to get out of the fucking slipcover. Okay, this is hard to get out of the fucking slipcover, man. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? This is fucking crazy. This is nuts how hard it is to get out of the goddamn slipcover, man. I have never seen a movie so hard to get out of a fucking slipcover in my life. All right, This is fucking crazy, man. Yo, and trying to get this bad boy back in. That's a bitch. That's a bitch. Oh, you love the movie? Okay, well, sorry, but sorry. Look, I'm gonna be honest, man. You know what? I wanted to like this movie. I so desperately wanted to like this movie, man. But, look, I love Klaus Kinski. I love Klaus Kinski so much. And he's so great in the role. But everything else around him is so fucking boring, man. It's so fucking boring, dude. And I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, son of a bitch, man. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And he's so good in the movie, and I'm like, everything else, like, and the movie takes so long to get going. Like, he's walking up the stairs and he looks in the window, and then he's talking to the family, and they're like figuring out what to do with the family, and then it's just like, once you get to a certain way within the film, you're like, dude, are we gonna get this thing going, or are we, or what are we doing here, man? And, sometimes I just had to fast forward through the goddamn thing. I just really did. And it's a shame because, again, the movie's not bad. Klaus Kinski is great, but it just, dude, it's not exciting. So, I mean, I'm just saying, man. But if you like, again, any of the ones that I do not like, I am getting rid of. I'm getting rid of the ones that I don't like. So if you want to buy it off me, then message me on Facebook, message me on in Instagram. Any of the ones that I've shown off that I am not putting in the collection are easily up for grabs. Just saying. Just saying. So Brian Goes Blue. My copy of Overboard from Severin is the hardest for me to get out. They recently upgraded their slips to Vinegar Syndrome quality this past year. Yes, they did. But man, there have been some slipcovers where literally, like, you're literally just forcing that shit out, man, and you could damage the slipcover. It ain't good, dude. So yeah, I know, not good at all. Another one that I did not like, I'm going to put out more that I didn't like here. This is from Vinegar Syndrome. I wanted to like this, man. I really did, because it's got one of the greatest horror chicks in cinema history, and I wanted to like this so badly, but I just couldn't, man. And that is Murder Weapon and Deadly Games, or Deadly Embrace, I should say. But dude, Linnea Quigley. I love Linnea Quigley with all of my heart. I love Linnea, and she is such a great horror actress. But these two movies, dude, are just bottom of the barrel, just cheapo crap, dude. Oh, man. Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, basically, both of these movies are, about this sexy chick and these guys and killing that happen, and, all of the crazy complications that go with it, and it's just boring. Both of these movies are fucking boring, dude. I think it might have been Deadly Embrace, it might have been, but there's like a chick that's sunbathing, right? So she's sunbathing. Or actually, it might have been Murder Weapon. I mean, they're both blending together, but like the chick is sunbathing, right? So she's sunbathing, like, just sunbathing and shit. Linnea Quigley is walking in with pigtails and looking around the house. The guy ends up fucking, like, coming in and having sex with her on the bed. And between the sunbathing, the walking into the apartment, and him having sex with her, literally that took up 20 minutes of the movie. And I'm not even fucking kidding you. Okay? And, like, I'm just thinking, like 5 minutes was completely her just sitting there sunbathing. And it's just literally, like, she's just sitting there. sunbathing for 5 minutes. They literally, are you are you fucking kidding me? That's, god damn it. and I'm fast forwarding it because I'm thinking like I gotta get past this, right? It's gonna, like, I'll fast forward through a minute and I'm like, oh shit, she's still sunbathing, and I fast forward 2 minutes past, shit, she's still sunbathing. I'm like, what? I'm like, Jesus. And even with Deadly Embrace, man, the characters are so fucking boring and they're so fucking mundane, and it's basically it's the director, the producer is David Dakota. And David Dakota, if you've seen any of the Red Letter Media stuff, he is a cheapo director that does cheapo shit. And you know, I didn't really know much about it. I should have known better, dude. I should have known better from watching the Red Letter Media stuff that David Dakota and his fucking films are just bottom of the barrel, like, boring ass shit. I should have known better, but I thought, you know what, Linnea Quigley, man. I thought Linnea Quigley, fucking hot ass shit. She's great, and I'm thinking to myself, man, if anyone's gonna save this, it's gonna be Linnea. And man, Linnea can't even save this shit. It's just boring. It's boring. It's just terrible acting. It's just chicks, getting naked in their bikinis. And by the way, that's not a bad thing, but when it's so fucking boring like this, you're like, dude, how can you make this shit boring? Well, by the way, David Dakota does it, man. David Dakota does it. It's Oh my god, dude. Jesus. I mean, hopefully I can sell this shit. Somebody's gonna fucking buy it, but Jesus hell, man. Ay, 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 dude. Goodness gracious, man. But whatever. So, yeah, you better buy it, damn it. Oh boy. So, you know, Linnea let me down, but you know what? Synapse is not going to let me down, because Synapse never lets me down, especially when it comes to limited edition steelbook love for a movie that absolutely deserves it. And that is none other than The Kindred. Oh, yes, The Kindred indeed. Look at this bad boy right here with Slippy Love in the back. Look at that. The Kindred. Nice. And oh, look at that. Cool. Look at that. Oh, nice. Oh, yes, The Kindred. Anthony didn't ask to be brought into this world. Oh, he sure as hell did. Oh, man. The Kindred, baby. So, the thing with Synapse, right, is that Synapse takes fucking forever to put out their shit, man. But to be fair, when they actually do put out their stuff, it is absolutely phenomenal and amazing, and so there's no arguing that whatsoever. And The Kindred is a really great movie about a sci-fi experiment gone terribly wrong, man. And I love the creature feature effects in here. I love the acting. I love the sci-fi premise. The kills are really cool. Like, there's one in like a car where it's like wrapping its tentacles and shit around the person and everything. So great, man. I love this movie. It's just great creature feature monster goodness, which I really love, man. And when Synapse announced that they were putting out a steelbook edition with the slipcover, I'm like, oh man, I'm going for it, dude. It was a lot of money, to be fair. I think it was like $80, somewhere around there. It was a lot of money. But to be fair, though, it is steelbook. It is a great slipcover. There's a ton of special features here, great making ofs and featurettes. But, you know, sometimes you are paying for quality. Put it that way. You are paying for quality, and this is definitely worth it, no doubt about it. It's a great goddamn movie, and it's one that definitely deserved the Synapse love, put it that way. So I'm glad that I finally own the Kindred. There's no doubt about that. Glad that I finally do. And another one that I'm really glad to finally own. Indeed, this one, man, let me tell you something. When I watched this movie, I knew immediately I had to buy it. There's no doubt about it. It just I had to do it. I could not, and that is none other than Psycho Goreman. Oh, the limited edition Hunky Boy Ultimate Edition. Oh man, Psycho Goreman. Holy shit. This is great. Psycho Goreman is absolutely amazing. I love Psycho Goreman so much, dude. And when I saw this movie, because I saw it for the out and about, because it was coming out that week, and I was like, okay, well, I want to watch it, and I've heard great things about it, and the trailers looked cool. And then when I watched it, I was like, oh my fucking god, man, this is amazing. It's so cool, dude. It's so great, and the great slip is awesome in it, but this is even better, man. Look at this. That's great. Look at that. That's so cool. Oh man. Oh dude. He came. He ate. He slayed. So awesome. Oh my god, man. If you guys have never seen Psycho Goreman, I highly, highly recommend this movie, dude. It is crazy. It is ridiculous. Basically, it's about this alien that comes down and is being controlled by this little girl. And this little girl is one devious little shit. And, you know, she's making him do all kinds of ridiculous stuff. But apparently, like, there's other aliens in the galaxy that want to kill him and his race. So they end up coming down to try to attack him. And it's all this crazy fucking hilarious complications and all the alien killing, gore, blood, action. And it's all over the place, dude. And I love it. I thought the creature effects were fantastic. I love the design of Psycho Goreman. I love the comedy. They have their one friend that's with them. And I think he turns his one friend into like some sort of weird looking brain thing or something. It's just fucking odd, dude. It's like, dude, your human friend just turned into a fucking brain with eyes or some shit. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, I'm like, he can't go back to his parents. I mean, shit. You know, I doubt the school will accept him, but whatever. I mean, my God, man, it's just so fun and crazy and wild, and I loved every second of it, dude. So fantastic, so amazing. Psycho Goreman is great. Love it. Amazing. Great. Cool. Cool shit. I love that movie with all my heart, dude. That Psycho Gorman Inside Art is, yes, it is off of House Guest with Sinbad. And when I looked at it the first time I did, I was like, God, that looks familiar. And I was like, man, what does that look like? And then I had to look it up, and it was like House Guest. It was so great, man. Yeah, it's so great, dude. It's so great. So now we'll dive into more goodness, more Arrow goodness with Crash. Yes, Crash. David Cronenberg's Crash. Look at this. Man, this is a great fucking movie, dude. I love this movie, man. This. No. No, that's not, no, this is not the Oscar winning Crash. This is not, no. This is the better Crash movie. This is the Cronenberg one. This is the James Spader one. No, that is no, no, no. This is far different. Okay, so this is basically about James Spader, Elias Codius, a bunch of people in here, and uh, they are basically they're crashing their cars. They're getting into accidents because it makes them horny. Okay, it makes them hot and bothered by crashing their cars, and basically they have sex inside the crashed cars. That's what it is. And so it's very sexual, it's very sensual, it's it's very erotic. That's what this movie is, man. And it's very much body horror in the idea of wrecking your body in the name of sexual pleasure. That's what this movie is, man. And this is one of my favorite Cronenberg movies of all time, and it's one of my favorite James Spader movies of all time. I love this movie, and when I first watched it, it's kind of messed up. Just literally forcing car crashes in order to get off. Like that is weird shit. But I love how well it's done, and I love how Cronenberg films it and portrays it, and really just gets you into the psychological mind of what it takes to do this, of just going this far for pleasure. And it's really unique and really fascinating and really interesting, and I've always really loved this one. And it's got an Arrow edition, but it also has a Criterion edition as well. But I really love this one. I think it's fucking brilliant. And again, it's not for everybody, but it is for me. Put it that way. I mean, for me. Not like I'm watching this with my girlfriend anytime soon, but sure, why, what the fuck? I'll enjoy it by myself, damn it. So, it is what it is, okay? Now, now we're getting to some interesting stuff because, well, we'll dive more into the Arrow train when we're dealing with none other than another great classic, wonderful movie, great Tony Scott movie, great Quentin Tarantino movie. Oh, one of the best romances of all time, in True Romance. Oh, yes. Look at this. True Romance. Oh, man. This is some good shit, man. This is some great stuff. I love this movie so much. I mean, Christian Slater, Patricia Arquette, Dennis Hopper, Val Kilmer, Gary Oldman, Brad Pitt, Christopher motherfucking Walken. Oh, this is great. I love this movie. Yes, I picked up the Blu-ray. I didn't get the 4K. Hey, don't fault me, folks. But I really love this film. I love the dialogue because, of course, Quentin Tarantino, and I love the way it's shot, and I love the interaction with the characters. There's a really great scene between Christopher Walken and Dennis Hopper, which is fantastic, and I love just the charm and charisma of these actors coming together. Gary Oldman is fucking wicked in this movie. I love the romance and the action. It's so memorable, man. And I've always really dug this one. Val Kilmer playing this sort of Elvis style character that is in Christian Slater's imagination. Like, I mean, it's just one weird scenario after another, but it works because it's so immensely entertaining, man. So good, so great. Oh hell no! Oh hell no! They couldn't make that walk-in hopper scene now. Hell no! Hell no! They couldn't, man. Somebody be complaining about that shit. You bet your ass they would, man. I mean, so good though. I wanted it. I got it. Damn glad I have it. Went off the bucket list. That is for damn sure, man. Not bad indeed. Not bad at all. And then, you know, speaking of really great things, I decided to get these two because, I love the character of Jason Voorhees. I love the character of Jason so much. And, since they're not really making any Friday the 13th movies right now, it's nice to get a little bit of fan film love with, yes, Never Hike Alone and Never Hike in the Snow. Look at this. This is great. Look at this, man. This is fucking cool. Fan film love. Fan film goodness, man. Not bad at all. And now, here is the truth here. I love fan films. And I think the reason why I love fan films so much is you could really see the passion with these people that are creating it. You can tell that they really love this material. And it doesn't matter whether we're talking about Friday the 13th or Star Trek or Star Wars, you name it, right? If you love something, you really want to make something that is really great. And, look, they were doing, Kickstarter campaigns. I wanted to do it and support these guys, and I'm glad that I did. These are really well done films. I mean, they go out of their way to really make a great story and great kills and great characters, and really not only make an homage to the previous Friday the 13th Jason movies, but at the same time also, really make, some unique parts of the Friday the 13th mythology, and really, put their spin on the Jason franchise. And it's so great, man. I love these movies so much. They're so well done. I love them. They're great. And in fact, they are making another one. They're making a third. And I contributed to that campaign as well because I just love these films and they deserve my hard-earned money as far as I'm concerned. They really do, man. You know, it just feels so bad because we're in a time now where a lot of these intellectual properties, these IPs that these companies are doing, they're not really very fan friendly anymore. And a lot of fan films are not really being made anymore because a lot of these companies are basically tearing them down. Back in the day, you got a lot of great stuff from Star Wars and Star Trek and all that great stuff, and now not as much as it used to be. And so you go on YouTube and there's so many things out there that are really great fan films. Even DC stuff that has been done, Marvel. It's so great, but it is unfortunate. But at the end of the day, I try to support it whenever possible, and these are really great ones. Just saying, really great, amazing stuff, no doubt about it, man. Had to pick it up. So good, dude. Remember the Terminator fan film from 1990? No, I don't think I remember that one. I definitely will have to do that. Most of them are hunted for copyright, which is the thing about it. I think there was one that was supposed to be screened. I think it was a Joker one. There was some Joker movie that somebody had made, and I think there's like a copyright thing on it where basically I don't think they'll ever be able to release that at all. So yeah, it's just a goddamn damn shame, man. Unfortunately, a lot of these people have to go through, you know, Kickstarters or Indiegogo's in order to get the shit done. But again, I'm happy to support it if I think it's worth it, and that is definitely worth it. There's no doubt about that. So, is what it is on that, no doubt about that. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the live stream. I know most of you uh, are here for the long haul, thank God. Me and my zombie skull. Mm. And no, you can't buy this. Sorry. Yeah, I know you do. So, all right, yeah, let's keep on the gravy train here, folks. With Let's see. Well, we will do these. Why not? Why not do these? So, folks, sometimes I'm a sucker for continuing to buy things that I probably shouldn't be buying, but whatever, man. I just go with it. And Scream Factory got me, dude, because I picked up Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 3, Halloween 4, and yes, Halloween 5. Yes, I picked all of them up right there. Yes, and indeed I did. God damn it. Oh man. You know, at first I was only gonna pick up part 3 because I never got the Blu-ray of part 3, and so I was like, oh, okay, I can get on 4K, cool. And then John was getting more of them, and I was like, shit, should I get more? Maybe I should get Halloween 4 because I don't have Halloween 4, and I'm like, okay, I'll get Halloween 4. And then I said, okay, I'll get Halloween 3 and Halloween 4. And then I thought, well, should I get Halloween 5? Because I don't have Halloween 5 either. Okay, yeah, okay, I'll get Halloween 5. And then I thought, well, should I get Halloween? Yeah, I should probably get Halloween. And then I'm like, well, if I got everything else, well, shit, I should probably get Halloween 2 and upgrade. And and so I'm like, shit, man. I'm like, suddenly I'm justifying like buying 5 things when I was only gonna get one. Okay. And so whatever, but you know what? These things are gorgeous. They're absolutely fantastic. I love the covers to all of these. They're absolutely fantastic, man. I love them. They're great. They're really amazing, dude. And you know, Scream Factory did a good job with them. Ain't gonna lie, they did a great job. Cool. They're amazing. And honestly, you know, now that I have those editions, I'm probably never going to upgrade ever again. You know, I'm sure they'll put out more editions of the Halloween films. I'm sure they will, but I'm never going to buy them again, you know? So, uh, I'm glad I got them, I guess. You know, it was cool to grade them. They're great editions. They've got all the special features on them that I love, so whatever. But I really only wanted Halloween 3, man. I really only wanted Halloween 3, man. And I'm just fucked. So you know, whatever, dude. But you get one, you have to get them all. That being said, I still haven't picked up 6 through 8. Going to wait for a sale. That's that. Did I pick up the other ones? Well, I guess you'll just have to wait for the eventual 2022 pickups to find out about that one, won't you? um, McDragon, what's your thoughts on the status of physical media going into 2023? Well, I will say this much, and I won't say too much because it'll be part of a future out and about at some point. But what I will say is that for me, I think physical media is still strong, but it's strong in certain areas. And we can't forget that. The store stuff is going the way of the dinosaur. In fact, you guys noticed that I did not do a Black Friday video this year. Oh, by the way, why did I not do that? Because I went to my Best Buy and they had zero physical media at my Best Buy. Zero. I'm not even lying to you. Zero. And there was nothing there. And there was 2 little shippers at Target, and that was it. And most of the stuff I wasn't really interested in, or I had gotten before. And Walmart is basically what they're selling is mainly DVDs, mostly a little bit of Blu-rays here, 4K here and there, and that's it. That's all they're doing. And if you want that, that's great, cool, whatever. But it didn't really interest me. And so, you know, I mean, I was all ready to film a Black Friday video for you guys. I got up at 3:30 in the morning. I got to Best Buy at 5 a.m. I was ready to film a Black Friday video for you guys. And the moment I walk in, I'm looking and I'm like, oh, I see no physical media. So maybe it's around this corner, maybe it's around there, maybe it's in the back. Nope, nada, nothing. And so there's another Best Buy that's like an hour away from me. But again, it's an hour away. So I drive an hour and then drive another hour back with the way the gas prices are. I just don't want to deal with it. So I didn't. So good, bad, indifferent. Sorry to disappoint you guys, but I mean, there wasn't much to show off. It's just the truth, dude. And so, physical media is having its ups and downs. That's the truth. The boutique label stuff is really strong. Is really incredibly strong. But how long is that going to last? And that's the truth. Because, you looked at these Black Friday sales, you looked at Severin, and they were selling like some of those Dario Argento titles for like $55. People ponied up the money, but they complained like a motherfucker. And at the same time, I look at some of the Vinegar Syndrome stuff, and there's a lot of Vinegar Syndrome stuff that I like, but not all of it is worth buying. And you have to understand what's worth your hard-earned money. When I look at certain editions, do I want to pay that amount of money for that edition if I don't feel like I'm getting my money's worth? These boutique labels are raising the prices, and those prices aren't coming down. And so, do you wait for a sale? Yes, you wait for a sale, but ultimately, it's tough to justify spending your money sometimes for these ridiculous prices that sometimes it's not worth it. I don't know where 2023 is going to go with physical media. I do know 2022 had its hardships, and there's even more hardships that I will talk about in a future out and about video. Stuff that I found out. So, I mean, take it for what it is, for a grain of salt, but it's never going to be the way it was. And in fact, it might be getting more difficult. That being said, what we're getting is amazing now, but how long is that going to last for? Because a lot of times what a lot of these companies are doing now is they're re-releasing everything. They're re-releasing in 4K. They're re-releasing the same titles over and over and over and over again. And at a certain point, how many times are you really willing to double, triple, quadruple dip? Just saying, man. But obviously, I'm still buying physical media, clearly. So there is that too. So whatever. But all right, let's keep the train rolling with more Shout Select Love with none other than the Oh God Collection. Oh yeah. So man, the Oh God Collection. Jeez. Man, this is some old school shit, man. Oh man, George Burns. The reason why I wanted this set was because of George Burns and these movies I watched on TV back in the day when I was a kid. And I couldn't believe that Shout Select was releasing this stuff, man. He was always old. He was always old, man. No matter what, the dude was always old. And I just was like, dude, I thought he was gonna croak for years, and he just kept on like acting. I'm like, dude, how old is this guy? So it's a really great little collection of movies about him playing God and the devil, and just the dichotomy between the two. It's really great, man. I love it. It comes with Oh God, Oh God Book 2, and Oh God You Devil. Literally three God movies with George Burns, man. And it's great. George Burns is having a fun time playing God and playing the devil, and it's that entertaining for what it is, man. They're campy movies for what they are, dude. But I really enjoyed it, and I thought it was kind of fun for what it is. Not perfect, but hell, I enjoy them. Just saying, man. I enjoy them indeed, dude. Movie fan, I'm done double dipping on the upgrade stuff. Last time when I can. Well, I agree. I agree with you indeed. So let's keep the train rolling because we've been doing this for a long ass time, man. And we'll go with a movie that I really love, I really enjoy. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And when there was a Blu-ray edition of this, I had to get it, dude. And that is none other than Wonder Boys with Michael Douglas, Tobey Maguire, Frances McDormand, Katie Holmes, and Robert Downey Jr. I remember watching this when it came to the movie theaters years and years and years ago, man. And I always loved this movie. Basically, Michael Douglas plays this professor down on his luck, divorced, and he had a really great, wonderful novel that was really like big and everybody loves it. And ever since then, he's had the worst case of writer's block. He just can't fucking figure out what his next book is going to be. On top of that, he's having an affair with the the dean's wife. His publisher, played by Robert Downey Jr., is coming to finally try to check out his new book that he says is close to being done, played by Robert Downey Jr. His student, played by Tobey Maguire, is this brilliant kid who is very awkward in social situations, and he feels like he really reminds him of himself and really have to take care of him. And so it's all these different situations with all these people that are interconnected with him. Katie Holmes is one of his students that wants to sleep with him. And so it's like one weird scenario after another that's literally going on with this guy. And it's like, how does he get out of all of this shit and figure it out at the same time without literally losing his fucking mind? And I love it. On top of that, Robert Downey Jr. is trying to sleep with Tobey Maguire, and and it's just like what the fuck. So it's great here. I love this movie, man, and I think it's a sweet little yarn about a man trying to figure out his life and all the crazy complications that go with it. I've always dug this movie. I think it's way better than anybody gives it credit for. And it's one of Michael Douglas's, as far as I'm concerned, one of his best films that he's ever made. I love it. I love the quirky characters. I love the quirky story. I love the comedy. I love the drama. I love the heart in this. That, sometimes you don't choose the people that you care about. Sometimes they choose you. And that's a really great way to spin this movie, and I think it's amazing and awesome, and the performances are absolutely fantastic. It's one that I don't think gets a lot of love, not nearly as much as it should, but it does from me. Not bad, man. Wonder Boys, not bad at all. Then we're going to get into more Kino Lorber love with a really great sort of teen romp adventure, coming of age. Oh, man. If it's not Sean Penn getting into hijinks, it's Chris Penn in The Wildlife. Oh, yes, indeed. Look at this, dude. You've got Chris Penn, Leah Thompson, Jenny Wright, Eric Stoltz, Rick Moranis, Hard Bachner, Randy Quaid. Man, The Wildlife is amazing. I love The Wildlife so much, dude. And it is a really great little, sort of adventure yarn with these young actors and all the crazy hijinks that they get into, and I love it, man. This is such a really great movie, and the performances are amazing, and the cast is phenomenal. I've always loved this one, man. It's one that doesn't really get a lot of love because, you know, other great movies out there like Fast Times at Ridgemont High, right? Fast Times at Ridgemont High get a lot of love because it's a popular movie. But there's other ones out there that kind of seep under the radar a little bit, and The Wildlife is one of them. If you love things like Fast Times at Ridgemont High, this is easily one that you've got to watch, man, because yes, not nearly as good as Fast Times at Ridgemont High, but damn, it's really just as entertaining, and just the cast alone is just worth easily diving into. No doubt about it, man. The Wildlife, pretty good. Also, heading back to Scream Factory with a double feature that is out of print now. And again, I don't get many double features. It's The Wildlife fucking rocks. I agree, Brian. I agree, 110%. This is a double feature that is out of print now. And again, I told you guys I don't get a lot of double features, but this one I wanted to. It just kind of looked too good to resist, actually, and that is Amazon's Barbarian Queen. Oh my god. Oh man. Chicks, fighting in medieval times. Hey, it is what it is, folks. It is what it is, folks. Oh man. Oh man, Amazon's where no man has ever entered. Man, this shit writes itself. And you just give me comedy gold, don't you? and and Barbarian Queen, no man can possess her, no man can defeat her. Okay. I did, dude. Oh my god, man. So, you know, I was interested in this because I do like sword and sorcery movies, dude. I do like some of that stuff, like Beastmaster, obviously, and Deathstalker 1, 1, and 2. I love that stuff. So I was like, you know what, this kind of looks cool, and I was, I was looking up the trailers to this stuff, and I was like, you know what, it kind of looks cool actually. And so I ended up just getting it on a whim, just buying it. And I was so fucking worried because when I got it in the mail, it looked like it was damaged. It looks like it was dented in badly or something. It looked like it with the plastic on it. And I contacted Scream Factory, the customer service, and I said, can I send this back and can you give me a replacement? And they're like, no, we can't because it's sold out. We can't give you a replacement. And so I'm like, okay. So I hadn't opened it up yet, and thankfully, once I had opened it up, it wasn't damaged. It just looked damaged, and I was like, oh, thank God, man, because Jesus, that would have been rough. But thankfully, good in condition, and the movies are actually really fun. They're really great. Actually, I'm more of a fan of Barbarian Queen than I am of Amazons, but they're both good sword and sorcery women flicks. I mean, obviously, naked chicks and fighting with battle swords, whatever. But it is fun for what it is, man. I did enjoy it actually, and it's not high art or anything, but I kind of like it, so it's not bad. All things considered, hey, I'm glad I own it. I'm not selling this shit. For damn sure, man. It is really good. I did enjoy it for what it was, man. Not bad with that. Not bad at all. Oh, and I guess we'll stick with the Scream Factory train because it's one thing with barbarian women, right? Uh, you know, gets my blood flowing. But if it gets my blood flowing, this guy might bite it with Dracula, Dead and Loving It. Oh, yeah, with Leslie Nielsen. Oh my God, man, it's good to be the king of the undead. Oh my lord, man, Dracula, Dead and Loving It. Jesus Christ, you know, I am a fan of Mel Brooks. First of all, I'm Jewish. He's Jewish. We got shit in common. And you know, he's such an entertaining dude. He really is. The movies that he's made, whether we're talking about The Producers or Spaceballs, Robin Hood Men in Tights, obviously, and so many so many more. History of the World Part 1, and I could go on and on, man. And I've always loved him doing spoofs because you know, there's a lot of really terrible spoofs out there, man. There is some real crap, man. But for some reason, Mel Brooks really understands how to do a spoof right. And I can't really explain why he does. Like, some people just got it. And he has it, man. He's so good at this shit. And Dracula Dead and Loving It is one of those, man. I just love how you take the idea of Bram Stoker's Dracula, and you put it into this great little comedic element with Leslie Nielsen. And you got to remember, this was a big time for Leslie Nielsen. I mean, you had obviously the Naked Gun stuff, but he was doing so many spoofs, man. I mean, whether it was this or Spy Hard, or he had like one where he was like making fun of like the fugitive or some shit. Like he was doing all kinds of shit, man. But this is one of his better ones. It really is. I really like this movie. I think he's really incredibly entertaining in this. I dig him a lot. Steven Weber is really good here as well. Mel Brooks in here also he takes some of the comedic element as well as an actor. Wrongfully accused, yes, is the fugitive. Yes, yeah, wrongfully accused is yes. And yeah, he's good at doing these comedic spoofs, man. And this was one of the better ones. This was a really good one. I thought it was fun for what it was. Crazy, ridiculous, but hey, a good spoof is still a good spoof. Not bad at all, man. Not bad indeed. Oh wait, Steven Weber, The Shining. Now, well, we'll stick on the Scream Factory train for just a wee bit longer, and this one was definitely one that I wanted to get because it's a really great fucking movie, dude. And when Scream Factory released it, I'm like, I've got to get this. And that is Brotherhood of the Wolf. Yes, look at this, man. Oh, this is a great fucking movie, dude. I love this. Mark Dacascos, Vincent Cassell, Monica Bellucci. This is a really great fucking movie, man. I love the hell out of this flick. It is so effing good, man. I just love the idea of these two men that don't really trust each other having to go on this adventure of danger around every corner. It's so amazingly well done, man. The action sequences are great here. It's really on the edge of your seat, thrill ride type of stuff, which is amazing. Really well acted, great atmosphere, such a fantastic movie, dude. Love Brotherhood of the Wolf. And when Scream Factory announced it, absolutely no brainer. I definitely needed it. That's for damn sure. I'm damn glad that I have it. That is amazing to finally have. And as is some documentary love. Now, I talked about the Go Go Boys earlier. I talked about the Go Go Boys. Love that so much. And as somebody who loves physical media, as somebody who really, loves rental stores, this was definitely one that I definitely needed to have. And damn glad that I finally did. I literally bought it from the last Blockbuster. Oh, I did, man. God, I love this. I love this so much, dude. And you know, you got to remember that I grew up with video rental stores. I grew up with this stuff, man. And you know, I was going to Family Video. I was going to, the Blockbusters. I was going to the mom and pop stores. And I grew up watching stuff through these video rental stores. It was basically my education was going to these places. And now to see literally one Blockbuster left, it's just wild to me. It really truly is, man. And we're having generations grow up now where there's just not even a thing. It's not even going to be a part of their life. And that's nuts to me. And I've always wanted to visit this Blockbuster. I've always wanted to do it. In fact, my girlfriend has a friend who lives in the area of where this Blockbuster is. And I've always said to my girlfriend, I said, man, we may one day have to take a trip and go check out the last Blockbuster. We might have to do it because it's just too good not to. But I just love this movie, really talking about video rental stores and talking about the rise of them and the fall of them and maintaining the last one that's still around and the achievements and the difficulties of it. And it's so great of a documentary, man. It really is. It will make you fall in love with video rental stores, but yet at the same time really feel sad about where they ultimately took a dive and where it ultimately ended up. It's such a fantastic one. So many really great testimonials from a lot of actors who really love physical media and really love the Blockbuster experience. So yeah, it's a great one, dude. And as I said, I literally did buy this from the last Blockbuster. I literally ordered it from there, man. So yeah, great, cool shit, dude. Love it. How coincidental is that there's a Blockbuster TV series now on Netflix? Basically, one of the companies that. Okay, I know, right? Like, it's crazy to think that Netflix decided to do a Blockbuster TV show. I heard it wasn't all that great, to be honest with you, but it's just wild to think that that's the world that we're living in, man. Like, it's nostalgia now to make a Blockbuster TV show. Huh? Seriously? Like, okay. Oh, man. So, speaking of documentaries, this was one that was very interesting to me. And when Shudder ended up putting this out, I wanted to check it out because as somebody who loves horror, there's always different aspects to horror that I really appreciate. And this is yet another one of them with Horror Noir, a history of black horror. And to me, I was very interested in this because as somebody who is a huge horror fan, I love tracking the history of horror. I love tracking the history of the ups and downs of it. And this is a really great documentary about, you know, black history within the horror genre and how it has shifted and it's changed over the years. And I really dig this one in a big bad way. You got a lot of really great testimonials from a lot of really great actors out there. Um, whether it's Keith David, Tony Todd, even directors like Ernest Dickerson that really talk about the history of black horror and the evolution of it. It's really amazingly well done, and there's a lot of perspective on it, talking about the old school black and white stuff all the way to movies like Get Out now. So it's really fascinating and really interesting, and I definitely wanted to pick it up, man. So, hey, why not? So, really great one. If you're interested in any aspect of interesting history of horror noir, actually pretty good. Definitely got to check that one out, man. Not bad. We got that. Then, well, I'll get into more stuff that I didn't really care for. Because why not, man? Why not, indeed? When we talk about one that I picked up from Full Moon Entertainment. Ah, yes, Full Moon. Where we will talk about the wildest movie ever, or Mondo movie ever. One that I wanted to give a chance to, and now I'm kind of disappointed that I even did. And that is Crazy Nights. Oh, yes, Crazy Nights with Amanda Lear. Now, this movie takes place in the disco era. Okay? Now, Amanda Lear apparently was this big, huge pop star from back in the day. I never heard of the chick, but whatever. And this movie is a documentary film because it's about her life, but it's also about her career and singing at these clubs, but it's also like a porno at the same time. I'm not even fucking lying to you guys. So it's like her there's aspects to this film where she's singing at this club, 70s sort of disco club stuff, and her singing career, and traveling with her, and then there's moments where it cuts to like people in the 70s having sex with one another. And I didn't know what to make of this thing. Like I literally didn't know, because it's like an Italian it's an Italian exploitation film directed by Joe D'Amato. So Joe D'Amato, who has directed a lot of great Italian cinema, he directs this movie like it's a documentary for Amanda Lear, but then he throws in a lot of like 70s sex and sleaze in this thing. And it's just so odd. Is it supposed to be a is it supposed to be a disco musical? Is it supposed to be a documentary on Amanda Lear, or is it supposed to be a porno flick? Like it it can't be all three, but it kind of is. Like it's so weird, man. And I don't know, like this is just odd to me. This movie is uncut. And so when I tell you it's uncut, um I'm not just talking about the footage. I'm talking about the dudes as well. Okay, I'm just being real. I'm just being real, because this is just like, yo, I was I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the fuck, dude? It's, oh Jesus, it's oh man, god damn it, like the shit I fucking watch, man. you know, you know, all I want is a nice movie night, and I get this shit. Okay? That's all I want. God damn it, okay? Jesus. So, this is a weird watch, man. I didn't know what to make of this heads or tails, dude, and I really don't want this in the collection. I'm not gonna lie. Hopefully there's some Joe D'Amato fan that's gonna take this off my hands, dude. Hopefully they like you know uh 70s Bush. Because if they don't, fucking they're getting it anyways. Oh my lord. Crazy nights, goddamn, man. Fucking hell. Jesus. Um oh wow. Okay. Well, from well, at least this one isn't as fucking sleazy, but it's still one that was kind of boring to me, and I was really hoping it was gonna be good. I think this slipcover edition is out of print actually now from Vinegar, but I didn't really I didn't. Oh, that one. Give me Beyond the Dark. Well, Brian, if you want crazy nights, man, um, you know, I'll sell it to you for like, I don't know, like 10 fucking bucks, man. 10 fucking bucks, man. I'll fucking sell it to you. Yeah, um, so this one from Vinegar, yeah, I didn't really care about this one. But it is what it is, man. And people like it though, but I didn't care for it, and that is none other than Necromancer. Oh yes, when simple revenge is not enough. Oh, indeed, man. Now I got to admit, I'm gonna be real, dude. I picked this up because I really liked the trailer. I really liked the trailer to this, and I thought the trailer was actually really cool. And after watching the movie, I like the idea behind the movie. I like the idea that she's getting revenge against these guys that wronged her and raped her and whatever. And I like when she gets revenge on them, like turning into this sort of like like green-eyed like monster, which it's cool, but the rest of it is kind of like, it just kind of doesn't really excite me all that much. It was an alright movie, but I didn't really get into it like I was hoping I would. I thought it would be more of a funner romp, and it really wasn't. Kind of a shame, actually. Again, not a bad movie necessarily, just not really my jam. You know, I definitely will probably sell it. Like you just said, Brian. $40 or $50 easily for this. I probably will. Like I said, I didn't really love it, but I could probably sell it for a good chunk of change. It's in good condition, so it's not bad. But there you go. And another one from Vinegar Syndrome that I was not really a fan of either. I wanted to like it. And sometimes what Vinegar Syndrome will do is that they will end up releasing uh, certain trauma titles. And some of the trauma titles I've actually really loved. And other ones, not so much. Like Nightmare Weekend. Yeah. Nightmare Weekend. Not exactly my favorite when it comes to some of the trauma releases. Not really at all, man. I mean, great fucking cover art. I mean, the cover is fucking awesome. But, yeah, it is a weird cover, dude. You know, the movie's just okay, but it's not really all that interesting to me, and it's kind of a bore. Like the covers and everything are kind of cooler than the movie is. Weirdly enough, yeah, it's one of those sort of lamer trauma titles that Vinegar Syndrome got. Not exactly the greatest. I thought it was gonna be much better. You know, I mean that's trauma for you, but it's okay for what it is, man. And reminds me of the face. Wow, can't even with the large one. Yeah, it kind of does actually. Another one that I really didn't care for, and actually, which is much beloved by a lot of people, and I wanted to give it a go, and I wanted to give it a try, but I wasn't the biggest fan of it, and that is Spellcaster. Not the biggest fan of Spellcaster. I didn't really like it. I wanted to like it. It was an interesting sort of full moon title that Vinegar Syndrome got, but I I don't know, man. Like some of the effects are really cool here. It's really cool to see some of the like the rock and roll '80s stuff in here. It's kind of cool, but I don't know, man. I was just this is another one that I was kind of bored by. It's weird. I was just bored by this flick, man. It's kind of odd to me. Maybe I was expecting something better. Maybe I was expecting more of a rock and roll romp, but I didn't really get it, dude. Which kind of sucks, man. I mean, again, I don't know whether this is out of print or not, actually. I mean, I'll probably sell it again, but it just didn't really do much for me. Again, it's not a bad movie, but I was just kind of bored by it. I was, outside of some of the, the creature stuff, that was kind of lame. Just being honest, man. Yeah, it was okay for what it was. Now this one is a big one that people really love. I bought it through Severin. I wanted to see if I really could like it, and yeah, again, it didn't do much for me, man, which is a goddamn damn shame. I was hoping it was gonna be way better, but I didn't really like it. I wanted to. I tried my hardest, man, but I didn't really like it. I wish I did because I would have loved a little bit of House on the Edge of the Park. I really wanted to like House on the Edge of the Park. I desperately did, man. I was watching it. I was like, okay, I'm really gonna enjoy, the crazy hijinks of the rape and the revenge stuff. And man, I couldn't get into it, dude, as much as I wanted to. And I'll tell you something, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of the rape revenge stuff, I don't. It's not a genre that I really love, man. I don't really get into it as much. I remember when people were really hyped for that Vinegar Syndrome title of Thriller, and they were really hyped for that. And I looked into the trailers and I looked into all that stuff, and I was like, dude, it's all right, but I don't really want to watch a fucking rape revenge thing. I've watched it so many times, dude. And David Hess is so great. And that's what really sort of gets me because David Hess is so psychotic and so physically imposing, and he does a good job, but it's everything around David Hess, man. It's like, you know, David Hess is so great, but then there's like a lot of cheeseball moments here and a lot of stupid, idiotic shit, and it's kind of like I just wish it was a more stripped down version, and it's really not, dude. And that's kind of what kind of pissed me off about the movie. Like it has moments that it's really good, and then there's moments where it's like, God, this is really kind of stupid, and yeah, it just didn't really do much for me, dude. I wish it would have done much better for me. I was really hoping in a big bad way it was gonna do a lot more for me, but just didn't. Sorry, dude. Yeah, it is what it is, man. I also didn't really care for another Vinegar Syndrome title, man. Yeah, Vincent doesn't always hit it out of the park. I hate to admit it to you guys, but it is the truth. And this one is yet another one with the severed arm. 5 victims. Cannot stop him. Cannot escape the slashing fury, the sound of terror. Now, to be fair, it's not a bad movie necessarily, but it is fucking dull as shit, man. with a movie like The Severed Arm, like I thought it was gonna be like, oh, like this arm going around and killing people, and I'm like, no, no, not really. It's just kind of a mind-numbing experience. Looked like it was figured. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, it was one of those things where I just didn't really like it, man. I was just waiting for more interesting shit to happen in the movie. It starts out kind of promising, and the promising premise doesn't really carry over to the rest of the movie, put it that way. Yeah, it's not that great, dude. So that's not that great indeed. So it is what it is, man. For what it's worth, not all that hot, but whatever. But another one that I didn't really care for, from Mondo Macabro. See, I don't hate on just Vinegar Syndrome and Severin. I also hate on Mondo Macabro as well from time to time. Because again, you got to remember, guys, that I'm blind buying like a mofo. So there's going to be times where I'm not always going to be a fan of it. And this is one of them. And that is The Hunting Ground. Now, this is an interesting movie because this flick is basically about this woman who is a lawyer. She's defending these people. She tries to see the good in people, right? And there's this gang that has done some despicable stuff, and she's trying to defend them. And they are, even though they got off scot-free, and even though she helped them get off scot-free, they're like, you know what, man, we gotta get this bitch. And so suddenly they're raising, they're like, looking into her files, and they're raiding her car, and they're finding her home, and they're killing people, her loved ones and her family, and raping, and it's just one despicable situation after another, and it just doesn't stop. Like, what I mean about it is there's no moment where you sit there and go like, oh, this chick is like gonna finally figure out that these people are bad and whatnot, and like, she's, at every single turn, this chick is so fucking stupid. At every single fucking turn, there's moments where like this chick is literally like, well, yes, well, my car was raided, and people stole things, but it happens. These cops, oh, these people, I can still see the good in them. No, no, these people are scumbags. they're assholes, dude. Like these people don't deserve your sympathy. And finally, when she finally gets a fucking clue and gets off her ass to actually get revenge on these motherfuckers, I'm like, man, this is way too late in the fucking movie, dude. Like, this should have happened way earlier, man. Like, damn, it's just despicable people doing despicable things, and stupid characters not giving a shit until the final end of the film, when they should have cared a hell of a lot earlier. And that just pisses me off, dude. So for me, yeah, I wanted to like it, but yeah, it just didn't really do anything for me, man. So that's another one that didn't do anything for me. Now this one that I didn't like, because I'm going through my whole sort of thing that I didn't like here. I wanted to like this, dude. I so did. I paid a shitload of money for this fucking release, and out of all of the releases that I didn't like, this is the one that I regret the most. This is the one that I regret the absolute most. And I'm so pissed that I didn't like it, but you know what? I gotta be real with you guys. And if I don't like it, even if I paid a lot of money for it, it's not going in the collection, because I just don't want something that I don't like in the collection at all. Ah, man, it really sucks. Stop Morbius, damn it. However, Morbius I didn't like, so it ain't gave me in the collection at all. But I hate to say it because it had potential, but it's a real fucking bore fest at the end of the day. Man, some Frankenstein movies are really good, but Flesh for Frankenstein, it ain't one of them. Oh, god damn, dude. Jesus. I mean, look, I love the look of this. With the stitches and everything. The stitches are fucking cool, man. Don't get me wrong, man. This looks great. I mean, you had look at this, Flesh for Frankenstein. Look at this with the slipcover there. Look at that. That's fucking cool. That's cool shit. It looks fucking awesome. Look at that. The Frankenstein 3D. That's fucking cool. I mean, they put a lot of effort into this release, so it's not like, I mean, it's not like they shit this release out and just put it out there. They put a lot of effort into this thing, but it's just fucking shit, man. Goddamn, dude. And yeah, Brian, you're selling yours, dude. I don't know what you thought, but this thing was boring as hell, man. I mean, I love Udo Kier. Don't get me wrong, but dude, this thing just bored me to tears. I just kept waiting for something interesting to happen, and it just didn't for the longest time. And I'm like, okay, when is this going to get fun? When is this going to get interesting? When am I going to have an entertaining time watching this? And I just kept waiting and waiting and waiting, and it just didn't happen, man. And it's just a goddamn shame, dude, because, you know, this was a hyped release. I mean, they were hyping this like a motherfucker. Vinegar Syndrome was like, yes, Flesh for Frankenstein. And I'm like, okay, man. I mean, this is one of these releases, and I'm not gonna lie, this is one of these releases where I I'm gonna second guess Vinegar Syndrome now a lot of times. Unless I really know the movie, I'm gonna do my research on it, man. I'm not gonna do a lot of these crazy blind buys. This is one of these movies that really has turned me off to blind buying. I mean, I'll still blind buy at times, but I got to do my research, man, because I can't do another Flesh for Frankenstein. That's why, like this Black Friday, Severin had the whole stuff with the the Dario Argento titles, and I was like, I don't want this. Like I don't know if these releases are good. I've never seen those movies, and I'm not paying $55 fucking dollars again for this shit. I'm not fucking doing it. And so this release really soured me to Vinegar Syndrome. It really did, man. And it's my fault that I paid the money for it. I'll put the blame on me to a certain extent, but as my friend John puts it a lot, he's like, dude, these companies wrap up a turd in a nice neat little package, and this is proof positive of it. It really is, dude. Man, I just really fucking pissed me off, dude. Paid a lot of money for this, and yeah, so there you go. Fucking pissed me off, man. It is what it is. But another one that I wasn't a fan of, I'm gonna be honest with you, is another Mondo Macabro title, which I was really hoping I would like, but it didn't really do it for me the way I was hoping, and that is Blood Ceremony. She bathed in virgin blood to stay eternally young. Unfortunately, the movie is eternally bad. Oh, Jesus, it really is, man. You know, here's here's the truth about it is that it's basically like that whole legend of the woman who bathes in kids' bloods and everything, and tries to stay eternally young. That's basically this story, and I really desperately wanted to like it, but it was just kind of dull. It was meandering. It was kind of there was the storyline with her and the kids, and the virgins and the girls, and then it would go into this other with the townspeople and how they don't trust her, and the guy that's courting her to be his wife, and I'm like, what does this have to do with the fucking story? Like, why are we meandering on other fucking things that make no fucking sense? What the fuck are we doing here, man? And so this is one of those titles that was kind of doing it for me. I was like, oh damn it, dude. Like if we just stayed with this, I would have been happy. But we're just going all over the place for no fucking reason other than to fill time, and that's it. And it just, oh, I hate that, dude. So it didn't work out. I mean, it's a limited edition. It's 1054 out of 1200, but doesn't mean it's good. But somebody will buy it. Put it that way. Oh, somebody will indeed. But we'll get back to some of the better stuff because I did a whole bunch of not good stuff. We'll get back to the good stuff because I talked about Perdita Durango. I did. And from Perdita Durango, the same director ended up doing another movie that Severin released, which I really liked, and that is Day of the Beast. Yeah. Oh, look at this, man. This is great. This is fucking amazing. This is awesome. I love, love, love Day of the Beast. I think that this is amazing. I didn't know what to expect. This is another blind buy. But again, from the same dude that did Perdita Durango, I was like, okay, I'm going to give this one a chance, man. And I loved it. Basically, it's about the devil is coming and it's going to be hell on earth, right? And so what this priest does is, in order to defeat the devil, he needs to go down. He needs to sin in order to go down to hell in order to fight the actual Satan himself. And so throughout the film, what the priest does, the priest goes out of his way to do every bad thing that he possibly can do to go down to hell. And I fucking love it. And it's hilarious because there'll be like an old guy on the street, right? Like, change, I need change, money. And so what he'll do is he'll steal the change. or he'll like steal somebody's luggage. Or he'll fucking do the weirdest shit, man. And I really thought it was great. I really dig it, dude. It was a really great fucking movie of just the hilariousness of this priest literally going out of his way to basically do everything that a priest shouldn't do in order to defeat the devil. So you know how there's so many great movies about how, well, in order to defeat the devil, we have to be better than the devil, and we have to end up being true to ourselves and fighting evil with good. And it's like, fuck that, dude. Like, no, we have to defeat the devil. We have to defeat the devil with more evil. That's what we have to do. And Day of the Beast proves it. Oh, it's so great, man. I love it. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. It's action-packed. I thought it was fantastic. So good. Day of the Beast. Amazing. No doubt about it, man. So great. Day of the Beast is not a sequel. It's just an original film, but so fantastic, dude. So amazing. Oh, so amazing indeed. Oh, let me take a sip of my drink here for a moment. We're almost done, folks. I swear. We're almost done. Patience will pay off. I had a lot of stuff to show off and talk about. This stream is well over 5 hours. So, have at it, man. But we're continuing to go. we're continuing to do a thank you, by the way, for everybody that is still sticking around. Appreciate it. If you've been here for the long haul, God bless your ever loving heart, man. But let's get back down to it with none other than. Yeah, we'll go with this. Why not? We'll go with a IFC Films midnight title that I gave a chance to. I wasn't quite sure whether I was gonna like it or not, but it's actually pretty solid. And that is none other than Witchin' and Bitchin'. Look at this, man. Look at this. Very interesting. Yeah, movie. Look at that. Witchin' and Bitchin', baby. Now, this movie is interesting because I actually really was not expecting anything out of this movie. I don't know, like it was supposed to be like witches who are hunting this group of people, but it was so much more than that, man. It's a weird sort of like uh horror comedy because this family, this bunch of people, they're bank robbers, and they rob this bank, and they think they're home free, and they end up getting lost in the woods. They don't know where they are. Suddenly they come upon these witches, and all fucking hell breaks loose. And I fucking loved it. I thought it was absolutely amazing. I thought it was fucking brilliant. I dug it like a motherfucker, man. It was so great, dude. And I love the wild and crazy witches. I love the hilarious back and forth with them, and how like they're manipulating these people, but yet like the people are like manipulating them, and the action between them, and the deception and the deceit and the sex and the murder and just the crazy hijinks, dude. It is really well done. Incredibly underrated, in my opinion, because, man, this was way better than I thought it was ever going to be, and I fucking loved it, man. Witchin' and Bitchin' was really, actually, solid flick, man. You know, it's got some great horror elements to it, but it's also got some really hilarious comedic moments. Yeah, it's really good, dude. Really dug it in a big bad way, man. Morning, Giselle. Thank you for being part of the stream. Hope you slept well, because I haven't slept for shit yet, but I will get to sleeping soon enough. Oh, man. Because if I was in bed with her, I would already be asleep, guys. I'd say, fuck this live stream. If I was with Kim Basinger, and my stepmother is an alien. Oh, yeah. oh, oh my god, look at that. Oh, so good from Arrow. Oh man. I love this movie, man. This is another one of those that I watched during uh the VHS era. The VHS era, man. I love this movie. This is such a fun film, man. And I can't believe that I live in a world where Dan Aykroyd and Kim Basinger starred in a movie together. And Kim Basinger was the love interest for Dan Aykroyd. Like, that's fucking wild to me, man. you know, you really can. It's so great of a movie. I love young Allison Hannigan here. I love Dan Aykroyd, dude. Dan Aykroyd is one of my favorite actors of all time, comedic actors. He's so great, man. He has such great charm and comedic timing, and I love his chemistry with Kim Basinger. I love it so much. I love the little alien creature that comes out of her bag, the with the big one eye and shit. Like I love that stuff, man. And I love the comedy here. I love the love story. It's so fun. It's so fun, man. And when Arrow announced this, I was in shock. I was like, "Oh my god, somebody's releasing this?" Like, dude, what world am I living in where my stepmother is an alien is getting a special edition from Arrow? Like, this is wild, man. But I had to get it because I love the movie so goddamn much, man. Oh, it's so good. Stepmother and Alien, fantastic, man. I love that movie, as do I love more Scream Factory goodness when we talking about Wes Craven love, and that is Deadly Friend. Yes, look at that, man. Ah, look at that. Goodness. Nice. Very nice indeed. Oh, wow. Man, oh man. Christy Swanson. Man, do you remember when Christy Swanson was a thing? Good God, man. I remember like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and shit. Yo, that was a long time back, man. Damn, dude. This is a really good movie, and it's kind of an underrated Wes Craven flick. You know, when we talk about Wes Craven, you know, you talk about um Scream and Nightmare on Elm Street and The Hills Have Eyes, and those are all great. Don't get me wrong, man. But Deadly Friend is weird, odd, yes, goofy, but incredibly entertaining, man. And I always found it kind of a unique movie in Wes Craven's filmography. It's actually really solid, dude. I really love this movie. Christy Swanson's great here, and I've always kind of had a soft spot for Deadly Friend, man. And so when they actually ended up like releasing an edition of this, I'm like, you know what? This is what I gotta have. This is what I gotta have in the collection, man. I've always really enjoyed this. That cover makes me think of Animorphs. Great movie. It is a great movie. It is actually, you know, not perfect movie, little odd, but hey, I don't mind it. I don't mind it indeed, man. Not bad. Definitely dig that movie. As I dig a little bit of Kino Lorber love, why not? Because, you know, the 80s was wild, folks. There's some crazy shit. And sometimes you just gotta party. You just gotta party like an all-nighter. Oh, which is pretty much what I'm doing, man. Jeez. Oh, the all-nighter with Susanna Hoffs from the Bangles. Oh, man. This movie, dude, it's fun. It's a great little flick, and I've always really enjoyed it. The idea of this girl that's finishing I think it's college, and there's like this one more party that's gonna happen, right? And her boyfriend is they're having sort of difficulties, and there's this musician singer that comes into town, and he's sort of like courting her to kind of sleep with her, and it's sort of like him sort of partying and wanting to sort of grow up and her grow up, and this romance between the two of them, and how sort of they finally, you know, realize their love for each other by partying with other people. I know, man. Like, it's a fun movie, dude. It really is fun. Susanna Hoffs is really great here. It's your typical sort of 80s party movie, but it's got some sweet, heartfelt moments to it, and I did enjoy it. I thought it was solid, man. I really did like this one. It wasn't half bad, actually. I kind of dig it, man. 80s band, yes, 80s band, goodness, man. Oh man, it does. It totally screams 80s. It absolutely does, dude. Oh man. So from one uh crazy scenario to more Arrow goodness, because we gotta have some more Arrow love here, folks. You know, look, when you go to your local hairstylist, you know, you gotta make sure that they're not a whack job, because you are letting them cut your hair. And, you know, scissors are a bitch. In The Stylist. Oh, yes. Look at this. Nice. Not bad, man. Nah, yeah, it's a stylist indeed. Now, here's the deal with the stylist is that it's a newer movie, and Arrow does that on occasion. And basically, it's about this chick that's very socially awkward, and she's had a very rough past in her life, and she is she is seeing kindness from this woman who is going to have a wedding, and she kind of feels like, oh, I'm friends with this woman. Oh, not really, but whatever. And she sort of takes a liking to her. And at every turn, she's sort of being ignored by this chick's friends, and she's sort of getting the cold shoulder. And you just don't piss off a psycho bitch stylist. You just don't fucking do it, man. And this chick is slowly but surely losing her fucking mind and killing people around her because honestly, you know, some of these people just fucking deserve it, man. I ain't gonna lie, they really do, dude. It's got a lot of shades of Maniac. Like, the idea that what she's doing is that she'll kill them and she's cutting their scalp. So she's cutting their scalp and then taking the scalp off and then basically keeping the hair. So it's very much like Maniac in that way. Not as good as Maniac though. It's a slow burn of a movie. It's slow burn, but I enjoyed it for what it was, man. I wasn't expecting this to sort of rock my world, but I was expecting it to have a decent story with good kills and an interesting killer, and that's what I got out of it. And now it's not perfect, but it does take its time, maybe too much time to get going, but it's still really solid and I still really enjoyed it. So I definitely do like the stylist. I thought the stylist was pretty solid overall, man. Not bad. It's definitely staying in the collection. Not perfect, but yeah, I still dug it for what it's worth, man. Not bad, and we might as well go with a little bit more Arrow love. Why not? When we're talking about a movie that is a really great coming of age teenage drama. Speaking of Matt Dillon, well, he's been around in the collection for a little while, and this one is yet another one that is damn worth it. And that's another than Over the Edge. Ah, yes. Nobody listened, nobody cared until the night they went over the edge. Oh, indeed, man. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Over the Edge. This is a great movie. This is so great. It is so really dramatic and thrilling and sort of a great example of teenage rebellion, I would say. Because basically these kids are sort of running amok in this town, and there's this sort of safe space that these kids have, and that is slowly being taken away, and it's almost like the parents, the authority, are the bad guys and the rebellious kids are the good guys. And it's it's pretty violent, actually. It's pretty violent and very dramatic and in your face, and I really love it. And how these kids are trying to take over the system. It's actually really solid of a film, and I had never heard of it. And it wasn't until John ended up mentioning it to me, where John was like, hey, this is really good. I think that you should watch this. And I'm like, you think so? He's like, yeah, dude, I think this is great. You're going to love this movie. And then I watched it. I'm like, dude, this is great. This is way better than I had ever thought it was going to be, man. It is a really great little film. Like I said, it's dark, it's violent, it's uncompromising, and it really is a great slice of, teenage rebellion going against society's rules type of movie. But it's brilliant, and I love it, man. Absolutely, really great. And this slipcover, by the way, was a Arrow exclusive, and damn glad that I a little slippy love. Not bad, indeed. Have a good night, says you are the man, but it's bedtime for me. Hey, Brian, thanks for sticking around. I'm almost done, so hey, check back later. Check back later, a little later, man. Then we're going down the rabbit hole of more Scream Factory love. I believe exclusive Scream Factory love, and that is none other than Dead Space. Yes, Dead Space indeed. I actually changed the blue cover to a black cover because they just look better, man. But yes, more horror space indeed. Oh man, so good actually. This was a really solid movie about sort of a signal in space and trying to track it down. I enjoyed this one. I thought it was good. It's a little cheesy, it's a little ridiculous, not as good as maybe I think you might be hoping for. It's another one of those sort of like sci-fi rip-off Corman type of shit. But it is really good, and I really love it, and sort of alien terror. I thought I thought the design of the alien terror was really cool. I like some of the spaceship designs. Cheapo, but I enjoyed it though. It is good. If you ever seen it, give it a chance. Really solid. Actually, not bad on that one. I also ended up picking up some 101 Films love. Why not? Because I love 101 Films. They're a great company, and they release some really interesting stuff from time to time. And this one I had not seen in forever. And when they announced it, I was like, dude, this I've got to pick up, man. There's no doubt about that. When I get The Last Broadcast. Oh, yes, man. Oh, found footage goodness, man. Now, if you haven't heard about this one, I can't quite say I blame you, because this one is, you know, it's an interesting movie because it kind of flies under the radar. When you think of found footage, you think of uh, Blair Witch Project, or you think of Cloverfield. You think of a lot of other ones, but really you don't really think of this one. But this one, I believe, predates Blair Witch. And basically, it's actually about the same thing that Blair Witch is, about the New Jersey Devil. And the idea that they're going out into the woods to try to find the New Jersey Devil, and then they go missing, and then the footage gets found. And I've always thought this was a really great movie, man. It's very eerie, it's very atmospheric. I've always really loved it. And the ending is the ending kind of sours me a little bit. I kind of like the ending and I kind of don't. I kind of go back and forth on it, but I've really always loved it. And I thought how they framed them going missing, and how you end up, talking to experts and family members, and about what really happened and what didn't, and how the footage is very mysterious. I've always loved it, dude, and I think this is better than Blair Witch. Like, I like Blair Witch, don't get me wrong, but I've always thought this was the better of the two. I really love this one, and hopefully this is gonna get more love down the road, because it is just that fantastic, dude. It really is amazing. Now when you look back at found footage, it's kind of like it kind of loses its kind of luster. But you have to remember, back in the day, man, when these things were getting released, like, you thought this was real shit. Like, you thought it was real. Like, somebody actually found real footage, and they put this stuff together. It's the same thing with Blair Witch, man. Like, people watched Blair Witch because they thought the shit was real. And we look back on that and we think it's kind of funny, but, like, dude, like, there's a fascination with that. And this is one of them, dude. I love it. I think this movie's fucking awesome, man. This is a great addition by 101. Awesome, awesome edition indeed. Definitely love having that. No doubt about that. As I enjoy some more Arrow video goodness. Yes, I definitely love my Arrow video, and this is one that I have not had in the collection ever, and it's actually one of my girlfriend's favorite movies. And when she told me it was her one of her favorite movies, I was like, I knew I loved you. I knew I loved you for a reason. And that is Donnie Darko. Oh, yes. Look at that, baby. Oh, oh, the dark goodness. Oh, look at that, man. That is fantastic. Oh, oh, Donnie Darko, man. Jesus. Such a good fucking movie, man. I love me some Donnie Darko, man. This movie is so fucking weird and so odd, and sometimes it doesn't make a lick of sense, but I was so entertained by this movie, and I was so captivated by all the what the fuck moments here. I think Jake Gyllenhaal is brilliant in this role, and I just love the oddness of the movie. You know, I mean, just moments where like he's just sitting next to like the weird fucked up bunny, and you're like, what the fuck is going on here, man? It's really great, dude. I I just love it. It's so eerie and it's so creepy, and I always dug this movie, dude. And sometimes there's certain movies where you just sit back and you enjoy the ride, man. There's certain movies where you're just like, you know what, I'm just gonna go with this, dude, for what it's worth. And this is one of them. And I love all the weirdness, every single second of it, man. Dude, unusual, but shit, I dig the hell out of it, man. And yes, there are so many chilling lines in the movie, things that just like really just get under your skin. So well done, dude. Donnie Darko is amazing. Definitely wanted it in the collection. That is for damn sure. I really honestly did. Amazing. There's no doubt about it. Oh, we're almost to the end. Thank God. Boy, this stream has been going on for almost 6 hours, dude. Mm. Boy, I'm gonna go to bed like a motherfucker. That's no doubt about that. But let's press on. One breath of a day. That's at least it's a weekend. Well, hell, I gotta work, man. Um, so let's get into a little bit more that I didn't really like, because I still got a decent stack. So let's get rid of some of these. One of the ones that I didn't like was from MVD Classics, and it's got an interesting idea with cannibals, but I just didn't really care for it, and that is Diamonds of Kilimanjaro, man. Wow. Um, you know, here's the thing about this movie. I bought it because I liked the trailer, but after watching the movie, I was bored as shit by this movie. This is one of the most boring cannibal movies I have ever seen in my life. I swear to God. Like, barely anything happens in this fucking movie. And these villagers and this chick and how they capture her, and she sort of becomes part of the tribe, and they eat some of the people, and it's like it's supposed to be this dramatic movie, and I was just fucking bored to tears the whole entire fucking time, dude. And I was like, God damn, man, like I never thought a movie about killer tribes and cannibals would literally make me fall asleep, but this, I guess I'm proven wrong, man. Fucking hell, this is a shit movie, dude. Not good, man. And yeah, it just wasn't all that great. I wish kind of it was, but hell, it happens. But another one that I wasn't a fan of, and actually I was hoping I was gonna be a fan, because I swore that I watched this years ago, but I guess I didn't. or I might have seen clips of it, but watching the full thing, yeah, I didn't really care for it, man. And it's kind of a shame, but yeah, Catherine Ireland either sometimes does it for you or sometimes doesn't, and then this time it didn't in Alien from LA. Yeesh, I wanted to like this dude. I'm not gonna lie, man. I really did. I mean, Kathy Ireland's hot. Don't get me wrong, man. I mean, she's definitely the cat's meow. But I just, man, I didn't really care for this one. I mean, the problem is, you know, Kathy Ireland in this movie plays this sort of ditzy dumb chick, and she's trying to find her father. 80s, yeah, it is 80s as hell, but she's trying to find her father and sort of going into another dimension, and it's fine. It's not terrible, but I just was kind of like bored, and I just didn't really like the stupid cheesiness of her. I don't know. I didn't. There was something about it I just really didn't care for, man. I mean, like I said, I like Kathy Ireland. Don't get me wrong, but like I don't know. I didn't really dig how they approached the movie. It didn't quite work for me. Like, there's a lot of stuff that really works for me, and I guess maybe I might not have been in the mood for it, but I don't know. Like, it just didn't really come off great. I don't know. Maybe it was Kathy Ireland's acting. It wasn't, but it wasn't good. I didn't really care for it all that much. I wanted to like it, but fuck it. Another movie that I didn't like, and I wanted to like so badly, because the cover is really cool, and I thought it was going to be so much more than what it is, and it really disappointed me. And that is Gun Crazy. Yeah, let's talk about Gun Crazy, man. James LeGros, Drew Barrymore. When I see this movie and the cover of it, I'm thinking to myself, oh, it's going to be like Bonnie and Clyde, like they're on the run. And yes, that's kind of the movie towards the end of the film. But the majority of the movie is basically Drew Barrymore plays this high school girl. She's kind of awkward. She has random sex with these boys that are pretty much raping her. Her I don't know if it's her stepfather or whatever, but he's trying to rape her, and she's like, geez, of course, why not? And you know, she goes to school, and there's like this homework assignment of finding a pen pal. So she finds this pen pal in prison, played by James LeGros. James LeGros finally gets out of prison after a while. He ends up meeting up with the Drew Barrymore character, and they're together, and he's very sort of religious, and he's sort of staying in town with the parole officer and everything, and like basically Drew Barrymore in this film plays a fucking hooah. Like, my god, man, like, geesh, like she is like sleeping with everybody under the sun, and like she wants to sleep with James LeGros, and James LeGros like, like, honey, I needs to marry ya in order to sleep with ya. and so yeah, so they end up getting married in order to sleep together, but even though he's trying to reform himself, James LeGros still is, a criminal at the end of the day. And so these young guys that tried to rape Drew Barrymore earlier, he kills them. They bury him. They're on the run, and now they're just going from one situation to the next. And man, I don't know, dude. Like, I wanted to like this movie, but it was the characters were kind of stupid. And it wasn't nearly as violent as I wanted it to be, and it wasn't nearly as exciting as I wanted it to be. Like, once they get on the road and they're going to places and stealing money from restaurants and everything, like Drew Barrymore is literally there, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we're stealing from you. Can we not steal from these people? I mean, they seem really nice." And I'm like, the fuck is this, man? Fuck is this? I I'm like, I was really hoping for this really great Bonnie and Clyde, like, we're like, we're now on the run, and we're gonna have fun doing it. Yeah, like, I wanted something like Natural Born Killers or some shit, man. And I got this lame attempt at this fucking, like, criminal reformed, sex crazed chick. And it's like, shit, man. Like, I wanted something more out of this, and I just didn't get it, dude. And it just fucking sucks, man. So I was really hoping that this was gonna be good. I was really hoping it was gonna be great, really exciting. But there's really not much excitement to it. Even like the fight scenes where, like, they're doing like the shootout, it's just so mundane, dude. It's like it's like milk toast is what it is. And it's a fucking shame, dude. It had potential. I like James LeGros. I like Drew Barrymore, but yeah, it didn't really work, man. Kind of a shame, man. I don't know. So there's that I didn't like. I got to admit, man, I did not like Steel Dawn. I didn't like this movie, man. This is another one of those Vestron movies that I did not like. Now, it's not for lack of trying, because I like the idea of sword and sorcery. I love Patrick Swayze. I thought, okay, man, like, this is an interesting idea. I'm gonna go with this. And man, it's kind of dull. And look, that's just me. Like, you guys might really enjoy it, but for me, like, again, I'm thinking of movies like Beastmaster that I really love, and some of those great sword and sorcery movies from back in the day. And I was like thinking, oh, cool, like, this is gonna be one of those cool, like, epic, like cheesy movies. And it kind of is. But but it takes a long time to get going, is really the problem that I have with it. And Swayze is a charismatic guy, but putting him in this sort of like Mad Max, you know, type of Beastmaster future, I don't know if it's really his thing. I don't really know, man. Like, I mean, I tried to like it, I really did, but it just didn't gel with me. It didn't gel. Just me, but just didn't gel. Just saying, man. But hey, not every Vestron's gonna hit. Just saying, folks. The other one that I really didn't like, and this is another one that is one of those sort of blind buys, and I really wanted to like it, but just didn't quite work out for me, and that is Killer Party. You know, I had heard a lot of people really like Killer Party, and a lot of people were really like, "Oh, this is a really great flick, man. I can't wait for this to get released." And I'm like, "Okay, if everybody else kind of likes it, maybe I'll like it." And I got to admit, it didn't do anything for me. I was like, "Yeah, there's other better movies than Killer Party, man." I mean, just being honest. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I don't know, like, it's sort of this. I mean, it's got the idea of, like, the college, and this sorority, and a killer is on the loose, and it's got a great idea behind it that you've seen so many times before, but I just don't think it's not nearly as clever or as interesting as a lot of the other ones that I've seen from the 80s. I don't know. I just didn't really think this was all that great. I wanted it to be so much better. I really did, but it just didn't really work out for me, man, which is a shame. Again, it's got a great idea behind it, and it's not terrible, but I just couldn't get into it the way that I can get into other 80s slashers. Maybe. I don't know. It's just my thoughts on that one. Then the other two that I didn't like. These are interesting ones, man, because I took a hard gamble on them, and both really didn't work out the way I wanted it to. And that is none other than Mahakal. Okay, so when you look at this cover, what do you think? I mean, just off the bat, what do you think about this? What ultimately comes to your mind? I mean, seriously, what comes to your mind? Bollywood, but what else comes to your mind? What about that? Nightmare on Elm Street. Yes. Okay, right there. Nightmare on Elm Street, man. So here's here's really the thing about this movie. So it's basically the Bollywood version of Nightmare on Elm Street. Is really what it is. And that's the thing about it because when I heard about this, right, and this comes from Massacre Video. When I heard about this idea, I was like, okay, it's the Bollywood version of Nightmare on Elm Street. I love Nightmare on Elm Street. The dude looks fucking cool. Okay, I'm gonna go with it. Why the hell not? And after watching it, first of all, I got to admit, dude, I haven't really watched a lot of Bollywood, so that's my bad, dude. Like, I didn't realize. I mean, I know what Bollywood is, okay? I know what Bollywood is, but like, I love the idea behind the story, like this killer and with the claws and everything. Like, that's cool. But everything else, the Bollywood stuff doesn't really work because suddenly you have a scene where like the guy is attacking somebody, and then the next scene they're like, and then suddenly, and then suddenly they're going back to, they're like, he's dark and he's brooding, and then suddenly they're like, I'm like, what the what the fuck? And I'm like, what the hell, man? It's really just, I was not prepared, and that's my bad. But I was, like, what the hell, shit? And so it really was kind of a disappointment to me. I'm not gonna lie, dude. It was a major fucking disappointment, and yeah, like, I like part of the movie, but not exactly the right part of the movie. So, shit. Like, it's got a good idea behind it, but it's, yeah, it's not really all that great, man. And it's a long fucking movie too, man. And yeah, it's, I understand what they were trying to go for because Nightmare on Elm Street is so popular, and they were trying to ape off of the success of it by doing a Bollywood version, but I kind of feel that they were shoehorning it in, or trying to. It didn't quite work, man. I bought it because of the cover. I bought it because of the fucking cover, man. And I was like, fuck. I love Freddy Krueger. I gotta learn to stop doing that shit, man. I really do. I gotta learn to stop doing that in a big fucking way, man. Because damn it, not good, dude. I was trying. My bad. Fucking hell, man. It was worth the experiment, I suppose. I suppose it was. All things considered, man. But this last one that I didn't like, you know, I wanted to like this one. I really honestly did. And this is another one, just like Flesh for Frankenstein, that I bought because, everyone was saying it was great. I gave it a shot, and I'm fucking paying the price for it, man. And oh my god, you got it right. Holy shit. Oh yes, blood. for Dracula. Oh my god, yes, it is Andy Warhol's Blood for Dracula. Shit. You know, man, I sort of I got hooked in by the trailer. I got hooked in by the trailer. I got hooked in by the packaging. I got hooked in by, Mr. Udo Kier himself. I got hooked in with the idea of Andy Warhol. And here I am watching the movie and I'm just bored. Out of my fucking mind. I'm bored. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? I'm like, come on, man. I mean, the packaging is great here. I mean, don't get me wrong. The packaging is really cool here. It's really fucking awesome. But, I mean, that doesn't make up for a lackluster fucking movie, man. That's really the problem. And that's really what kind of pisses me off about this flick. Because, like, all this movie is basically, Udo Kier being, forlorn, like, I don't like my life anymore. I don't like blood. I don't want to eat my veggies. I want to go to bed. Let me go to bed. I can't fucking do this shit. What the fuck, man? It's like he's just fucking he's just fucking so depressed. He's so depressed. And it's just literally like him just fucking like just being so goddamn like negative about everything. And I'm like, that's fine for like, a little bit of time, but it goes on throughout the fucking movie, man. And I'm just like, god damn. You know, it's one thing to be boring. It's another thing to literally like just be down on yourself the whole fucking movie and be boring on top of that. Like, it's just, god damn, dude. It's just literally, like, I don't like, I don't, I don't like being a vampire. Like, if you don't like being a vampire, then fucking kill yourself, please. Will you just fucking kill yourself? I would much rather appreciate that than having to listen to your diatribe for 2 fucking hours, man. God. It's just an empty film, dude. It's an empty fucking film. And Severin packaged a turd in a nice, neat little package. But it's not a good fucking movie, man. So I'm gonna try to sell this off the best I can, man. Hopefully somebody likes this shit, because I certainly don't. Ah, fucking hell, man. God, that's terrible. Ah, fucking shit, dude. Okay, so on now to better pastures since we got rid of all the crap. And again, for the most part, out of like over 130 movies, that's a small amount of a stack. Honestly, it really is. It's a small amount compared to, a lot of other, stacks that I've had. I mean, I have a huge stack of stuff that I love, and a small stack of the stuff that I didn't. So the ratio wasn't bad, but still some really bad shit, man. But on to greener pastures with hey Crusher, how are ya? What's going on, Crusher? Welcome to the long ass live stream that's going on, man. And that, as I said before, certain movies that I was finding out through some of the horror documentaries and everything that I really loved. And one of them that I found was Hobgoblins. Ah, yes, Hobgoblins. Look at that, man. That cover is pretty goddamn sweet, dude. Look at that. That is some nice shit. Nice. Oh. I really love Hobgoblins, man. I thought it was fun. Look, I know it's cheesy. I know it's cheap. I know it's ridiculous. I know some of the effects are not that good. I get it, but I had fun with this. I really did. I like the idea of these little creatures that sort of manipulate your mind into thinking you're doing something really cool and sort of slowly killing you in the process. Like I really love that, man. And I love some of the imaginations and some of the dreams that turn into nightmares and how it's manipulating people. Like I thought it was kind of cool and fun. And honestly, that's all I'm looking for sometimes with a horror movie, man. I'm not looking for it to be the most like crazy wild adventure or the most horrific thing I've ever seen. I just sometimes want to have fun. And Hobgoblins is fun, dude. And so that's what I enjoyed out of it. Yeah, you can poke fun at it all you want and plot holes up the ass and, make fun of it. Yeah, fair enough. And trust me, you have every right to, but it is fun at the end of the day. And it's well worth it. No doubt about that. And hell, I will take this over this any fucking day of the week, man. I'm just saying, bro. Okay? Shit. So, hey, at least that's worth it. Not half bad for that, man. Then we're gonna go over to Dark Force. Now, the one title I showed off earlier from Dark Force didn't really do it for me, but this is weird, but I liked it, and I gave it a chance for what it's worth, and that is Butch Camp. Okay, so go with me on this for a second, okay? Now, I watched this movie, and I'm somebody that gives films a lot of chance. Oh, it's a trauma film? Really? Okay. You really realize it was a trauma film, but and the weird thing about this movie is that it's about this gay dude that is not really, very masculine. He's kind of a butch dude, and he's wanting to be, more, tougher guy, right? Like actually like stand up for himself. And so he ends up going to butch camp, and you know, I thought it was fun. I thought this movie was fun and wacky, is what I thought, dude. I never took this movie seriously. I don't think this movie was ever meant to be taken seriously. It's basically just a comedy about, you know, uh, gay dudes trying to be, more masculine is really what it is. And all the hilarious complications of it, man. And sort of finding romance in the process. It is weird that Dark Force released this because when you think of Dark Force, you think of like horror titles. You do not think of this movie. And I don't know. I sort of gave it a chance, dude. I was like, yeah, that looks kind of cool, whatever. Yeah. And I had fun with this one. I did. It's cheesy. It's ridiculous. It's kind of slapsticky, but I actually kind of I dug the love story and I dug the comedy and I kind of liked it. It's kind of weird, man. It's one of those ones where you know you just kind of go with the ridiculous premise and hopefully it works out. And this one kind of did. So yeah, I like this one. Again, even though it's kind of weird and wacky with gay people trying to be more masculine, again, it is way better than seeing a vampire really just being depressed the entire film. I'm just saying, like, weird and wacky gay people, depressed vampires. I'll take the gay people. Okay, I'm just saying, I will, folks. Okay? Hey, there's more entertainment value out of that. Put it that way, man. Oh, we're getting to the last bit here. Wow, I can't believe we're getting to the last of this. This is crazy, man. Okay, so this one is from Severin, and it is actually a good one, crazy enough, even though the slipcover is like hard to get the fuck off. But hey, we've been dealing with that one, haven't we? But it is worth it because it's an interesting movie, and I had never heard about it, but man, this was good. And that is none other than Retribution. The ultimate nightmare. Yes. Look at this, man. The back cover of that. And the inside of that. Look at that. That is cool. Yeah, look at that. That's fucking awesome, man. I really, really dug the shit out of this movie. What I love about this movie, right? So, what goes on with this flick, yeah, it does actually, is that it's about this guy. This guy ends up being really depressed. He fucking jumps off of this roof, tries to kill himself. And at the same time this is happening, there's another person that ends up um, killing themselves. And his soul, part of his soul goes into this guy that tried to kill himself. And the guy who actually killed himself is this really despicable killer. He's looking for revenge against these people. And so every so often he's taking over this other guy's body and getting his revenge on these people that did him wrong. And at the same time, this other guy who's trying to recover from the trauma is slowly losing his mind in the process, and losing his body and soul to this killer that's inside his own body. It's fucking cool, dude. I really dug this movie, man. And this guy who's a very meek individual, who's very depressed and psychologically messed up, once he becomes the actual killer on the other side, almost like a Jekyll and Hyde situation, he becomes more confident, he becomes more badass, he becomes more imposing and threatening, and it's such a great dichotomy between the two, and it's so great, man. I really thought this was great. It had great comedic elements to it. I love the kills. I love the great psychological aspects to this movie. I thought it was really solid, man. It's a movie that I'd never heard of. And again, another blind buy that I was like, okay, I'm going to give this a go, man. And it was really solid. It really surprised me how much I really enjoyed this movie, man. It's not perfect, but I just sort of love the idea of a guy slowly losing his mind, but for real. And it's actually pretty solid, man. Not bad, actually. Really solid for Retribution. Pretty goddamn good, man. But now, we're going to go back to, well, some Vinegar Syndrome sub-label love, yes. But Wes Craven love, when we go back to a little bit of TV goodness, perhaps, with Summer of Fear. Oh, look at that, man. Linda motherfucking Blair, baby. Look at that. Not bad. You're not bad indeed, man. Oh, very cool, man. I had never heard of Summer of Fear. I never knew that Wes Craven directed this, and I was willing to give this one a go because I like Linda Blair, I like Wes Craven. I didn't know he directed a TV movie, so I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna try this. And it's interesting because basically this movie is about this woman who is some sort of, I don't know whether she's evil. She's like evil incarnate, but she's kind of like a witch or something. And she goes from one person to the next, just ruining their lives and sucking their soul, almost like a succubus or something. And then goes on to the next thing. And she comes into this family's life, And slowly but surely, what ends up happening is that she's manipulating the situations. She's having, you know, Linda Blair, who loves her family and they love her. So suddenly the family is turning on her, and Linda Blair is trying to figure out what's going on. Like, this chick is taking her boyfriend and sleeping with him, and it's she's trying to figure out who this chick is, what she is, and how to stop her. And I actually really dig this movie. It's very, as I said, TV movie-ish because it is. It's a low budget. You know, you get some cool little, like, you know, like evil effects of like things later on in the movie, some special effects stuff. But for the most part, it's a straight up sort of like teenage drama about, you know, this chick and her losing her family to somebody that they like more than her. I mean, pretty much. But I thought Linda Blair was really charming here, really captivating. I like the evil chick in here a lot and how she manipulates the situation. You know, you just got to go into it knowing that it's a TV movie. So they don't have the biggest budget in the world. They can't do crazy amounts of special effects. They only have a certain amount of time to do shit because TV movie budgets, especially back in the day, especially, you know, filming it, it's not exactly like they had forever to do this shit either. So, you know, it wasn't perfect, but I liked what they did with it, and I think Wes Craven still is really able to give it certain style and substance that I really dig. So yeah, I did like Summer of Fear. Not bad at all, man. Not bad indeed. From one person trying to ruin somebody's life to a killer that's going around college campus. Oh, indeed. Because I didn't like Killer Party so much, but you know, if you don't like killer parties, you might like Rush Week. Oh, yeah. Look at Rush Week, baby. Look at this. Oh, nice. Ah, yeah. This is really cool, man. You know, this was another blind buy. I'm not gonna lie. This was one of those ones where I didn't know what I was walking myself into. A lot of people ended up saying that they liked it, and as I've told you guys in the ones that I didn't care for, you know, there were a lot of people that said they liked it, and so here I am, like thinking to myself, okay, well, okay, I guess I'm gonna take the gamble, and basically it is about Rush Week, and it is about these college campuses and the sororities and the fraternities that are, you know, bringing people in, trying to get them to, you know, pledge. And there is a killer on the loose that is slowly killing people in the process. Who is it? What do they want? Why are they doing it? You know, who survives? That type of deal. It's a really cool little slasher flick that I had never really known about, and I didn't really knew that this thing ever existed. And I love I love the characters here. I love the quirkiness. I think it's I think it's a fun little slasher flick. I really do, man. It's way better than it has any right to be. I thought it was going to be cheesy as shit, and it turned out to be actually really fun. So I actually really liked Rush Week, man. It was really positively great, and I love the kills, and I love how the killer dresses up. It's really solid, actually. I really like this one. So this is actually really good. Way better, again, than any right had to be. Not bad, man. Rush Week is really solid, as is none other than this is another one of these Vinegar Syndrome titles that I had no idea what I was walking myself into. And I ended up being like, you know what, dude, I'm gonna give this thing a go. We'll see how it is, man. Because, you know, sometimes you just gotta ride the waves in Surf 2. Oh my god, Surf 2. Holy shit, man. I actually, for the longest time, I thought to myself, I was like, wait a minute, hold on a second. Am I missing something? Like, is there another Surf movie that I have to pick up before I watch Surf 2? And I'm like, no, it's literally just they call it Surf 2 for whatever fucking reason it might be, man. But it's so weird and it's so odd and yet it's so fucking entertaining, man. And I love this movie, dude. It's so great. Oh my god, man. I love the stupidest movie ever made. Oh, dude. It's got so much great characters in here. It's got a ton of TNA, a really great comedic actors in this thing. Eddie Deason is great here. If you know who Eddie Deason is, Eddie Deason was in a whole bunch of really great movies back in the 70s and the 80s, even the 90s. Um, he was in Midnight Madness, and he was in this, and he's been in a whole bunch, Revenge of the Nerds, and he's a really great comedic actor. He's just sort of weird looking, and I love him as an actor so much, dude. And he's great here. He plays this evil scientist, reject that is is taking this sort of cola and turning people into mindless zombies because of the cola. And on top of that, there's this surf competition and trying to like win the surf competition and sort of stop the evil loser scientist from turning people into mindless zombies. And it's so fucking weird, and it doesn't make a lick of fucking sense, and I don't think it's ever meant to. It's just meant to be weird for the sake of being weird and just over the top and fucking ridiculous, and I loved it. I've seen people on YouTube talk about Surf 2, and all I hear is, "Oh, this movie's stupid," and "Oh, it's mindless entertainment," and it's just idiotic. And look, they have a point because they're not wrong necessarily. But for me, I walked into this movie with the right mindset because you have to remember that I am somebody who literally have watched a ton of these type of movies on USA Up All Night back in the day. Like, I used to watch the Beach Bongo films that they were putting out and all the stupid shit. And so I watched a lot of that stuff, so I knew walking into this film what most likely it was going to be. So I had the right understanding of it. But again, you gotta understand that this movie is really just sort of a turn off your brain and enjoy the ride type of flick, man. And just go with the crazy, weird hilarity of it. And I did. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed all the crazy ridiculousness, man. Trust me, I have a lot of that stuff in the collection, man. And this is yet another one, dude. I had fun with it. I had a lot of fun. It's great. Surf 2. Really, it was really solid. Way better than it has any right to be, man. Yes, he was, man. Absolutely. Oh, so good, man. So good. It's just mindless fun. You just enjoy it. Then I ended up picking up this Blu-ray edition, which I'm so happy it got released by Sony. And I used to watch this when I was a kid, and I can't believe that there's an edition out there. Even if it's a bare bones edition, the fact that it's out there in the ether on Blu-ray is amazing. And that is The New Adventures of Pippi Longstocking. Oh my god, this movie, man. Dude, I watched this movie when I was a kid. Man, I used to love this film. And it's one of these movies that, I'm not gonna lie, like, you watch it, you love it, and then you never find it again. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I watched it on VHS, I watched it on cable, and then suddenly the movie disappears. The movie disappears, and then you never find it again. And it's just one of those movies where, and it happens with a lot of these films, where they just go into absolute obscurity and you never find them again. And that's one of these type of flicks. So when it got announced, I had seen something on Blu-ray.com. I'm like, Pippi Longstocking, what the? I was like, whoa. And revisiting it again, it's still goddamn fun. It's still goddamn entertaining, and I love this type of adventure stuff. Reminds me like the Goonies or some shit. And I just really love Pippi Longstocking here, and it's just a fun adventure style movie that is good for kids and good for adults, man. It's really great. I dig this flick. It's not many people that will remember this movie. It's definitely not one that's high on anybody's radar, but for me, when I found out about it, it was an instant buy, man. There's no doubt about that. It is really, really, really great, dude. If you ever get a chance to watch this, man, recommend giving it a chance because it really is that fun, dude. So cool. The Adventures of Pippi Longstocking. Man, just when you think movies go into complete obscurity, then they end up getting a physical media release. And damn glad for it. Oh, am glad indeed, man. Not too shabby. We're getting towards the end. We have got 4 more titles to talk about. Oh my god, and then that is it. Wow. Oh my lord. Well, I guess we gotta keep on rolling with more Arrow love. And that is none other than the King of New York. Oh, speaking of Christopher Walken, oh man. Oh, this movie is fucking great. God damn, do I love this movie, man. Abel Ferreira, this is a great fucking flick, man. Let me tell you something. It's movies like this, movies like New Jack City, that I really fucking dig, man. I really fucking love this movie, man. And it is it is fucking amazing. I love Walken here. He is so confident and so badass. He is absolutely fucking killer in this movie, man. There's a scene that I really love where he's talking to these guys, might be part of another mob or something, and he's talking to them about like, well, all the drugs are gonna come through me now and everything, and they're like, and they're kind of ignoring him and making fun of him, and he just turns around and he's like, fucking kills him, and everyone's like, whoa, what the fuck here, and so he's like, well, you're welcome. And if you want to do business with me, you come to the fucking hotel and we'll do business. And he then and everyone's like fucking stunned, dude. Like, whoa, what the fuck just happened, man? He's so great. Even there's a great subway scene where he's making out with this chick and these black dudes, and one of them is Harold Perrineau of like Oz and Lost fame and everything, and they're coming up with him with a switchblade knife, and he sort of pulls out his jacket a bit, and you see a gun, and they're trying to rob him, and he's like, he's like, well, and he gives them the money anyways, and he's like, well, if you want some work, come to the hotel, and he's just so fucking confident and so fucking badass, man. And I love him in this role, dude. He just exudes confidence and strength, and man, Christopher Walken is fucking amazing in this movie, man. I love him in this role. He's so great, and dude, it is one of his finest roles. There's no doubt about it. It's so good, and rightfully so, man. So absolutely amazing. Love this flick. When Arrow was releasing an edition, I'm like, fuck, man, I'm definitely buying this shit, man. Love it, love it, love it. So goddamn much, dude. Oh, that horror dude. Wow, you're on late. How's it going, man? Good. Almost done with the stream, actually. So you're go coming towards the tail end, sir. So welcome. The next one is another Severin title, more Italian sci-fi goodness. And that's from my man Lucio Fulci in Warriors of the year 2072. I doubt this is what the world is going to be like in 2072, but hey, anything's possible, I suppose. Oh, man. here's the deal. If you guys have been keeping up with the Blu-ray pickup videos over the years, you will know that I am on the hunt for every single Lucio Fulci title that is out there. And I'm getting pretty damn close, man. I seriously am. And so when Severin ended up releasing this, I was like, dude, I'm picking this up. Obviously. And so I definitely want to do that. And I'm gonna be honest, man. You know, everybody loves Dario Argento, and I get it. Dario Argento is king, but for me, I prefer Fulci over Argento. And I know it's fucking blasphemy, but I don't give a shit because every single one of Lucio Fulci's movies I actually like. I really do, man. And so I can't say the same for Argento, but I can for Lucio. And this is yet another one of those which I really dig and I really enjoy and I really think is fucking is entertaining. I think it's great actually. I really think it's really fun and really interesting, and I love the sci-fi premise, and I dug it. And basically, it's very much again like The Running Man. That basically it's this program where people are fighting other people, and these people band together to try to take down the government. And yes, again, it seems like The Running Man was like the biggest influence on like Italian sci-fi cinema, pretty much. But I love how Fulci really puts this all together, and I like the action, I like the violence, I like the idea of televising this event and the manipulation of it, and I think Fulci does a really great job with it, man. And there's some really great actors in this thing. I mean, you have Fred Williamson. Yeah, Fred Williamson, the Hammer Fred Williamson in this bitch, man. He's great in this film. He's fucking badass, man. It's really good. It's not top tier Fulci. Okay, I'm gonna say that right off the bat. Not even close to top tier Fulci. If I had to do anything to say ranking wise, I'd say this is lower tier Fulci. But it's still pretty goddamn solid, man, and I still really enjoy the shit out of this. So for me, even lower tier Fulci is still pretty goddamn good damn entertainment Fulci. You know what I'm saying, man? So yet another one to add to the long list of Fulci films that I have in the collection. And oh, there will be more, trust me. Oh, indeed, there will down the line, trust me. Stay tuned, folks. Oh, stay tuned indeed. Now we are down to the last two, the last ones that are getting the love. And this next one is one that I really, really dug, really, really liked, from Vinegar Syndrome. This one was really unique to me, and I really enjoyed this. And I thought it was a cool little slice of trying to recreate 80s horror goodness, and the idea of censorship and horror, and I love the idea of that in censor. Yeah, so look at that, man. Oh, nice, very nice indeed. Look at this. And I sort of love this cool little slipcover here because basically it's the fake movies that are presented within the film, which I really love. Ah, it's so cool. That's great, man. I watched Censor for one of the out and abouts, and I didn't really know what to expect when I was watching it, and I fucking fell in love with it, man. Basically, it's about this chick who is an editor for the BBC, and she's for the editing board, and she's editing these horror films down so that they can get a proper rating. And she has to deal with censorship and everything like that. And what happens is her sister has gone missing. Something's going on with her sister. It's perhaps something to do with this film director and this movie that's involved, and she just goes into this deep dive of trying to find what's going on with her sister, and you know, trying to dive deeper into this horror director and who he is, and you know, what's really the cause of all the suffering that's going on. And I love all of that stuff. And I love the deeper that she dives into it, the more psychological madness there is. And I fucking dug that, dude. You know, this type of movie reminds me a lot of Evil Ed, that Arrow also released, that I really love, man. It's so good. And for me, this movie is a perfect encapsulation of censorship and horror, and how horror affects the brain and the mind. And I just dig it, and how she's slowly going crazy over the course of the film. I think it's fucking brilliant, dude. It's really great. It's a really great commentary on horror cinema, and what does it mean to censor yourself? Is it even worse to censoring yourself? Is censoring yourself worse than actually taking it all in? And man, I love the great messaging of the movie. I thought it was absolutely fucking brilliant. It's a little confusing. It doesn't always explain everything, but I think it's still really solid of a flick, man. And I really dug it. So for me, Censor is absolutely one that I absolutely had to pick up, no doubt about it, especially when there's such a great edition like this. This is a no-brainer, man. Wow, we are at one more, man. Wow, one more. Holy crap, we are one more in, man. One more left in this extravaganza. Holy cow, man. Mm. Wow. I want to thank you guys so much for being part of this stream. The people who have um not even close, man. That's not the last one, dude. Um mm. 6 hours, yeah, I know. There's 6 hours ago, Jesus. I had a lot to show off and talk about. So okay. One more left. And I guarantee you this one is definitely well worth being the last one. At least I hope it is. And that, from Vinegar Syndrome, is none other than dun 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 New York Ninja. Oh yes, look at this New York Ninja, baby. Oh man. Oh yes, look at that, baby. This is perfect, man. Oh, this is some sweet shit, man. Look, right there, clasp opens up. Got this. Look at that. Nice. Then we open this up, and it's got I love New York Ninja right there. Very cool. Comes with the booklet. Comes with a nice little slipcover love. Look at that. Very sweet. And then New York Ninja. Yes. Wow. That is pretty goddamn good, ain't it? That is pretty goddamn sweet indeed, man. Now, you know, I love found movies that were lost. There's something about it that really speaks to me as a film lover, because, you know, there's so many films that get made every single year, and some just get lost to time. And New York Ninja is one of those movies that definitely does it, man. And what's really even more fascinating about this movie is the idea that it is not a finished movie. I mean, they filmed pretty much most of the movie, but they never did any editing for the movie. They never did any sound design for the movie. voiceovers, you name it. They never did anything. They just scrapped it, and it was just done. It was on the cutting room floor, and that's it. And Vinegar Syndrome found this movie, and they literally recreated it piece by piece. They edited the movie, they put in the sound design, they had certain actors come in to play some of the characters, like Linnea Quigley or Michael Berryman or a lot of these other actors that came in and did it. And they literally painstakingly put this thing together over God knows how long to actually make this thing a reality. And it is great. I mean, basically, it's almost like watching a weird trauma movie, or watching some of those other really weird flicks like Miami Connection or something, right? I mean, it's like watching that. It's so wild, but it's so interesting because it's basically about this guy. The streets are full of criminals, and his wife ends up getting murdered, and he now goes on a rampage as the New York Ninja to get revenge on all of these motherfuckers. And it's all the crazy complications and all the crazy hijinks that go along with that. Him dressed up, like, whoa, like literally, just like doing crazy martial arts shit around town. And everybody, he's slowly taking out the scumbags of the city, and everyone's like, hey, New York Ninja, hey, we love you. And it's just great. It's just great, dude. It's just a weird hodgepodge of martial arts scenarios, scumbag bad guys that come straight out of a Mad Max movie, and this weird horror villain that can somehow change his face and needs like weird nuclear toxic shit to like, sustain his life. Like it's what the it's so fucking bizarre, man. But I don't know what they were thinking when they were originally trying to make this goddamn thing. But it's so goddamn fun and unique and weird and charming and oddball that you just can't help but love this type of movie, man. You really can't. And when Vinegar Syndrome announced this edition, I was like, dude, I've got to get this, man. I've got to, because the movie, even though I had never watched the movie, and it was a big blind buy for me. And trust me, I've gotten burned. Flesh for Frankenstein, Blood for Dracula, a lot of these other ones. I still took the gamble, and I trusted in Vinegar Syndrome, and it paid off this time. It really did. I give them so much credit for this movie because, it's not easy for a company like Vinegar Syndrome to release something like this, right? Because think about it like this: you are having to put in so much money and resources to release something like this. You have to put in all of the editing and the audio, and you have to painstakingly recreate a film that was never meant to be finished in the first place. And that takes a lot of fucking effort to do, and a lot of fucking money. And it's not like Vinegar Syndrome is a fucking studio like Universal or Warner Brothers or Paramount or Disney or some shit where they can spend mucho amount of money to do this. They literally did it because they did it out of a passion for it. And that's gotta count for something, man. It honestly does. It's a really solid movie. It's just fucking goddamn entertaining as hell. And it really, at the end of the movie, just puts a huge smile on your fucking face. And, you know, to me, it's these type of movies that really showcase why I love films in the first place, why I love these boutique labels, why I love collecting, because, every now and again you will find a crazy wild gem that was never even meant to exist. And yet here we are. That is fucking amazing, man. So cheers to New York Ninja. I love New York Ninja. And hopefully you guys do as well. Not bad at all, man. All the New York Ninja love. Oh, indeed it is, man. Oh, so good. Oh my god. And that is it. Wow. Oh my god, man. Wow. Almost 7 hours of me showing off movies and talking about them. That is fucking crazy, man. That is fucking nuts. I knew this was gonna be long. I had said to my friends, I said, "Oh, it's gonna take a couple hours." And I said, "Oh, this is gonna be 2 hours." I said, "Oh my god, it's holy shit, that's way more than 2 hours, man." Wow, man. I am thankful that my girlfriend does not know how long I've stayed up to do this, because she'd fucking kill me, man. Yo, she'd I can rip my nuts off. But, mm, oh god, dude. Guys, thank you for putting up with me. Seriously, man. Thank you for putting up with me. Thank you for literally just absolutely sticking with me, man, because this was wild, dude. This was nuts, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed it. If you did, definitely give it the thumbs up, please, for the YouTube algorithm. Share it. And if you like how I talk about movies and physical media, if you like the pickups and everything, hit subscribe, become a part of the FilmFanNation, man. I am gonna start posting videos again starting next week with the next out and about and so on and so forth. So I'll be back yet again, and Lord knows I'll be back for more live stream hijinks, but I think this is good for the time being. Don't you think? I do indeed. And now I can finally catalog all of these movies into the collection. I can start selling off. And by the way, just so you guys know, if you want any of the ones that I did not like, I may not have liked them, but maybe you guys will. If you like any of the stuff that I'm going to get rid of, you can end up messaging me on Instagram or Facebook and letting me know that you are interested in a certain title and you'd like it, and we can come to some sort of payment arrangement, because I am going to sell them, and we can do that, and we'll see where that goes, man. I got a decent amount of ones that I didn't like, but if you go through the stream, you'll sort of see the ones that I liked and didn't like, and if you're interested in the ones that I didn't care for, give me a message. I am definitely willing to sell them off to the person who definitely is interested. There is no doubt about that, man. First come, first serve. So definitely let me know about that. And I will see you guys back in the next live stream mode. Again, I really appreciate the love that you guys have given me. I'm glad to be back. And now on to more pickup love. 2022 pickups will come eventually early next year, and hopefully I can get back into the 2023 monthly ones as well. Here's the hoping, guys. But hope you guys have a good night, or what was this? I'm sorry, a good morning. And I will see you guys back for more live stream pickup love. Take care, everybody, and remember, happy hunting.